Welcome one and all here to the DPC. We are going to be looking forward to some Chinese regional action today as we see some Div 2 teams competing for the 2 slots of promotion into Div 1 and of course trying to get the practice on because it is TI season and all of these teams will be involved in the qualifiers. My name's Snare and I'm going to be joined this morning by the man, the British legend himself. It is Tiga. What's going on, fam? How you doing?
Hello. Hello, mate. How you doing? Yeah, I'll be honest. Right now, I'm in a bit of a panic. You know that meme with the guy with like the hair and all the red tape on the walls and like he's trying to point at it? That's exactly me right now. Trying to like really condense the Chinese Division 2 information. On this screen, I've got the history of Shining and Team Zero. On this screen, I've got Holy Grail and like the 12 different teams they've been on. I don't know. I'm ready to start flicking through every single tab possible so that I can try and, get some information across. But you're going to have to give me some time to break my neck to get there.
For those of you at home who aren't aware, here in China, it has been volatile to say the least within the year of 2023. So a lot of these rosters comprise players who either haven't played for a long time, they're all on different teams just a few months ago. So it is a little bit of a tornado whirlwind here in Div 2, but that makes it all the more fun to witness because we legitimately have no idea what's about to happen. Of course, we have already seen some of these games take place. So if you missed the first day of action here in the Div 2 DPC, let us take a look and remind you about what took place, as we did start out with Big Brain taking on the side there of Limit. And Limit Gaming, this one, man, the standout thing for me within this particular series isn't necessarily the scoreline. I kind of did expect Big Brain to end up with clutching it out because they do have the God King here. But it's the emergence of Arkwarden. This hero was involved throughout the entire series and also a little bit in the next series as well, where it ended up being banned out. What do you think it is about Arkwarden that all these Chinese teams are like, yeah, actually, baby, this is the hero to go for in Div 2?
It's this constant dominance of the hero where you know that you're going to have this inevitable annoyance on the map, right? You pick up this Manta, you then are always just pushing out these waves and you just have that kill threat. Of course, there's the argument of like Radiant versus Dire. If you're Dire's side, then your Spark Wraith is quicker to pop, so it's more aggressive in laning phase. It's why we see teams potentially favoring it, at least in Europe. They haven't really shown us a drafting purpose. Is it Radiant, is it Dire? But yeah, I think this hero is pretty underrated, and if you can get it through the early game aggression, you can just demolish games still.
When you see this, it does give you that air of inevitability, where eventually Arkwarden will do Arkwarden things. And there's so many buff ups in the game right now, so many ways to make sure that he does his thing even better. So probably going to end up seeing him today. So if you're not a fan of Arkwarden, I apologize. I'm sorry for you. But the big man is going to be here. Another hero that's on the rise, not just in our region, but throughout the world. Bloodseeker. My goodness. Almost every game now has Bloodseekers. This moment, I remember this was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Why didn't the faceless boy just run, dude? Just get out of there. But for the Bloodseeker, talk to me about this hero. Where the hell did he come from? Like, all of a sudden, not only is he prioritizing these drafts, but he's first phase material now.
I think it was that kind of slow development of both like non-hero meta combining with, of course, the heroes. Because when you think about a meta which is built around getting kills, progressing the map state through just sweeping through the game, also having presence both in lane and post-laning phase, Bloodseeker is kind of up there as one of the best heroes, right? And this hero, it's insane. It enables your team through constantly being able to fight. You love playing with these liches and these super defensive or aggressive support, and also when you think about like Void Spirit, Magnus, and these big cores that are currently quite prevalent, you rupture them. Now they're kind of on the side lane. So I think it's like a multitude of things have just enabled this hero just to rise up and just be a really solid, let's just pick where it doesn't feel bad.
Yeah. That probably is something that's commonly shared amongst all the heroes that find themselves in first phase. Either the hero's uber busted, or it's like you say, I can pick it and never feel bad about it, no matter where I end up deploying it within the game.
Yeah.
I'll actually be very interested to see, because a lot of those heroes also tend to make the transition into supports as well. But not sure Bloodseeker's toolkit would allow for that. It'll be intriguing to see, especially once we get closer to TI.
Yeah, and I believe, if I get this correct, so did they play? Okay, they actually played Arkwarden both times on Radiant. So interesting. And and obviously that third game clip that we just saw, the Arc just lost. And the reason why is the speed in which the opponent was able to play. You never really got to see the Arc truly come online and like take over the game. There was like comeback moments, but it wasn't the Arc game where you just have everything in your player. So it isn't a hero that will gift you the free win. Like it's not that busted.
We see here Team Zero as they were taking on the side here of Team Dissolution. The return of CTY, carry legend of the Chinese region. The return of Ice Ice, TI winner with Wings Gaming. One of the last winners we've had of TI from the Chinese region, unfortunately. And the first game, I'll be honest, it was a bit shaky here. There were a lot of moments where genuinely I thought Team Dissolution was going to be able to win, but you still see that little bit of extra quality, but more so than just the quality, the strategic experience that Team Zero have in their arsenal. And sometimes that's what's more important than just the mechanical clicking of buttons. And I mean, even at the highest tiers of Dota, a lot of the mechanical skill, the difference between teams isn't that large. So mostly comes down to decision making. Once Team Zero started to get better decisions on board T, the entire series just felt like it was just a matter of time. Team Dissolution just ran out of options very quickly.
Yeah, and I feel like when you think about so I think I like the way that you mentioned it with Div 2. I think China's depth of skill is up there with any of the other big regions. It is just kind of how they approach the game. Sometimes they're too concerned, sometimes they lack a voice, and they're kind of just like yes men, where they just believe in each other. Doesn't really help when you're trying to get to like the highest heights. So I think it's pretty cool to see the return of Ice Ice. Hasn't really played competitive for nearly 3 years now, so I don't know too much about his involvement as like a loud voice at least, but maybe he is kind of that step up to surround these players to take them a little bit further than they have historically in Chinese DPC.
I'm also expecting them to play some very, very long, fun games, the way CTY used to do back in the day. Unfortunately for Dissolution, this is one of those losses that's going to end up stinging quite a bit, as they were ahead several points throughout the series, but unable to clutch out any of those games. That does mean, of course, that Team Dissolution and Limit will be at the bottom of our leaderboard, and Team Zero and Big Brain will occupy positions at the top. Everybody else still has to play, though, to find out where they actually rank within the leaderboard. And that brings us to today's games, where we round things out with Supernova taking on IG Vitality. But we start the day with Holy Grail versus the Lost Dark. And of course, because a lot of these teams haven't played a lot together, we can't even speak about things like, well, who has more chemistry, who has more understanding of the game. It's just basically a glorified massive scrim for the next several weeks as we lead up into the TI season here, T. So what are we expecting? What do you want to see these teams doing in preparation for those qualifiers? And of course, what heroes do you think are the most busted thus far in the DPC?
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm kind of low-key excited to watch Last Ark just because of Echo. You know, when we were doing some Chinese DPC, what was it, Tour 1? With outsiders from China, you know, this guy, he was kind of like the only guy that looked good on this team. Like the rest of them, let's be honest, atrocious. It was horrendous. Like the team wasn't doing too well. It's fine, it happens. But Echo, he was pulling out some plays, like in all the madness. So yeah, I'm down to see what this lad can do inside maybe a more competitive environment, and if he can step up, that's kind of like what I'm really looking forward to in this series.
All right, let's see what he's got here. In this game, he's presumably going to be playing the Void Spirit on his lineup, as they have first pick on Radiant side, Holy Grail, Dire side, second pick. My God, I love this opener. Silencer TB. More and more than just loving Silencer in the game, Terrorblade is starting to also just feel like a really strong carry, and their laning prowess. Even a hero like Magnus can't expect to just go to that lane and easily win it out.
And we actually joined this draft relatively on time. Like they were just very quick with how they approach these bans in this phase, because when you think about Terrorblade, it's all about when you're first phasing it, it's not as if it's a hero that you don't know the counters to, right? Ember, get on top, constant spam, constant jungle aggression. You don't want that in your game. Morphling, carry to carry matchup, really good. You can take over the Terrorblade. You can just pivot and move around the fight. It's really annoying. And then same thing with PL. It's a movement-based hero that also Terrorblade can't lock onto. So very quick with their bans, because they just very much know, Terrorblade is very easily counterable.
Yep. And then they're also going right ahead and pick up this Pangolier after having banned out the Ember Spirit. So good protection of these heroes that are going to emerge in the first and second phase with these bans. Spirit Breaker, I love to see, especially when there's a hero like the Pango in the game. But another hero that I've been loving more and more, the Shadow Demon. Saves very good. Good interruption to the Spirit Breaker. Demonic Purge, always amazing against some of these BKB heroes, although TBs don't always buy the item. Just a solid hero. Just feels nice to play Shadow Demon these days.
No, it's an incredible hero, especially with Medusa being high up the rankings. You've got these Terror Blades, anti-mage counters to the Medusa. Like, it's one of those picks where it makes you think about your draft. It's like the same thing, like when you pick a Timbersaw, you're thinking about, oh, what heroes can I not pick now? What do I need to now navigate around? Same thing with SD. And in this game, you're dispelling the shield crash from Pango in his fights, so now he's not tanky. You are preventing Bulldoze from really being a pop-off kind of thing when he enters the fight. And if you really need to, you also have disruption on the Terrorblade in the fights with the Metamorphosis, so you can go aggressive with it. So if you don't need to save anyone, now you're converting the Terrorblade's damage against him. So Terrorblade might have to slightly think about his itemization. Is he going to go for Man to Butterfly? If he does, suddenly he probably can't kill his own illusions, which means he's going to be just existing the entire time. Does he skip on the Butterfly and go for something else? It's food for thought, but yeah, this SD pick, lots of kind of high value opportunities for him to showcase his skill in this game.
Yeah, plus he's playing with Magnus, right? So we're going to be getting some mass stack action going on. Lots of Empower clearing out these major Ancients. We're very much looking forward to seeing that. So whatever hero they get in the safe lane, I want it to be someone that can take advantage of that flash farming potential as well.
What's the... Just double checking. What's the Erica hero that... Loading up his data. I'm trying to refresh myself on what he used to play, 2 months ago on Vichy Gaming, before they forgot to do their
Faceless
admin.
Voids, Nagas.
Wasn't Vichy Gaming the team that forgot to submit their papers or their team, and then they didn't get a team registered for Division 2?
For Division 2, well, it was complicated.
They just didn't want to use the roster.
Happened. That's what happened. That's what they say ostensibly. But then word around town is that roster was never going to survive anyway. They all wanted out. So
yeah, that's fair. It's pretty a double-edged sword for sure. I think right now Naga just got banned. I was gonna say Naga is the last of like the big Terrorblade counters, because I think the best heroes against Terrorblade are the ones that can just move the fight to a new location, or just prevent Terrorblade from locking onto one target and going, you're dead now, you're dead now, you're dead. And yeah, PL, Morphling, Naga, they're like the big three that can do that in their own ways.
Vengeful Spirit coming out right now for Holy Grail. Certainly not a hero that you see every day. We did see him the other day though. So perhaps this might just be some new Chinese. Oh wait, it's Dolam, by the way. I forgot. Dolam used to do this all the time. Offlane Vengeful Spirit. Like, it's his thing. This is just the hero he played. Even in games where it was awful. And they would do this sometimes in the first phase. So I should have just seen that one coming. And then for the last arc, we're on at the draft with the Queen of Pain. So that puts the Void Spirit into the offlane, it looks like. So it looks like we're going to have ourselves a young Carry Magnus. Wait, is it Carry Mag or offlane Mag? Wait, who's going where?
It's offlane Magnus because Shining's playing it.
Void Spirits. Yeah, Shining's playing the Magnus. Void Spirit's going safe lane. This guy did this, Emo on IG, and ask me what he built on this Void Spirit. He went Battle Fury, Manta,
Doesn't Battle Fury not work?
I think it was Nullifier.
Doesn't Battle Fury not work with Astral Step? Like, it doesn't cleave. It
does not. It doesn't cleave, but you still get, damage.
Yeah, of course.
But they won the game. They won the game with this Battle Fury Void Spirit. So maybe he's been taking some lessons, looking towards Emo and saying, you know what, maybe this is the way to go. So that's two interesting things here, Mr. Tika. Which one is more intriguing for you? Offlane Vengeful Spirit, or what they're going to be doing on the side of the last arc with the safe lane Void Spirit?
I think the last arc, in their last pick, identified the lack of laning presence / damage that they're going to be playing into. It's a lot of there's a lot of cool, maybe comfort heroes getting picked up on the side of Holy Grail, but it's not as if it's like heroes that present themselves with opportunities to make big plays. It's Pango versus the world. And now you put a Quap against this Pango, so he's going to have a starved mid lane, and then your off lane is Venge Spirit Breaker. Unless they get some insane bashes and just free kills, isn't really too much of a do thing lane. And Silencer Terrorblade can get a kill, but I don't expect it. So yeah, I think laning phase very difficult for Holy Grail, and it's why we saw that flex occur.
Let's see what they've got on the side of Holy Grail. If they can make this much more palatable game for themselves. At the very least, they get to start with a D award, some free extra gold. That always feels good. And a nice morale boost. Like, hey guys, look, we know what we're doing.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Again, it's so many high-ranked players in these divisions. Like, when you think about DPC from maybe like a year ago, these Div 2 teams, there's always like 2 or 3 where you're like, wow, how did you make it here, lads? Like, where was the qualifiers? And like, now as the DPC progresses, and obviously the funding has trickled down to players that never really had it, the incentive to try is obviously way higher than to, we can make it. That kind of that faith. We are seeing a lot more kind of actual robust Division 2 teams forming across the world.
Well, some of that robustness is going to come into play right now, as there was a big reflection and they force out a blink from the Queen of Pain, and they might still get the first blood. Blood grenade drop down, they get some right clicks out, and they do find why as the first kill. Gone getting it. This is amazing here, T. You were mentioning him being starved in the mid lane. Not only do you force Quap into the worst ability for her level 1, you also get the first blood. This is amazing. This is a great start for the Holy Grail.
Honestly, you couldn't write it any better for this Pangolier. Not to get dagger spammed or shadow striked from level 1, insane. He's already well on the way to his bottle. He's going to put, Quap onto half HP and just constantly apply a little bit of threat. Yeah, this is, incredible start for Gan.
Life is good, and as we know in Dota, effects in general cascade, positive or negative. So he's going to be hoping that it cascades positively for him. Looking towards the top lane, a place where we expect quite a bit of action. Silencer TB on the one side, Shadow Demon Magnus, the classic Disruption Skewer on the one end, the Arcane Curse with the meta on the other. So level 2 is going to be an exciting time to be in the top lane.
I feel like Shining wishes he was playing Dire Magnus right now, just because of the proximity of off lane to tower. Radiant you're further away from your tower than when you are playing Dire, so we're not probably going to see any skewer backs into tower aggression, but maybe. But that's the small things that you see. Because look at the Dire off lane right now. If this was SD Magnus, this Void Spirit's under tower. He's already tanking 2-3 tower hits, half HP. They're the small things you got to think about when you are drafting your strategies a little bit, but still a very strong offlane duo.
And speaking of the other side of the map, here is where we do indeed see Void Spirit doing his thing, just trying to farm as much as humanly possible. Erica, don't think I've ever seen him play Void Spirit. However, he did spend quite a bit of time on a team with XM, and XM for, I think since the hero release until very recently, was the Void Spirit in China. So should have picked up some tips and tricks from that guy while he was there.
Yeah, I just checked his Dota buff. Erica has never played a competitive Void Spirit game. So this is a world's first for Erica.
Hey.
Watch him go like 0-12 and never touch the hero again.
And be like, this hero sucks, man. Yeah. That wasn't very fun.
Hero problem, not player, hero. No, I think you'd literally need to unplug your keyboard to go 0-12 on Void Spirit in the current patch. Like, this hero, it kind of plays itself with the damage.
Yeah. Well, he can't really do anything to defend his techies, though, as Dolem, him and DQQ are going on him. That's such an aggressive lane as well from them. Vengeful Spirit, Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it's a hero that kind of scales into the game through its levels, and it's all about the Spirit Breaker. I think if Spirit Breaker ever leaves this lane, you're not going to get anything done on this Venge, so always looking at DQQ to stick himself here, but yeah. Rotating into top. He does go down, but the techies is here.
They managed to kill the Terrorblade here with the help of this techies, and Shining gets the kill not only on the Terrorblade, but on the Silencer as well. So 3 heroes will end up dead, but 2 of them are Holy Grail. And losing the TP while the Magnus stays alive, man, this has to feel amazing if you're on the Lost Dark. And the techies just goes back bottom. It's not like it's some hero's gonna die immediately to this Void Spirits. If you have a point into Resonant Pulse, yeah, kind of difficult to kill with those Bracer and this Magic Wand.
It's just a twin gate value, honestly. Like techies, he nearly dies in the bot lane. Salve Tango pops his head into the twin gate, looks top. As Holy Grail are looking to go for the fight, he's already there, full resources. So it was just a little bit unfortunate for Holy Grail that they didn't kill off this techie's bottom, because now suddenly it would have been a double kill top, Terrorblade farming. And they're the small things that can occur in this current patch. yeah, these twin gates, they're no joke.
Are you, where do you stand when it comes to the twin gates? Are you in the camp of wanting to see some degree of changes, like a slight nerf to the early game twin gates, or do you think it's acceptable, a trade-off that we get for more action on the map?
I feel like the twin gate needs to have like a soft cooldown, potentially. There's two options. You either put a hero cooldown on it, so once you go through, there's like a 5-second delay before you can use it again. Or there's like a charge system where, let's say it's like 4 charges and it replenishes over time. So if, let's say, a pos 4 goes to top, then back to bot, that's 2 charges used. And then obviously the carry can do it again. So you're not spamming it on everyone, potentially. Basically, I'm trying to nerf the idea of everyone being nature's prophet for the first 10 minutes of the game because they can just gank top, gank bot, you know?
Speaking of ganks, one is happening bottom. Yeah. Onto the Void Spirit, and he's all alone right now. His techies is not here, so he might actually be dead. Erica, the Aether Remnant, though, barely keeping him alive. Whew, that was super, super close. And he's going to be like, techies, bro, I hope you're accomplishing some business talk. I need you.
Yeah, right now, they are struggling a little bit with where they want to place their supports. Great rotation from techies early on, but yeah, this offlane that I was a little bit worried about with the Spirit Breaker Venge, it really has just scaled into the game. They just, every time they see a hero, it's just charge into stun. Go, go, go. Yeah, Erica just cannot step up to the wave right now.
He actually might be dead here. With this next magic missile, wave of terror, couple of right clicks, and I think he's dead, yeah. Dolem got him. Very nicely done to bring down this Void Spirit. That's gonna open up some damage onto the tower because the Siege Wagon just arrived. Things starting to really pick up for the side of Holy Grail here. And, you know, the best part about this is while all this is happening, it's not like it's a Void Spirit that has that innate farming mechanism. So yeah, he could buy the Battle Fury, but you still feel very good about depressing him for now, opening up space for TB to get his farm going while the Void Spirit is trying to catch up.
Yeah, and also for Venge, like this is often a hero when you play in a core role, you have a decision. You either get the kills or you get the farm. You rarely get both on this hero. And right now, 33 CS, well, how many kills to his name? 1 kill, 1 assist to his name. This is an incredible start. Often you don't see this. You got double bracer, wand, treads, 2 casual branches. He is a universal hero hitting for 97 right now. Like, this is not a Venge to joke around with. I am excited to see what type of build he goes for. Is he going to go straight for the Aghanims off the bat to kind of put himself forward? Will he go for maybe, let's say, like a Manta Rush? Just to lean in the universal aspect, bit more move speed, can kite out some of these bigger spells. But no, with this start, the world is his oyster with his itemization.
In days of yore, he used to play with Aghanim's Blink into BKB as a primary build-up, but don't know if that's still going to be the case now that the game has changed so much. So he might want to be going in for some aura items. That's the thing with universal heroes, right? Can do whatever the hell you want. So we'll probably see Ags, and then the other option will be decided by the team. Unless they kill him off, though. They did some damage here, but the charge is coming back. Going in onto Erica. Magic Missile stun is there as well. They try to buy some space and time, going in at the blast off of YYYY. And he's just Dolem. Almost ended up falling. Not enough points into Sticky Bomb, though. So they don't have the damage to actually get the kill. Sonic Wave, though, definitely does have the damage as Echo shows up out of nowhere. Blink Sonic Wave right off the bat. Aether Remnant sets up for a double kill on Spirit Breaker. Okay, that's how you make an entrance as a Queen of Pain.
Dude, what a game-saving rotation from this Quap. Like, if Quap doesn't TP in and make this play, this Void Spirit is level 5 doing nothing, and it's just like, damn, you know, like everything's just in pain. So yeah, really nice rotation from Quap there.
They're going to try and punish her for it, though. In the mid lane, sadly, the charge doesn't connect in time. And even if it did have our Shadow Demon waiting in the wings for a potential save opportunity. That's going to be so frustrating, trying to kill Queen of Pain. Like, if Shadow Demon gets, like, some Blink Aetherins or whatever, if he's just near Quap, killing her just seems so difficult.
And then you have the Shard and the Taser from techies. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of nuisance.
Well, killing him, though, they might not have that much of a struggle. Shadow Demon will end up dead, giving away some intel to SJ. Just a nice little pick off for them.
Also, intel received that should be aware that there's a ward now on this high ground with Spirit Breaker kind of blind charging with no hero there. So sure, SD dies, but the vision game should be leaning towards last arc just a little bit.
You know, when you mentioned intel received, I thought you were going to tell me it's about some new mechanic that Silencer can now distribute stolen ins. I was going to be like, what?
Dude, that would be so sick. Like his shard pickup or something. It's like with shard, you can then choose who gets the intelligence.
There we go. Well, down bottom, I can tell you it's not going to be Goblin Techies. He's going to be giving away some intel at this point as he's being charged on. That being said, allies are coming in. There's 3 heroes that'll be here suddenly. They've already killed the Techies, but SJ will die for this. Can they escape with Dolem and DQQ? Dolem dragged back in with the Aether Remnant. Echo gonna make sure that there's no way out for him. And they do end up right-clicking him down, killing him off. They also disrupted DQQ, so he might be dead too. Demonic Purge will be out. He's inside the pit, but mate, you are very, very dead. The Disseminate slows him.
Roshan's coming,
the Void
watch
Spirit
out.
kills him. And Roshan, just a quick little charge through just to say, hi, what's up? Where's nice little fight you're having here?
Bro, imagine if that fight was like 3 seconds later and he just like plows into the pit, just slaps Spirit Breaker into a deny. That would have been, just perfectly timed. Mildly satisfying, but didn't happen. And this is, I think, the concerns I had with Holy Girl's draft. And the reason why the game looked good for them was how well they did in laning phase. But this was kind of the fundamental issue I saw. Like, if they hold an aggressive position, it's Techie's bombs, Quap daggers, Void Spirit jumps on the backlines. Like, Venge doesn't hold her ground very well until she has like Ags +1. Like, she's a very greedy offlaner compared to a Tide Hunter who needs like 1 aura or some Underlord or any of these guys. They exist through their hero naturally wanting to stand up front. So Holy Girl need to respect that and don't force their hand too much. And if they are going to make a play, I like what they're doing here. Bring Summer in. Actually kind of progress the map cleanly rather than just kind of throwing bodies into the jungle.
No. Should be able to take down the tier 1 tower. Summer will collect the gold. They're actually going for another charge here.
Nice
Finding
bash,
Shining on his Magnus. The bash will be there. Can they catch up to him? It doesn't seem so. Unfortunately, they do not have level 6 just yet on the Spirit Breaker, so no Nether Strike.
Well, it's fine. For any Spirit Breaker player out there, you just cancelling his spell with a bash, that feels like a good rotation. Like, got him. And then now he's like, I'll get him again one day.
Got him. Just enjoying life, having fun.
What was
Still
the
haven't seen
wisdom
the
runes
answer.
for that, actually? That's important. I didn't catch the wisdom runes. We are... Okay, it was 50-50. 1 went to Spirit Breaker, 1 went to Shadow Demon. So I was trying to ascertain why the Spirit Breaker was only level 5. Same thing with the SD. Supports aren't doing too hot on the XP right now.
He might get level 6 here as they're going for a kill onto Shining. Nice little shockwave, getting some revenge for his cancel spell. Being like, I can do the same to you. Unfortunately, though, Gan has also made this rotation, and that will secure the life of this Magnus. Okay, DQQ, still not level 6, but a little bit closer now after that kill.
He's like, all right, boys, please, gotta push out a wave, and that wave is gonna be top as he TPs up just to try and get a little bit of XP.
It's like, let me just get something, boys. Shouldn't really die either. They have techies and the Void Spirit nearby, but this is a chunky boy. They're gonna make the attempt regardless. They go in, blast off, drag him back with the Aether Remnant. I say he shouldn't die, but my god, there's level 7 techies. Where did he get level 7 from? Holy smokes.
He's just been chilling. Techie's farmed so well. That's why this hero is so good in the 4 and the 5 role. As soon as you hit level 6, you start putting down these proximity mines and you're pretty much killing off waves without having to be there, right? Of course, if he's able to position nicely, grab that XP, he's going to farm good. And poor old Spirit Breaker, he was like, oh, okay, this is my lane. Goes top, gets like 1 range creep, instantly dies after.
Bro, he's 76 experience shy of level 6.
He's doing he's doing the Barra thing. He AFK'd in the fountain for like 7 seconds because he was looking at all the lanes going, oh, where the fuck am I going to go? There's like nowhere to go. So now he just charges out. He's like, all right, time to get XP. Maybe the mid lane's his friend now.
Well, let's hope for his sake that is the case. The last Dark, of course, will be trying to make sure that he is as starved as humanly possible.
He's playing so careful. Look at him. Is he going to charge it? That's such a juicy charge. But no, he respects it. He doesn't want to die again.
No way, dude. He's outside of experience range right now, dude. Get him back in. But at the same time, Khan almost dies. Runs afoul of some techies bombs. Comes close to just getting popped off. Dude, if Echo was ready there, he could have Sonic waved him and killed him.
They shared the XP between 3 heroes.
Oh, no.
He's still not level
Okay, he's got a
6.
wisdom rune. He's got a wisdom rune. Let's chill.
All right, this is the... Oh, come on. This is such a big moment for him. All right, round of applause. I don't know if he'll pick up on my mic, but... It was a very soft round of applause. I didn't want to annoy anyone. Oh, God. Good job, buddy.
He has level 6 now, so they're going to smoke up, try to utilize this somewhere. Yeah. But more importantly, they also have global silence. And the only hero down here is Co-op, though. If they catch her, they can kill her. So its allies are nowhere near her right now.
It's all about the global silence. If they can lock her down in the moment, then lay it with the global, she's dead for rights.
Well, we're going to find out exactly how dead to rights she is as they do make the attempt on her life. It's not an attempt, it's a success. Murdered Co-op in the bottom lane. And good rotation from the Holy Grail.
This feels like the type of game where if I was in it, I'd be calling for my SD to potentially not go for like the Aether Lens, but either go for a Lotus Rush if he had mana boots, because then it's like dispel himself, disrupt save to play the fight, or go for some like Glimmer play just to be able to provide some assistance outside of his disruption. And right now he's got Tranks plus the Shadow Amulet, so he is going for the Glimmer route. And, but I could have seen a world where if he had the mana boots, some AFK farming into Lotus could have been some 18, 19 minute OP play.
You can let the techies buy the Lotus, I guess. Techies will probably get there faster with some gold. So either way, Lotus Orb or any kind of Dispel, crucially important. Because they'll have, how many? They'll have 2 of them, right? They'll have a Manta on the Void Spirit and presumably Manta on the Magnus as well.
Correct, yes. And then these mid laners, they like to kill things, like to buy damage items, but this is still going to be the game that I'd like to think he can go for one defensive item. He doesn't want to die to global every fight, but we'll see which one he goes for.
He's smoked up right now with his team.
Yeah.
They have Aghanim Receptor now on this Queen of Pain, so lots of damage to come. Gone. Able to swashbuckle away from Erica. So this multi-hero smoke doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere for them. And they really want to not just reveal this Aghanim Scepter. They've got a Blink Dagger now for Shining. It's been scouted. They know it's coming from Holy Grail. This does not feel good to you. They're wasting a lot of time around here. This either needs to be a fight or them going in, but instead it's going to be the Venge initiating, going on to Shining. Dolim gets pushed backward, gone by the Sonic Wave of Echo, and Echo gets a huge double kill with the Scream of Pain, taking down 2 cores. They're trying to kill him with this illusion. DQQ gets the Nether Strike out, but they just don't have the damage. The Shadow Demon gets up a beautiful disruption onto Summer, setting up Shining for the RP, and as he finishes off the Terror Blade, the rest of Holy Grail need to run. SJ dies off as well to some stolen illusions on this TB. Normal End owning in this fight, so was Shining. And the Lost Dark don't even lose a single hero T. They take 4 and the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, the beautiful layers of the aggression that you have. You've got the disruption onto the Terror Blade, you've got the illusions, Mag's able to disengage but then re-engage with the RP. Yeah, we're going to see the replay here. So this is Venge doing her Axlerville going on to the Magnus, but unfortunately they didn't have enough damage to really layer on, and I think just Echo kind of carrying the fight. Beautiful Sonic Wave to just push the heroes back, kind of delay that engagement. And you can kind of see Holy Grail, they never really get themselves into the fight at this point. You got the Blast Off stun, Disrupt to delay, then the RP layered on top. Silencer, you just saw right there on the top of the screen, he just got his ultimate at the very end of the fight as well. And that was the last start, really just pushing the limits of knowing the cooldowns. And if Global's up, there's no way this play will succeed. But because they know it's down, they really are just kind of throwing bodies into the mix, knowing that they will be able to pump out the damage with their heroes that they have.
Phenomenal fight from them.
Now they're going to chill, continue hitting creeps, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't make an aggressive play across the river until like a Manta on Void Spirit, for example, or the Glimmer Cave. Glimmer's actually done SD. So I think Manta will be the next timing, because Void Spirit by himself can actually bait out the global. He can Astral Step in once. If he gets globaled, Manta, dissimulate out, and then reset to look at the fight. So I think the only aggressive option that they have is to utilize this Void Spirit. If they don't, then they'll happily hit creeps.
You know, when I was telling you about the build Emo went for with his Battle Fury on this hero, you know, who needs Battle Fury? We've got Magnus. So I need to do with how quickly this hero moves. Yeah. And you get around so quickly, right? You always can find the Magnus or be in his vicinity.
Yep.
So lots of farm for the Lost Dog between those two heroes. That being said, the Holy Grail, they did lose that fight quite spectacularly. But Summer, Shylock is still farming. And this is not just any Terror Blade. Chinese aficionados will know the terror that Shylock TV puts into the hearts of men in the mid lane. No techies available anymore. He does get killed off. A little bit of a pickup for the Holy Grail after the last disaster.
Well, smoke up, unfortunately, into Techie's minds. So,
can I ask you, do you feel this feels fundamentally unfair to me that Techie's minds can trigger through smoke? Like, I think that should change.
It's a interesting argument because there's a lot of ground spells that can prevent a smoke. You might argue that you'd like to think that the proximity mines, if hero is smoked, maybe a ally hero needs to be close enough to the mine for it to go off, maybe. But I think with how cheap it is to throw down these bombs and how important smokes are, it can be a little bit disheartening when you run into them constantly. So it's one of those 50-50 ones. Like, if you did change it, do you just break Techies as a hero in a bad way? Like, does he lose his entire kind of supporting toolkit?
I mean, you're saying that as a detriment, but that sounds like a plus to me. I don't see the problem here.
I mean, do you want old Techies where he's putting status traps into 3 red mines and you're dying? Or, I mean, Terrorblade, he's kind of dying right now.
He's very, very dead right now. He got jumped by 4 heroes, immediately killed off during the smoke. They committed the RP for him, and Global was expended to defend him. Not only did it not succeed, they also end up stealing this Wisdom Rune now. So, Lost Dog just taking more and more away from the Holy Grail lineup.
Just playing together. That's the key thing. They're kind of sweeping across the map. They're not trying to be greedy. They're not trying to outfarm a Terrorblade, of course. This is their moment. All of their heroes have some type of item to push each other forward, be it from the Void Spirit's tankiness, the Mag's ability to lock some heroes down. Both supports have toolkits to enable Glimmer or Mech. So, yeah, this is a really important timing for the last art to go. And this is why you see the Quap flexed to the mid. No, sorry, the Void Spirit flexed to the carry and the Quap. It's like, this is the type of gameplay you want to see from them. Will Void Spirit die to a Spirit Breaker charge? Most likely not.
Will Spirit Breaker get out of here? Most likely not. This is true. But he's right. He's a Shadow Blade this time, unlike the last time they made an attempt on his life, and Techie's nowhere nearby.
All right, you're the specialist of Chinese players and whatnot. Do you know what Erica's alternative pro name means? Like there's YSR 04E.
Nah, this is new tech, man.
This is new tech? Okay. I tried Googling it and it just showed me some like rap beats and stuff, but that was under like slightly different names. I don't know if like Erica just has like some rap artists he likes, but it's doesn't really have a ring to it, you know? Oh my God, YSR 04E, incredible astral step, you know? Like, I don't think we're gonna get any iconic clips saying his name out loud.
Yeah. This is one of those where, do you remember when No-Tail changed to what? Big Daddy No-Tail? And the entire community collectively agreed, sorry, mate, you're still No-Tail.
Yeah.
You're not getting it, despite your best efforts, despite your intent. I think that's the same situation here. Like, we see you, buddy, but you're Erica.
To be fair, though, Big Daddy No-Tail, it does have at least a ring to it, you know? And he's also at least still utilizing his name. It's not as if he just put his face across the keyboard and generated whatever this combination of password is. No, so I might auto-suggest password so I don't get hacked on my bank account.
This is his application to be adopted by Elon Musk.
Yeah, true. You're not going to get a free Tesla. Only a Mercedes when you win those ESL events or whatever. What was it? Yeah, they did the MVP cars, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There was a big smoke. from the side of Holy Grail. They don't get here in time to force the Roshan to stop, but they still want to take the fight. They drop the Global Silence and manage to take down the life of the Shadow Demon. Why is going to be next, but once Global is down, they need to be aware of the damage that can come back from the Lost Dog, and they're still trying to fight through this though. Look at the life though of this Void Spirit falling lower and lower, but he does have an Aegis. Shining finds a huge RP on the 4 heroes. This should lead to the deaths of all of them, as the lone survivors, Terrorblade, Summer, trying his best to fight through all of this, will manage to get a fair through amount of kills here, but it's ultimately not enough. A double kill for Echo, a team wipe for the Lost Dog, and Void Spirit doesn't even die, still gets to keep the Aegis of the Immortal.
An incredibly commendable fight from Holy Grail. Like, even to identify, okay, they went Roshan, they have Aegis, but to try and go for it, that's fair play. That's like the difference of like one clutch spell will be able to give you that moment to take away the Aegis, but they aren't able to achieve it. Like they have like the perfect start. They instantly find the SD, Void Spirit's Astral stepping onto a Spear Breaker, so sure, you're killing him off, but the trade-off is that you shouldn't have much mobility for the rest of the fight. But you can see here the Terrorblade having to disengage straight off the bat. They aren't really layering the Rolling Thunder with the Skadi right clicks. And in doing so, Shining is able to then eventually hit that big RP. And this triple core combination, it's so disgusting for mid-game fights. Like, it's RPs, Shadow Strikes, Astral Steps. Like, it's constant damage coming from all of them. And it's, for me, it's like Terrorblade. Look at his items now. Like, once he gets to BKB, then a Satanic, that's when you start asking the questions, will Last Arc fall off in this game potentially? And it's probably what's keeping Holy Grail some hope in this game, at least, is that inevitability of a Terrorblade timing.
Also starting to see, SJ, be careful, don't die. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about this vengeful spirit for Dolem. Doesn't feel like he's been able to accomplish all that much in this game. Like, the laning phase was incredible, but since then, I want to see more impact in these fights. But we don't have any util items. You're kind of in an awkward position where the item you spent the most money on requires you to die to get its most impact.
I mean, he's only got 390 GPM right now, 395. That's only 95 higher than the techies.
Oof.
So it's pretty dire for him right now. And sure, he's got 2,000 gold to his name. I'd argue this next item is actually a pretty hard item to buy, because you just know in the back of your mind he's not going to get another one soon after. So it's not as if he can go for like a big ticket item and feel good.
Well, his counterpart on the enemy team definitely much happier, and Dolem, his misery is about to be compounded if he dies here. He does escape, but Gan not going to be so lucky. Killed off by Erica, and SJ also gets hunted in the dire ancient area. Okay, it's all starting to go from bad to worse and worse. Holy Grail, bleeding heroes. There's a wagon not available through middle, but several heroes are here, so tier 2 should fall as well.
He actually completed the harpoon on the Void Spirit. That's,
they've got 2 of them, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I saw, of course, he had the Echo. He was going Lincolns, and then, yeah, he went back for it. And it's just really going to amplify his ability to lock onto heroes. You can Astral Step now. Even if you don't have them, the harpoon will be your saving grace to make sure you can pump out the right click. So, no, I really like the fact that they have just itemized for this 20-25 minute mark, and it's just overwhelmed Holy Grail. Like, this net worth, it feels like it's double the lead, because it's just how aggressive these items are.
We're gonna try with the Rolling Thunder play going forward onto this Void Spirit. Protection of the Lincoln Spheres will be there. Echo Slam, or Echo rather, pushing back with the Sonic Wave. DQQs outside of the base, harpooned back. They should be able to kill off the Void, the Vengeful Spirit's first life. Second one, let's see what they decide to do about it. The illusion is back. Echo just backs off with his team. They're like, right, we got what we really wanted, some free gold. But they smoke up still, T. They want to go for more, maybe looking for a wraparound play. If they can find a skewer back with Shining.
Yeah. See the confidence they have right now. They see the TB with Meta, man. Who cares, man? Sure, he has the BKB available. Meta's halfway out. If Shining sees an opportunity, they're going to go.
They're going now. They find the jump. They drag him back with the Aether Remnant. There's going to be the RP. Global Silence will be popped, however, but they'll try to back off. Beautiful Nether Strike onto Shining. Pushes him into the base and enables Holy Grail to finish him off. Will there be any revenge taken for him, though? As the Shadow Demon, his illusions beating down Holy Grail, they have to run away. And this Aghanim Scepter from Quap doing so much work. Harpoon and Aether Remnant onto SJ to kill him off. Echo just follows after the Spirit Breaker. And the damage from the Axe will ensure that the death ends up happening.
These engagements are just so obnoxious. Not only do you have to go through the raw tankiness of Mag and Void Spirit, so much spam. Look at this. You poke yourself in, you get back out, already dead.
Yeah, coming back into the game though, they need to find something with this Rolling Thunder. Nobody's found just yet. Dolem does get a swap back onto the Shadow Demon, but the disruption was even faster. Dolem will die right now to the Void Spirit, triggering out yet another illusion from him. At the same time, look at Gan getting gone on by Void Spirit and Echo. They're making it look so easy right now. Harpoon back onto the Summer Terror Blade. He is looking like he's running out of options. There's no Sunder, there's no BKB, and now there's no Terror Blade. And this game looks like it's also going to be over as the Last Dark just so much further ahead than the Holy Grail. And more importantly, just doing so much more damage. 5.3k for the Void Spirit, 3.6 for the Queen of Pain, and the highest on the Holy Grail is a paltry 2 from the Pango.
And there it is, GG. Game 1 goes the way of Last Dark. Honestly, I thoroughly enjoyed how Echo played this game on this Queen of Pain. I think not only did he fix bot lane from how awkward it was, his Sonic Waves, it was not about getting the kill. It was about just forcing the Pangolier Rolling Thunder to just stop in its tracks. It felt like he was using it as like if this is a fissure, you know? Like he's rolling in, he gets delayed, and now he's like, do I really want to engage? Now I've been pushed back a bit, I have to then go even deeper, it will expire. So the Echo playing a really, really solid game.
Yeah, a very solid game. Of course, his initial start to the game was somewhat derailed, given that he had to buy a Blink or level up the Blink. You know, you're worried about, is the Queen of Pain going to have the same degree of impact?
Blink on the mid lanes, boss. All right, we're in the clear.
But the game, I honestly feel like it started to change for him. Remember that rotation he made to bottom? Got that double kill?
Yeah.
After that, you're like, oh, now it's starting to feel like a very nice Queen of Pain game. And then pretty much just never stopped connecting with kills afterwards. Kill after kill after kill, making space for heroes that don't even need that much space, right? So you mentioned it best. At some point, they realized that actually, hang on, we're pretty strong right now. We should just play as 5. Once they did that, they just didn't see a reason to stop. And why would they? It was working.
No, it was. I really liked the fact that they flexed as a Void Spirit to carry, because they'd already hit the check mark of the draft to do this. You've got the Techies as a supplement to your damage. You've got the Magnus to empower. You then have the Queen of Pain for the kind of momentum of the game. And then you have the SD to deal with the Terror Blade, because if the game does get a little bit spicy and your Void Spirit carries falling off potentially, these illusions will help you get over the line. So this was a really well-crafted draft to enable you to utilize your last pick and, you know, flex accordingly, decide at the end. And they just played on that perfectly the entire time. Like, if you just ignore laning phase and how awkward it was, the rest of the game, it was just constant fight, understanding their limits, knowing that they're going to support each other in these engagements. And, you know, Erica and Echo, they both just didn't care, because it's like, what is really killing them? There's not layered stuns, it's the global. And once you buy a Manta, once you get enough HP to survive through it, you don't care. So, no, this was a really stellar performance from the guys. And I think this was probably one of the nicer drafts that I've seen in a long time, coming out from kind of Division 2 China, kind of Division 2 teams. It feels like a very stellar Division 1 draft for sure.
A lot of very good ideas coming through right now from the side of the Last Dark. So they're using this opportunity at the beginning of Div 2 to show us that they're not going to be any rollovers. They're going to be one of the teams to beat within the division. Good play from them, good understanding of the game, good map movements as well. Like, we go back to the first death on the TB, precipitated by the Twin Gate move by Techies. Just very good stuff all across the board. And now it's going to be on Holy Grail to try and figure out an answer here going into Game 2, because clearly they do need some help right now. And hopefully offlane Vengeful Spirit is not going to be deployed again within the series. What do you think? Do we give it? I'm actually conflicted here, because I do want to give Echo the MVP, but I want to also shout out Normal End, who had a phenomenal Shadow Demon game. Some of these disruptions, Clutch not just to save his team, he stole Terror Blade illusions multiple times, did his own damage in the fights, kited really, really well, used the Glimmer Cape 4 staffs to keep people away from global silence plays. So shout out to Echo, did a really good job on the court, but also a young mention for the Shadow Demon would not go amiss.
No, that's fair. I'm also myself. I said it at the very end of the cast. I'm happy that Echo is getting MVP because it's like, I just remember when he was like, he went from Outsiders from China, and it's like his name. It's like, whatever, man, not that good. This type of game, 10-1-11, like just popping off, really putting the team on his back. Like when I look at the names on this team, and it's like there's Erica, and I feel like I'm talking about Echo more. It's like that's kind of testament to what you're bringing to the game, right? So that's already pretty cool to see. And I just, again, just the Sonic waves on the Rolling Thunder, like it was so smooth. Like he didn't care about the kills because his Shadow Strike would do that. So yeah, I just want to see what other heroes he can play, and if there's like what type of player he is. Because just seeing one co-op game with the free rotations and stuff, that's cool. But like, what type of mid laner is he now? So this is where I'm going to be looking to see where his playbook really lies.
Let's find out what Echo and the boys have in store for the side of the Last Dark after a very small break as we return for Game 2. So don't go anywhere. More Dota 2 will commence in just a second. What's happening, everybody? Welcome back to some Chinese regional Dota as we witness the DPC matchup between Holy Grail and the Last Ark. And so far, it's the Holy Grail that have managed to find themselves on the receiving end of a bit of a beatdown. They'll have their back against the ropes, but we are hoping to see that they have the grit and determination necessary to come back in Game 2. So we're going to be finding out with this draft between themselves and the Last Ark. Of course, they're showing so much respect here. You know how you know you're showing some respect here, T? You're like, okay, you know what, fine. Fair play, you guys beat us. We're just going to take your Magnus away. Thank you very much. We're going to steal your opener. And that's what we think is the key to success for us now.
Yo, I just realized as well that I forgot that Erica was the player that played with the tissue on his mouse. Not many players do this. Very unconventional.
Yeah. That being said, it's like, I think he's following the footsteps of Sila, right? Who was the big one from China.
Ooh, yes. I know there was at least 2 or 3 of them. I couldn't put my finger on who it was, but damn. It's just so uncomfortable to think about it, but alas, with voice rate performances like that, you put 2 tissues on next game if you need to. It's all good. Draft-wise, though, we are going to see a shift in pick order because Holy Grail is first pick. Like you mentioned, they do get the Magnus straight off the bat. And not a response that we see often, if anywhere. Storm and Silencer. But the pairing in itself naturally synergizes. Storm's a hero that wants to get into the middle of the fight. Silencer can always cover you if things get a bit dicey. Can also assist where if Storm finds a target, the global will enable the Storm to just kind of kill without the additional protection. Oracle wouldn't have been a natural response that I'd think of into this, because Oracle doesn't like playing into global because you're very much a backline supporting defensive style hero. And also Storm naturally, you'd pick Storm into Oracle because you can find him with ease. So yeah, not I think the strongest of picks here.
Yeah, they must have some incredible combo with this that they want to come for. I mean, between the Magnus and the Oracle, just this order does suggest to me that they're putting all their eggs into the summer basket. So whatever hero they're getting for him, it's going to be some giga hard carry. That they're like, mates, you just win the game for us. Well, however much time you need, you're going to get it. Not only for the game, but in the midst of these fights as well. Oracle will buy you that space with the Magnus.
Yeah. I feel like for Holy Grail, the adaptation I want to see from their draft is just have a little bit more diversity in how you want to play the game. Because when I see a Silencer plus Venge combo, it's so bland that I'm not expecting to see any crazy plays. And then you throw in like a Spirit Breaker on top, it's like, sure, you're going to find that one hero and he's going to die. But where's the next evolution of your draft to take you to, you know, winning the game, fighting for Roshan, taking away map control? Like this type of draft from game 1, it really just needs to do well in lanes and dictate. And it's so hard to do that nowadays. Like there's so many ups and downs in Dota, so many resources on the map to utilize. So I'm already kind of seeing it hinted at with their current opening. And I love the Monkey King ban. I think if any of the bans, I was thinking like a Monkey King with Empower plus the Oracle enabling him, play inside the Wukongs to protect the Oracle, like that would have been the pick, I think. So didn't get there in time to say it, but Last Up ban it out, so this brings it to light.
Would have been crazy back as well. Magnus and having the RP Wukong is always really fun to see. Sadly, gonna have to come up with something different for summer. But first, gonna be seeing what the Last Ark has in store for us. We had some super hard carries banned away from Erica. There's no Timbersaw either in the game. So now we have to see probably their other support. The normal end hero, he played Shadow Demon last time around to excellent affair. I'm not sure if it fits into going into this game again. But if you have space for Shadow Demon into a Magnus, or maybe Rubik, I want to see any kind of hero that makes it hard for Magnus to just play his natural style and always be concerned and worried about going in with the Blink Dagger. So any one of those heroes that can fulfill that role for them, I think is good. Taking their time with this one though. They want to make 100% sure we've got the right hero at the end.
Yeah, this is a difficult pick. Like, I actually don't know what route you want to take because you already have Silencer, and I think Silencer is very susceptible to making your other support feel really bad because you don't see that Silencer go with your other support and make plays on the map. So I think potentially something like Skyroth Mage or Independent Hero, they actually go for the Rubik. Damn, okay. That's fair. It is setting up to be that standard big beefy offlane plus Rubik combo. I respect the point that you made about annoying the Magnus throughout the game with the lifts, but I was expecting the support to have a little bit more punch just because of the silencer, so that they can be independent in what moves they make, but they didn't go for that.
Holy Grail will come back for the Dark Willow. The Dank one herself is here. So we have some Magnus Dark Willow combos. Man, so many late combos we're seeing these days. It's fun to watch. Makes Dota very exciting. Does also give them an additional zone of control. You were concerned about their lack overall of punch and presence in the last game. At least now they have some team fight. There's some options that they have available. It's not just going to be, well, we kill one person and then what? There's control that they offer now and some damage. They were kind of lacking in the damage department. Now between Dark Willow, Void Spirit, and already having Magnus, damage not going to be a problem anymore.
Yeah, this is how you round out your opening to make sure it doesn't look janky, right? Like the Dark Willow, you mentioned in the combos, it's going to be the roots into shockwaves, into skewers. You get multiple instances of the damage of the root. It's going to be pretty good. And then, of course, we saw how good Void Spirit was with Empower in the previous game. Identical thing in this game. I would expect the Void Spirit to be the mid laner, though, in this scenario. Play into the Storm Spirit. And then you're kind of a little bit closer to that Magnus, where you can both meet in the Ancient Area, get the Empower, and leave. And God, these picks are... Again, it's China. I should expect a Rubik. I'm a bit rusty on that one. But the Abaddon as well, it's like... I think this hero is underrated for what it achieves in the game right now, if you can get the correct item build. Because you don't farm that quickly. I think if you don't truly know what item route you want to go, you can just grief the game. Because you're always, guys, wait, I'm so close to my Echo Saber. It's like, bro, that does nothing. It's like, don't worry though, it's a great item. It's like, this hero can grief your team if you itemize incorrectly. But in this game, Voice Spirit can never go on you, right? You don't want to waste Astral Steps on an Abaddon. You don't want to waste RP on an Abaddon, so it can disjoint Holy Grail's initiation at least.
There's Abaddon. We saw Chalice playing this in Div 1 the other day of Azure Ray, and he played... I'm trying to remember what he built, because he played Omni Knight the game before and he went Harpoon on the Omni. I'm trying to remember what he did on the Abaddon. Hold on. I think he did build Harpoon.
Manta, Harpoon.
Harpoon, Manta.
Yeah.
Yes. Harpoon, Manta. And then he built Blink Dagger afterwards. It was crazy. It was really, really good, actually. It was nice to see. So that gives them the option, if Lost Dog was watching that game, to potentially run this hero in the off lane. Because they can do it both, right? Off lane or safe lane. Kind of complicates life for what Holy Grail should be banning at the end of this phase.
I think I'd want to see it off lane, because it will apply a little bit of pressure to that lane because of the Rubik. Like Rubik's a hero that enables a lot of these offlaners to exist because of the defensive capabilities, the Fade Bolt damage reduction, the lift, disengage. On top of that, you have a Abaddon with shield. So I think I'd like to see that. Oh, they go the Alk themselves. I was actually going to say Last Ark could go Alk, because they have so much existence on the map that they just need the big X factor to get them over the line. And there's still the Alk. This would have been such a good pick for Last Ark.
Yeah, but it's consequently such a good pick for Holy Grail. It's another hero that will buy Manta / BKB, aka get through the silencer. You can play these sustained fights against this Abaddon, so you don't just feel super bad about it now. You have so much beef to punch through as well. Good God. Look at these heroes, T, on the side of Holy Grail. How much damage you need to kill everyone? The Last Dark, whatever hero they get here for Erica, has to be like the carry of all games. Is it Arc Warden maybe? Okay, it's going to be carry Abaddon. Tide Hunter's going to come into the offlane instead.
I think this is one of those potential necessary flexes, because when you look at the bans before we shift away from it, like the Monkey's gone, Morphling's gone, Terrorblade's gone, even Slark to some degree. Like all these heroes that have timings in the game to annoy the Alk have been banned out. And I'm looking through heroes that have potential good matchups against him. Also probably would have been too good in the game. So Last Ark, they're going to lean, I think, more on their macro choices and their ability to lean on their experience in the game to beat Holy Grail, because draft-wise, Holy Grail is very scary. Like,
Yeah.
first Roshan, they have all the tools to break this game. And Last Dark have nearly 0 damage in their lineup outside after laning phase. So the script has flipped for sure. Holy Grail should, in theory, if they can execute, this is their game to win.
I am fully with you. Before the Tidehunter came out, I was going to ask you maybe some like TA could emerge from the side of the Last Dark. Because they also don't have any armor reduction either, which really concerns me going up against this Alchemist lineup. So I would say that based on the performances we saw from Last Dark, I don't think they're that much better than Holy Grail to justify this kind of draft. They'll have to demonstrate it to us here, T. So let's see if they have what it takes. Game 2, is it going to be a 2-0 or are we going to be having a 2-1 season? We find out together. I must say as well that I'm not that big of a fan of Tidehunter right now from the offlane position relative to the other like tier 1 offlaners. Like these heroes like Magnuses, even Void Spirits, Primal Beasts, Beastmasters, and then there's, Tide. You're like, oh, hey, buddy.
I think the caveat here is just tankiness and survivability, right? Like a Tide plus Abaddon Corgio going into like mid to late game. Is Void Spirit really going to have fun in this game executing these heroes? Like, it's not as if we're going to see like, oh my god, the Tide got 100-0. I think maybe you have to go like Silver Edge on Void Spirit and change up your itemization a little bit. But Last Dark, like, there's something about their draft that I think there's hope for them for sure. It's this like Echo Saber Manta, Tide getting some auras, Storm always killing Oracle, and then I think they have a route to win the game, but it's heavily dependent on just so much gold.
Let's see if they can get that gold in this game. The horn has now sounded. Yet again, we might have a small skirmish around these runes, but Holy Grail say, not this time. It'll just be a standard 2-2 bounty rune affair. So
Nice even trade-off.
Yep. Mid lane is going to be what we see a lot nowadays, Spirit versus Spirit. And what we normally see is Spirit versus Spirit, boring as hell. We trade farm, do nothing until supports arrive. Yay. So looking on the side, see which one's more exciting? Which lane are we expecting the first bloods to be happening on?
I feel like Holy Grail, the Magnus lane, basically. That should be the lane that has a little bit more fight in it. You're going to have the shockwaves into the brambles. You're going to have potential Abaddon overstepping his mark on the flip side if Willow wastes Realm. So yeah, this top lane is going to be the consistent aggressive lane. And even I'm saying that in the bot lane right now, Rubik is getting blood grenaded and gone on a little bit, but unable to get the stun.
Normal End is actually playing this series out of his goddamn mind. He was supposed to be dead right now. Like, stun hits him, one blood grenade, and he's gone. But he jukes away. Make sure that Summer has no choice but to just throw it onto Shining. What a player.
Really nice stuff. And yeah, Normal End doing good work.
Yeah. Definitely doing quite the utmost for his team so far. But Summer is also going to be farming away. The frustrating thing for him is that they can't really stop this Alchemist from accruing net worth, even with this Tidehunter. So this laning phase is going to be just them, not going to be them being able to apply mass amounts of pressure onto this Alki. Going to get a big chunky boy.
I'm trying to see if Last End had a pro team before this. Because like on his Dota buff, it was a lot of like in-house tournament games. And then his first real showing was, on this team, I feel. So this is, maybe there's a tournament that I'm missing, but it's pretty much one of his main first teams he's appeared on. So very good showing straight off the bat from him.
Yeah. I've definitely never heard of his name before. So if you can't find it on Dota Buff, I haven't heard about it. The only reliable source of Chinese info is B-Cup. Must ask him, hey man, do you know this Normal End guy?
Do you know this guy who doesn't have a Wikipedia page and has like 100 games of just some random league where he's playing every different hero possible, which I think gives me in-house vibes, but yeah, fair play. Yeah, this is the cool thing, especially with like the Div 2 and like, for example, like I'd love to know like the lore behind Erica joining like this team for like a player with like the pedigree of playing on Vici, of course, he did get replaced by Fly for like the tail end of the season. Like it wasn't like the perfect tour for him in no means, but it's interesting. Like, why does he pick these players? Like the new position 4 that we haven't seen before, the mid laner from Outsiders from China. Like, what did he see in them that really? All right, I'm gonna join these guys rather than just joining just another established team.
Mid lane, Khan should be fine here. The lore apparently, right, the word on the streets is that he was the one that wanted to leave Vici first.
Sure.
And then they approached Fly afterwards.
Yeah,
so maybe the situation has just been that, he spent a couple of years on Vici, things haven't really worked out there. So he's like, let's try the opposite direction. Instead of the seasoned pros and the veterans, let's just go play with some new kids and make my own way.
Yeah, that's the cool thing, because I think a lot of teams in Division 2, it's often one player and then there's like some managerial person or coach attached, and they kind of together navigate these divisions where they're finding players, building up the rosters. And I don't know how it operates in China Division 2, but it would be cool to see, like, understand if it was like Erica, the one doing the work, finding these players. Is it more natural just from pubs? Like, is there a person behind the scenes who's actually kind of just coordinating the roster and going, Erica, I found this opportunity. I think this combination is good. So, yeah. Hopefully some website will do interviews and stuff and find out the answers for us.
While we're busy wondering all of this, we do have the first blood happening in the game. DQQ taking out our silencer. So the Holy Grail off to a definitely better start than the last time out. Makes him feel very, very good. So all their lanes kind of working out right now, but the mid lane, dude, they're getting crushed middle. Holy smokes. Gun is getting himself worked by Echo at the moment.
God, Echo really wants that back-to-back MVP. I know it's very important. Of course, if Echo, he'd be upset if he didn't get it. I know the English broadcast MVP system is really what he's playing for here. Not the TI power rankings, but no, he is, 33 for 7 to the 20 and the 2 voice spirit. Every time he steps up, he's just getting hit by the vortex into overload remnants. Like, he's not able to play with confidence. Yeah. Normally this matchup's a little bit, I guess Storm is slightly Storm favored, but to be this favored, Echo's done some work.
Echo. Putting in the work. Has some support coming in right now. They actually might kill DQQ on his young Maresca. She's going to try survive with the Shadow Realm, but should be dead no matter what. The question is, has there been enough setup with the Bramble Maze for Khan? There might have been, but unfortunately, Void Spirit 70 experience short of having level 6 feels bad.
I thought Silencer was going to sense the ward that was placed in desperation by the Dark Willow, but alas, it wasn't. Yeah. Last Dark bringing the supports. They brought them very early as well, to be fair. They came at like the 5-minute 30 mark, walked their way, killed off a Willow, and then also secured the rune. So this will be the benefit of having Abaddon and Tidehunter as your side lane cores. They're so tanky and independent that the Silencer Rubik, a naturally quite static support duo, are able to make the unconventional rotations.
Top lane, speaking of moves, Dolem getting gone on right now, and they might be able to kill off this Magnus. He's so low, he finally ends up ticking out, but it comes at a very expensive cost as they end up losing the Abaddon and the Rubik as well. Nice little response by Holy Grail to come top at the perfect moment and find the kill onto the core hero of this Abaddon.
Nice stuff. I mean, in your dying moments of Magnus, there's always an opportunity to make a play, be it throwing out the RP and then dying, skewering into a disadvantage or a bad position. I'm not even going to try and say that. It's too early in the morning, but you get the point. So, yeah, nice stuff. And now, dead.
They unfortunately end up losing their Alchemist. They couldn't stop him, but Garn looking for some revenge here. We'll be able to bring down the Tidehunter. So it's a 1-for-1. Echo, though, finally making his presence known on the map by showing up to this bottom side.
Yeah. I like the fact that we are seeing Gun make these rotations. Like, it's so critical when you're behind on mid to see opportunities to TP and get the kill. It's also why Spirit Heroes are so good in meta and also have been in meta for multiple years, because the era of like Tops and Tiny going forwards, and now it's just like they come to my tower, I TP, I want to kill them. So Storm, Ember, Void, all these heroes just excel at the counter rotation plays. Same thing with Pop. Anything spicy in itemization coming out really? Not so much.
No, seems pretty normal so far. But it's also a little bit of early days. Might see people doing something to respond. Rubik should end up dead now. SJ and DQQ just happy to still go around killing off some supports, doing their thing. I still want to find out what this Abaddon's going to build though for this game. For Mr. YSR-04E.
Yes, a very well-known pro. So I'm looking at Pro Tracker just to understand what the vibe is. Has Abaddon been played carry that much? And it's been picked up by Team Sexy Carry in Eastern Europe, RTW, Nightfall's played it, Yataro's even played it recently. So it's kind of getting popularity from some of the big carries. Tomato's played it as well. And I think the variation in build is Manta Harpoon or Radiance Manta Harpoon. That's like the clear difference I see right now. Just can they get the Radiance and not be punished?
I think for this game, I would love Harpoon. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm leaning on the non-Radiance approach. But I guess the alternative... So they have two options, right? It's Radiance to make sure you will eventually get to the 6 items and beat out Holy Grail's lineup. Or you go for the Harpoon and hope that you just execute in the mid-game.
We're going to try and execute Dolam right now on the top side of the map, but unfortunately for them, SJ is right here, has access to the Fate's Edict. So, completely A-OK. And bottom, Shining did lose some of his HP there, but they also didn't have the damage to kill him off. So, offlaners all across the map are A-OK.
Yeah, and this is not going to be a carry matchup that will be too exciting for the Abaddon. It's not as if you're an MKB buyer to punish this Alchemist and whatnot. Storm is going to jump in the mid, but happily we'll be able to zip disengage.
Yeah.
So last dark, they are, I think, going to just need to find that momentum.
Storm dumps back in, looking for this Maresca. She goes into the Shadow Realm though, and now all of a sudden, Storm Spirit very low on the HP. Fortune's in, roots him in position for a second, but he does jump onto SJ. He spends most of his mana pool to do so, and here is going to be a Ravage, first one of the game, committed just for the Oracle kill. As Tidehunter makes his presence known elsewhere on the map as well, gets off the Ravage kill. I imagine, is that worth it in your opinion at the end of the day?
I don't think he's going to be ravaging anyone else, so I can respect it for the time spent in your rotation. If you don't get a kill, it feels a lot worse. So get the ravage, get the kill, go back to bot lane. Both teams lack ways to progress the map. You're not seeing some Beastmasters, some Pugna style hero, where one bad spell equals a loss of a tier 1 tower. So I think it's honestly perfectly fine to use spells if it is going to secure a kill.
Back to farming a little bit all across the map.
He's going for the Radiance on Abba. He's queued it up.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask you about this because he's saving all this gold. He was thinking about it. But now he says, well, we're committed.
I guess it is just the Alk factor, right? If he doesn't go Radiance and he goes Harpoon, then unless he gets some incredible kill, Alk's going to have 3 items on the Abaddon. But if Abaddon goes Radiance, then at least he'll always have that extra half item going into an engagement. He'll be on the cusp of chasing the Alk. No way will he farm as quickly, but it'll give him at least a crutch to play on in this game.
I suppose as well when you have this Radiance, that's less damage that this Alk does to you.
Sure.
For quite a fair portion of the game.
Yeah.
Both lineups now trying to take down tier 1 towers. So we're having some mirrored moves. Lost Dark should be able to claim theirs first, but Holy Grail not far behind. And SJ thinks he scouted out a potential kill here. And indeed, Silencer is waiting in the wings, but he's waiting for backup. Looks like they're considering a defense as Lost Dark dragging the Storm Spirit. They're just waiting. The tower's down bottom. They're bringing back the Tidehunter, and he has Ravage soon. I'm not sure they can finish off the tower in time here, T. I'm going to see if they can. 15 seconds to Ravage. Tower about to fall, and Gone actually jumping in. Thought about starting off this fight. Instead, they started off onto the silencer as they kill off YYYY quite easily. No Blink Dagger available for Dolem just yet, so no skewer plays onto the Tidehunter. I'm kind of surprised that Last Dark brought all those heroes and then just did nothing.
It was a really awkward engagement, and I feel like even trying to defend it just felt a little bit wrong. Ravage wasn't available, your Abaddon is in farming mode, you don't really have the damage from your supports. It's not as if there's like, let's say there's a Scarif Mage, right? Some Storm Zip Sky, you're going to kill a hero. You at least get something from that engagement, but the way that Last Dark play these fights, it's about pickoffs, and a pickoff they shall find. Potentially
looking for
hold.
Gone right now on the Void Spirit. They pop the Global Silence, but SJ gets off the False Promise. So Gone is going to be A-okay. They just ran out of the damages, like you said. These supports don't have enough punch right now. So despite finding the setup, it looked like a layup, but they got dribbled around, and they just end up wasting their spells and mana.
Yeah. And that attempt of a pickoff will now install a new mindset into the Last Dark. It's now, wait a second, don't go for the pickoffs, just continue farming. If they've got an Alk and we can't kill the Alk because one, we don't have heroes for it, and two, they have an Oracle, we need to just be more efficient on the map. Force the game to be Alk versus 3 cores. And it's not really happening right now because Mag's in second in net worth, but if Last Dark are able to not react as much, potentially they can get their 3 cores into a position where 1 Alk death, 2 Alk deaths, the game's in a more manageable state. And it's always scary. Like this Alk pick, I expected Last Dark to pick it up, but the fact that Holy Grail had the mindset to even go for themselves, it really is a game changer. Like if they didn't have Alk, this game much, much harder. So big step up on the draft from Holy Grail from game 1 to game 2.
We'll see now. Top lane, they're going to find themselves an additional kill onto Shining. He's been stunned up. He does at least have the Pipe of Insight that he just picked up, but it's not going to save him ultimately, as he does still get brought down on the other side of the map. Abaddon has been come across by this Maresca, and they maybe want to find the kills, but the TP attempt will be there. Unfortunately, for the Dark Widow, Storm Spirit comes even faster. 1-for-1 trade on the map, but a trade that Holy Grail will take any day of the week, bringing down Shining on his Tidehunter. Mid lane, they're actually not done just yet. They're thinking about going on to Gone, but as soon as they make that jump, probably someone on the team is like, guys, yo, remember what happened last time? Like, okay, this is not going anywhere.
That was actually so cool from Oracle. So in that play, as soon as they started zipping onto the Void Spirit, the Oracle preemptively fully charged his Fortune's End on himself. Because if the global gets used, it would cancel, dispelling the global to then be able to ultimate the False Promise. So as the Storm zipped in, of course, they saw the Oracle. They weren't going to try and commit, but just the fact that the Oracle had that mindset of need to prevent global, if it worked, it would have been such an OP play, but alas, it didn't.
They're gonna need the Oracle again here now because a fight is breaking out in this mid lane. Global Silence will come out. Ravage is on though from Shining, catching 3 heroes, including the Oracle. SJ is the first one killed off. Does buy back, however. Lift back on Gone into Summer, who's still alive and very healthy here. RP dragging the Rubik as well as Abaddon together. As normal end dies, Dolem will get a double for this. And they just feel a little bit too strong right now on the side of Holy Grail. The Last Dark didn't even bring the entire complement, so it was a 5v4 affair. This fight's not even over just yet. Silencer eats a Curse Crown, but as he gets behind the tier 2, that'll sound the end of the engagement, as Holy Grail will claim a tier 1 tower as a reward.
Just look at the Alk versus Abaddon right now. 12,000 net worth from the Alchemist. He's got Sanj and Yasha and Radiance. Click on the Alchemist. Not even a Radiance to his name. And that is the disparity in these 2 cores right now.
Ooh,
Summer,
no.
he's with his team. He's making the punch and gone. Gotta say, by the way, I respect the fact that you consistently do say why. Like I would have been, after like saying it once, I probably would have, I wouldn't say why because of course, innocence why, like that's already kind of taken. I'd have maybe downgraded him to let's say like why? Just to, give myself some breathing time. Or
dedication.
Why to the power of 4, but that's probably more of a mouthful than why.
Why? It's also kind of just fun to say.
you could just say why, but longer. You know, like why?
Why?
But that's also
Okay, that's
kind of
cool,
awkward.
actually. I like that, though.
Yeah, that's true. You just need to like have the animacy for it. I think if you don't put the energy into saying it, it's just a bit awkward. Just like this
down
is.
bottom. This is very awkward for Baron. Does have borrowed time, but there's too many heroes here for this to reliably save his life. Bramble Maze comes in. Crazy jukes through the Bramble Maze, it must be said, but it might not be enough. Normal End doing everything in his power to stop this from happening, but they bring in the entire lineup. Void Spirit's here as well, and he's still alive on Erica. Good God, that took a long time, but he does eventually take a tumble. His team on the bright side, though, T, fair play to them, end up using the time to take the tier 1 tower, so they still have their heads on straight about the game.
And Normal End, he's trying to complete this vessel. It's such a weird item right now in the current meta, just because of the prevalence of buying Manta, how easy it is to dispel it across the heroes. But he's going to go for that vessel. He's just completed it now. He doesn't have any charges yet. So if they are going to try and utilize this correctly, they're going to need a free pick-off, get that vessel charge. Hopefully, Oracle's not available, because not only does Alchemist... Actually, he hasn't got BKB yet. So it's pretty much all about Oracle. If Oracle Fortune's End dispels it, Vessel does nothing. So there will be a window in the next fight where potentially this Vessel reveal could do some work, but again, they need to get some charges first. Maybe Normal End just runs into the middle of them, dies, gets that one free charge, then smokes. Is that what you were thinking?
I was actually thinking that last fight they had down bottom where they abandoned him to chase the Baron. He should have stuck around and died, so he would have had the Spirit Vessel charge when it eventually emerged. Top lane, Yul Scepter out onto this Maresca. She is still alive for a while. She does end up dying. They commit the global silence for this, though. So they definitely need to get Normal End out of here. Dolan, though, catches up to him, even commits the full RP. That's a lot of hate being shown towards the Rubik. But on the bright side, does get a Spirit Vessel charge.
All right, this is actually a timing. I mean, sure, global's down, but there's no RP available, so you're mirroring 1-for-1. And then now you've got, Ravage available. Abaddon's got his, it could be an opportunity to go. Not the most comfortable of ones, but they might be able to find it.
Let's see what they decide to do. Holy Grail still mostly in control of the game, looking towards taking a tier 2 tower on the top side of the map. And then after this, we start to think about when they encroach into the Roshan pit. Try to get themselves an Aegis. Echo jumps forward. Dude, that's a... you see, it's what you're talking about. He knows there's no RP, so he can make these kind of risky jumps.
Wow, it's so risky. It just needs to be like one Rogue Remnant or one Fortune's End getting precast, and he is just out of there.
I think probably somebody on the team probably let him know that, bro. Like, dude, it's not worth it. Just let it go. Bottom. Oh, no, not again. This feels like deja vu. The team is coming. Terrorize will be there. We've seen how long it takes to kill off this Abaddon. Let's see how much time he can buy for his squad. Tidehunter waiting in the wings for a Blink Ravage. He gets jumped on, though. So he has to just walk in for the Ravage. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger just yet. They zip themselves in onto Ghan. They bait out the false promise. But I think that was the intent. They're baiting the edges of the fight. Skewer back. Shining, not the target you want to go on. Killing him quickly, certainly not going to happen. So this fight doesn't seem like it's actually going to break out further than it already has. Radiant side happy to hold the tower. Lost Dark happy to keep Abaddon alive. And everybody just goes home.
Still yet to utilize that vessel, though. We're still lacking that opportunity for Normal End to go, I bought this item and we're going to kill this hero. It's that constant battle. Do we have global? Is the Fortune's End available? Are they going to... I mean...
No way.
It's so difficult. And they're actually going for Roshan.
No Alchemist, way. They do not have the damage for this.
I mean,
no
Alchemist
way,
is 100 gold away from BKB. This could be the setup that allows Last Ark to actually get the fight. Global's back up. Ravage is available. Still no false promise for 55 seconds. This could go sideways for Holy Grail if they mess up the execution.
Holy Grail. They get the G-Ward now. They're channeling the stun for the Alchemist. Who's he going to find first? Coming across Rubik. They stun him up, but they don't want to engage the fight immediately. Like you say, they are aware of the ramifications of being badly positioned into a global silence, into a Ravage. At the same time, look at Ghan coming across Echo. Just gonna try and zip himself away.
Out BKB's coming out on courier, but Out now doesn't have ultimate. So again, it's such an awkward window. 30 seconds, BKB available, but no ultimate. His attack speed's going to be a little bit limited. He's still going to be able to throw his body into the fight and enable the Mag and Void Spirit.
They all got scouted underneath the ward, but a beautiful Terrorize comes in. Sadly, the follow-up not there in time. And they keep targeting Erica. It's either him or Shining, though, which kind of sucks. Neither of them are very nice targets. So they're the ones standing on the front lines.
Have they even scouted out how low Roshan is right now? I don't think they've thrown a Remnant in yet. Gun's about to do it now.
Yeah, it gets popped immediately, though, by Shining. Now Yule Scepter going out onto DQQ. Global Silence will be there as well. He's inside the Shadow Realm, however. And Echo has found the long zip onto SJ, but they get the false promise off soon. Shining gets off a Ravage, stunning up several heroes in the process. But where's the follow-up from his team? They get the RP down onto this Abaddon, and they're able to kill him off. Khan having another double damage rune in this game. DQQ and boys, they're trying to chase down off the normal end. They really want to find him. Yule's into the air. They should be able to get off the skewer. Okay, very nicely done by normal end with the stolen skewer onto the high ground. But he will still end up dead. While this is happening, Gon and Summer are finishing off Roshan. So they get the fight, they get the Abaddon, they get the cause, and they get the Aegis.
Yeah, I think even though the play was pretty cool in concept, it just wasn't able to get it across the line. They didn't have enough damage from Last Dark to actually kill off the Roshan. Also didn't help that it was a daytime Roshan where Holy Grail were able to utilize the TPs and the buybacks. Like this Roshan just sat at 1/5 HP the entire fight, and Holy Grail consistently sitting on the fringe. They start with the global, they look for the Oracle. He doesn't die inside that combination, which allows him just to continue kiting out for a little bit longer. And now you see on the right hand side Summer, he doesn't really care about this. Beautiful RP post Abaddon ultimate, and this is where the fight just completely collapses. Storm spent his entire resources to kill off one Oracle. Willow's already brought back. Your Abaddon's dead. It's just not the best fight. And again, I respect the idea of doing this Roshan play. There were moments where timings weren't layered nicely for Grail, but they just couldn't connect the dots. If they maybe had one more ounce of damage in their lineup, get the Aegis, could be a different story. But yeah, now Holy Grail 10k lead with an Aegis themselves, 20,000 net worth nearly on this Alchemist, doubling the Abaddon pretty much. It'd be one of those games.
Well, you said you're concerned about Alchemist being 2 items ahead. He's almost 3 at this point on the Abaddon. It's kind of crazy. Tier 1 tower has been taken. Tier 2 about to fall middle. They're even stealing Wisdom runes away from the enemy team. So now the question is, T, what is the plan if you're on the side of the Lost Dark? What do you do now? Dolem is going to try and find a solo kill here, but yeah, Baron thought about going in, but he's like, actually, you know what, buddy? I think you're better off alone. Sorry, mate.
Wait, it's one vessel charge. Take the dub where you can. Dead for 38, but we got a vessel charge, sure. No, I think for Last Dark, if they can survive this window of Aegis, again, it's only up for another 2 minutes 40, then it's going to be how do they start the fights? Because Alquil eventually, he's the type of carry that excels in like the first 35 minutes of the game. And as soon as you hit like the 40-minute mark, questions start getting asked because like ACs get picked up, halberds get picked up. There's like ways to annoy him. And if he can't kill during his like BKB ultimate phase, then he's just getting kited out slowly. And so there will be this late game timing where all the items are online. Abaddon's obviously 3, 4, 5 slotted. He's happily caught up with the Alk, and it's on Holy Grail to find that confidence to break the base at this point, because if they don't, yeah, Storm will find that one chance. He's buying the Orchid as well, I believe, to kill off this Oracle.
Orchid. All right, now they're trying to kill off Shining, and it looks like they're going to succeed in this endeavor. As the Tidehunter, Normal End did his best, but without a Force Staff, without a Glimmer Cape, doesn't have any viable way to keep him alive. That'll open up the tier 3 tower. Look how quickly they're taking it right now.
Yeah,
Holy
they
Grail.
have to break the base. I mean, he's got AC. This is so much farm on the Alchemist. But his poor Tidehunter, he enters the fight with what, 6 armor, and then AC just takes it 5 away. Like, it's just so damn squishy. Pair that with the damage of a Void Spirit, who's about to get Nullifier. Whew.
Scary times for the side of the Last Dark as they lose their first lane Orax. Melee set taken completely. Ranged is almost certainly going to fall at some point, although it's really funny watching these illusions hit it to no avail.
This is just like life, you know? You gotta keep trying. You can't give up. Even if you don't succeed and whatnot. It's like some terrible gym rap that you listen to get that extra lifting or whatever.
Is this our modern version of... who is it? The guy that pushes the boulder up the mountain?
Yeah, exactly. Mate, we're online. We can just Google it. Man who pushes up
Isn't it Sisyphus?
Boulder. I have a slur. That's a scary word to say. It is.
Yeah, Sisyphus.
Yeah,
My boy
Sisyphus. Yeah, it is, yeah.
God, I love
I mean, there's also a way more depressing route we could have taken with these voice rates hitting this thing for no reason, but I like the idea of it being a potential positive spin.
They're in need of positivity right now on the side of the Last Dark. And where's that positivity going to come from? We at least have a Manta Star for this Abaddon. He's trying to get into the Bash or Blink, but that's it, mate.
So far behind. I feel like this was the expected outcome when I see this Tidehunter. Like, there was no route where I'm like, wow, Abaddon's going to be able to keep up with this Alchemist, and they've just got to keep their lanes pushed out, wait for the opportunity, and then look to take it. Like, this is Holy Grail's game to lose in regards to the incorrect blinking from Alchemist, the BKB wasted, and then you disjoint the cores from the supports, and then suddenly your net worth is kind of split across the fight. That is Last Dark's biggest hope to be able to come back into this game.
They're still playing outside of their base right now. They're not being corralled within it. There's no Aegis they have to worry about. So they at least have some time before Holy Grail come to end the game. They'll pick up some Tormentors, hope for the next set of Wisdom Runes. And who got the shot? It's Rubik's shot. I mean, that's actually pretty decent. He's been struggling to save people, but his positioning has generally been quite good. So having access to this does help out these heroes like Shining a little bit more.
Yeah, I think fundamentally it's going to be the Shining Savior because he's very squishy. He has no armor to his name. So being able to like just bring that back, and I already mentioned positioning quite a lot for this Alchemist. He blinks in to stun a guy. If that guy then gets dragged back away from the fight and he chooses BKB for it, suddenly it's, you know, small opportunities arising, and you know, Last Dark, they need as many little opportunities as possible to find a comeback here. They cannot dictate the success of this game for themselves. They really need some misplays to occur.
They are existing in the proverbial game is hard zone at the moment. But they're trying. They just picked up a Blink Dagger for this Abaddon as well.
Oh, he actually didn't go bash, he just fully went for it. This is going to potentially provide the opportunity during global Storm Zip, Abba Jump.
Oh no.
You know, kill off the Oracle.
That being said, he walked underneath an Observer Ward, so did Shining, so both of them are actually in trouble. They're being smoked into right now. They're coming at them, T. They come across this Abaddon first. Harpoon from the Magnus drags them back into the rest of the crew. Shining is nearby, though. So is why. Abaddon, no borrow time triggered off just yet. They finally do force him into it. Can they keep him from leaving? Yule Scepter, nice little blink in from DQQ, but he blinks away himself. He is still alive. Dolem, though, Blink RP does come in. There's going to be a global silence, but there's BKBs to ensure they still find the kill. Shining, because of said BKBs, cannot do anything with his own spells, so he ends up dead. Silencer, not going to fare any better himself. Normal End might at least evade the initial stun. I say that, though, but Summer is willing to self-stun if it means catching and killing this Rubik. Echo trying to go into the fight with the buyback from Silencer, but Silencer, you brought back without global, so why? Can't really contribute to this fight. Another buyback from the Rubik. And because they're fighting past the tier 2 tower, unfortunately, they just can't start sieging the base just yet. That's only going to be for a little bit longer, though, as they have a pretty large creep wave coming in through the bottom lane.
And they have to use such large resources to even attempt to take this fight. It's not as if when they respawn, it's like, guys, let's go. Global's been used. Sure, you have the Ravage, and I feel like Last Ark, they have to smoke, even if it's not the perfect opportunity. Like, look how desperate they are. They've smoked 3. Tide's not even in the smoke. Abaddon's pushing out the wave. It's incredibly disjointed. Roshan's going to respawn in 1 minute, but that just means everything from Holy Grail is going to be fully online. They need to get a pick. They need something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this game will just go to the side of Radiant.
Radiant side will smoke up themselves now for Holy Grail. They have the high ground positioning. They break these smokes. They jump on Rubik. Almost kill him off. Does manage to find the lift back, but he eventually ends up dead. That's a dieback from the Rubik. Zip in after the Ravage. Can they kill anybody during this? They just don't have the damage right now, T. They can't do anything. They do find that Oracle's also too tanky to kill. Echo is forced back away from the fight. Summer finds the stun onto Y. Kills him off. Looks towards Shining and he easily mops him up too. One of the survivors of this fight, if this abandoned, but very shortly that's going to change. No more borrow time from him, which means no more life from him, and no more game for the side of Lost Dance. GG, well played is called, and Holy Grail will send us to a deciding Game 3.
Ooh, well deserved, honestly. Like, maybe the team that gets Magnus and Voice Spirit's going to win, so something to think about going into Game 3, but I think this is, again, a nicely well-constructed draft from Holy Grail. The way that they picked this Alchemist, a hero that we haven't seen too much in other regions, just pretty much broke this game apart. And I'll happily say it, I despise silencer picks that don't have purpose. Both teams have demonstrated poor understanding of why silencer is a good hero because they just pick it blindly with no information. When you think about the best teams, let's say in Europe with Tundra, they're always picking it in like slot 18, 24. So you see 4 or 5 heroes, and it's a response to teamfight spells, the Phoenix, the SD supports that want to free cast their spells. Not picking it blind where teams punish it through farming efficiency, laning prowess, and kind of pacing of the game, because Silencer hates playing against high volatile lineups that can be in your kind of side of the map. So that's my big takeaway from this game. I hate Silencer. Mag Voice are really good.
Well, I'm just glad we didn't get a techies in this one. And also glad that Holy Grail was able to demonstrate not just that they could concoct a good draft, but also that they could use it well. Do not want to see a lot of these teams picking great heroes and then struggling to get them into effective positions. Very good game for them overall for the side of Holy Grail. Void, like you said, Mag seems pretty good in the meta right now. Universal heroes in general. They have, 4 of them in this draft. So maybe that's the strategy here, T. Pick as many, no, 3 of them, right? Pick as many universal heroes as you can. There was some team that picked 5 the other day, so maybe that's where the direction you should be going.
Maybe. It's like this universal thing. It honestly puts a question on Valve. Kind of did a little bit of frequent patching post 7.33. Is this something that they're going to look to do again, like after Division 2 maybe? But I feel like a nice soft patch to sort out Nullify a little bit, to maybe put Void Spirit or Universal Heroes in a... You don't have to change the direction, but at least tone them down a little bit so they're not as prevalent. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but yeah, this was like a nice chill game to watch. And I think, again, both teams just fell into a trap of drafting themselves no real damage or mid-game purpose. And right now, 7.33 or C, whatever we're on, it really is just about have kill threat and constant existence on the map. If you don't have that, you'll just lose it out. And look at Echo again, 4-0 and 2, by the way. Like he kind of, in the chaos that ensued, he kind of vibing. Anyway, no time for you, Echo. Let's look at the winners. Who are we giving MVP, boss?
That's an intriguing one. I'll give it to Summer, actually. I think he actually played a really good Alchemist. Showed up to the fights at the right time. Once he did the smart thing, right? Because at the time when he showed up to that first engagement, he had BKB queued. But then after the fight goes so well, he realizes I actually don't need BKB. If I have Chemical Rage going for the fight, it's cool. I just have to have damage and survivability. Goes the Sanjin Yasha instead into the AC and then comes back for the BKB. Makes him uber strong, undealable with, always prioritize the right targets. Several times he was willing to put his body on the line as well, running headlong into the fights, specifically to find a Baron and say, well, if I'm right in front of this guy, he's not doing anything to anyone else, and he does not have the damage to kill me. So I think he played a really good Alchemist. And when the entire team is relying on you in the draft and say, hey, man, you have to do well, otherwise nothing else comes together, it's a lot of pressure, but Summer handled it quite well. So I think it's fair to give it to him for game 2.
No, respectable. Did get 1,000 GPM though, so again, room for improvement, Summer. Maybe next game. But no, yeah, overall, fully agree with what you said. Stable game. I'm so confused. Like this ABBA pick. Offlane ABBA, maybe ban the. Okay. Hindsight is such a powerful tool in Dota. It's actually like the crux of most up and coming teams is leaning on hindsight to be your form of analysis rather than like in the moment and how you actually got to the problem. Because like here, it's like you're picking Abaddon because it's pretty cool against the heroes, but then you're flexing in a way like, was that a panic pick? Were you always going to carry Abaddon? Again, so many questions about this Game 2 draft from last dark. It felt offbeat compared to their Game 1 kind of concepts.
Well, let's see if they have what it takes in Game 3 to have some better concepts, a more cohesive draft, and don't put us all in the wilderness, scratching our heads, wondering what is going on with these heroes. We'll find out what they have in Game 3 because we have gone the full distance. So the Holy Grail versus the Lost Ark, Game 3 in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. China DPC continues in a moment. Welcome one and all here for some more Chinese Dota action. We have gone the distance here between the Holy Grail and the side of the Lost Ark. A very intriguing series so far. Most of it though, if we're honest, being determined in the drafts. So it's going to be very important to see what ideas these two teams have concocted for this third and deciding game. Because this is where your tour begins, not just for Div 2, but you're starting to prepare for the international. So I like already what I see for both teams. The Beastmaster coming out for the first time today. They've banned out both other games. The Lost Ark getting the Timbersaw has also been banned out. But the intriguing part is what's going to be the Pugna paired with? What do you think? Are we getting Pugna with Storm or no, never mind, already banned out?
No, I feel like once you put the Pugna with the Beastmaster, you don't need to really look for that Pugna enabled hero because the game already should be dictated by these two. Be it if Beastmaster has a good lane, he'll be able to take the tier 1 tower with ease. The Pugna then can save any core because sure, the mana aspect is very cool, but just the healing, the decreps, the physical damage mitigation, the burst of heal that you provide over that life drain, you don't need that old school partnership that we saw many patches ago. So yeah, I think this is most likely just the offlane duo here from Holy Grail.
I mean, even if the Beastmaster decides against going for the Helm of the Overlord build this game, he can go Drums of Storm and they still have access to that push on that side of the map. So I'm with you. I'm hoping that these two get paired together. Lots of pressure early and later in the game. Let's see. For Lost Ark, a bit of protection for this Timbersaw, removing this Bloodseeker. It's actually so nice that they have Timbersaw, right? Then the Storm Spirit Band serves the dual function of protecting against the Storm into Timber as well as denying them Storm Pugna.
Yeah.
So you like to see it from Lost Ark.
Yeah. Of course, banning out the blood. Yeah, you've already mentioned it. Sorry. They go for the Pangler. I think for Holy Grail, it's like they respect the Void Spirit enough where they don't expect it to get it after Last Ark enter the phase. The Pangolier pick, it's like it's a very good open pick that just doesn't really care about most matchups. But the Quap's the one that sours it right now. And we saw it in the first game. Even when Pango got first blood and all these like accelerants to his like first minute of the lane, Quap still just thrived, right? Just dagger spam, rotate to side lanes, get a double kill. So I'm really thinking about where's that control now coming from Last Ark, because they have nearly none. Okay. Do you know when I was mentioning my hatred for Silencer?
But in that, you also said that if it's picked with the purpose around 18th pick in specific.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I'm a little bit more convinced of it, but it's also a hero that can fall flat. And the reason why is like, Silencer against Beastmaster, you absolutely hate it. This lane is so Beastmaster favored. With the ball attacking, so you never really get in range to apply your spells to the Beastmaster. You just can't defend your tower. You're not a support that has any real damage to do that, so you're just conceding the lane. You're not like aggressive nor defensive as a hero, so you don't really, there's no like middle ground. You're just like an awkward hero. So lane already Holy Grail is going to be good for. Positives though for Silencer, channeling of life drain now shouldn't be occurring in the big fights where Global's available. Quap in the early game can't be as aggressive due to the fact that if she blinks in, Global, both Pangolier and Timber have movement spells to be able to get on top of her and kill her off. So I respect it for that front, but you are conceding your safe lane heavily with this pick now.
It depends. I think if they pair it with the Terrorblade, it can still be okay. You still end up losing, but you'll be alright.
No, I can see that, yeah. Some Naga or Terrorblade style carry, I would maybe lean but it's still awkward because it's like their whole team fight is Global, Rolling Thunder and Blast Off. And that scares me if I'm playing like a game 3 decider, your entry to the division. But still, let's see how Holy Grail closes out their draft. They're looking for the carry right now.
They could actually snatch away the TB. But then there's Naga still in the game. Actually, I think it's not so bad because if Naga plays nowadays, she builds this Orchid Rush all the time. So you're already dealing with Global Silence, so you're going to itemize for that anyway. But let's see. Maybe a more active carry. Bloodseeker would really have been nice, but it's banned. And well, what's an active carry? There's an active carry, my friend. Plays very, very quickly on the map.
And this is where like the silencer still makes things awkward, right? Because it's like, I'm not seeing, like, silencer can never go into the enemy jungle and kill. Compared to like a Lich or some Crystal Maiden, even Disruptor, you know, these heroes, they provide some like forward-thinking plays. Silencer always thinks backwards. He's looking for the smoke break. He's looking for the next sentry to place in his jungle to unblock a camp. Maybe the global to help another lad out. So this carry pick from Last Ark really needs to be a punchy carry this time around that can elevate his team, with the fact that Timber and Pango are going to try and be chaotic in the early to mid game.
Now I think you extra pick TB.
Yeah, so Terrorblade does kind of give you that insurance at the late game. If you can't team fight, you just skip the waves. Yeah, I like Terrorblade.
They're really thinking about it.
If there's another route they can take is
So let's think of heroes that deal with alchemists, that play these either with inevitability or super fast, right? Arc Warden's gone, so that's no inevitability there.
Just go to TV.
Just go to
I'm looking at the heroes that can do okay against Alc, and like Sven's pretty good, but the kiting potential of the Pugner with the Beastmaster, the Shadow Realm, like there's too much things for the Sven to think about, so you don't want to pick that. The Naga, Beastmaster can just go the Drum of Slom, so now your illusions are kind of non-existent. So yeah, I think once you kind of think about each carry available and how they counter, Terrorblade, like you mentioned, was the one that rose up. So yeah, Last Ark, it's annoying because they're going to have to play a very reactionary game where they don't fall victim to the Alc once again. And Terrorblade, it's every meta needs to be a smart meta.
Yeah.
Secure the Roshan, kill the Alchemist. If you're metaing to kill a Willow, suddenly the Alc smokes up with his lads and goes to kill you. So Erica's really going to have to play a very, smart game on this Terrorblade.
It's a very execution-heavy game for the side of the Lost Ark. If they can pull off that execution, it can be a very scary game to be playing, given that outside of the global silence, they don't have that many long cooldowns, so they can make this a very up-tempo situation for themselves. But execution, in a game like Dota, relying on it is not always the best strategy, given how complicated and how hard Dota is. However, they've relied on it for themselves, so let's see if their faith will pay off, or if Lost Ark will find themselves in a position to say bye-bye to the winning and have to celebrate Holy Grail taking the 2-1. I must say, I also love this Alchemist in this game. Alchemist Beast Pugner, dude. My God, that sounds so fast.
I need to check, actually, for example, like Western Europe in Division 1. I want to know... Actually, no, let's just check all regions. I want to know what the Alc situation's like, because we didn't really see this hero at all during Division 1 in Western Europe. Okay, it's actually... It's been picked up by
he was
Helping
owning
at
in
a time.
China. Yeah, he was doing, especially when Extreme Gaming played it. Extreme Gaming at some point, I think they were 80% win rates or something like that with Alc.
Oof. Okay, here we go. Nice. We have a regional breakdown. So Western Europe, we saw it played 3 times with a 0% win rate. No wonder I kind of forgot about this hero. Because of course in last tour, or in Division 1 at least, I only did Western Europe really. So I didn't really get to the Alc exposure. But then when I look at other regions, North America, 10 games, 10% win rate. Okay, so they're not very good at it. SEA, 56% win rate. All right, all right. China.
How many games?
SEA, it was 18 games.
Okay.
So, 16 games on core at least. So they've got a pretty healthy stat. And then, of course, China leading the charge with 11 games, 63% win rate. So when you think about regional distribution of Alchemist, China and SEA, they're the two kind of at the forefront of successful Alchemists.
So a lot of good Alchemist games throughout the course of Division 1. And was watching some C, so got to see some of them there too.
Yeah.
Like when he's played well, like what we saw in the previous game, the hero can genuinely look and feel unstoppable. He's online so quickly. And I kept laughing at how shocked you'd be. You'd click on him, you'd be like, where's this extra item coming from, dude? Where's this gold? What the hell is this? The Alc effect. But it's not a consistent hero in being able to do that. And one of the reasons why he fell off a little bit in China was because of the rise of TB. Playing Alc into TB doesn't always feel like a great time.
Yeah.
So we started to see less and less of the Alchemist. But here the Alc came first before the Terrorblade. So both of them, we get to see a demonstration of if there's new tech that's been evolved to deal with the Terrorblade as Alc.
Yeah, I feel as well with this ALK or kind of meta, it shifts from when ALK was really prevalent. As soon as 7.33 came out and the map was bigger and wider, people were like, oh my god, ALK's amazing because we just put him mid. And then it's like, you can't gank him because then our side lanes farm and then he just AF. And then we have all this greediness. And then everyone decided to, let's fight more, let's be more aggressive, let's care less about this creep wave and go for that kill. And suddenly ALK became too greedy of a hero. And I think calibrating that into where you need to sit it, and realistically, I think it is best played in like off lane or carry position, because if you're lacking your mid lane explosive like haste or DD route into kills, then suddenly the game can get weird and maybe a little bit too static for the current meta. So I like the fact that we are seeing SEA and China really kind of put the hero in the correct place compared to other regions at least a month ago, which was a bit of a not enough information, heroes maybe too good, and then people understand what to do.
Yeah. It's just the way the world of Dota. Always figure some stuff out, and then how people approach a hero changes. It's always very funny to me as well, how the meta evolves. The fact that the patch notes can actually stay exactly the same. Values don't need to be changed. Just our own collective understanding of the game. Yeah. All of us just all decide. The hive mind, yes. There's a disturbance in the hive mind, in the force. We can feel it.
Ooh, truly the best.
Also, another hero that we've been seeing a bit more on the come up, this Dark Willow, the Dank one. I started to see her primarily as an answer to the Spirit Breaker, but now she's just being picked. Heads up. People are just feeling that maybe Dark Willow is actually a decent hero. What's your read on the situation?
I think I've always enjoyed Dark Willow as a concept because you're just an aggressive support that has, like, if you can exclude your whole control being root based and kind of a little bit, okay, let me rephrase it. Your whole hero is not instant lockdown. Everything takes a little bit of time. The casting of your root, the waiting for your stun to pop, the charge up of your realm. If you can ignore that delay, it's a very cool toolkit. And then on top of that, you then have the damage aspect, where if you're having a good game, you're suddenly assassinating heroes. So I think it is a very diverse hero. In the correct hands, you can destroy lanes and then also just have incredible holding positions. So yeah, I highly rate this hero. But again, the fact that it doesn't have instant lockdown will always sour it compared to other position 4s where that kind of is the need for that role.
To be fair, though, if it had instant lockdown, oh my god, it would be busted.
It'd be too good. Like, imagine if Willow, like, Curse Crown got changed from some 4-second delay to just an instant stun or something. Like, this hero would be first phase picked and banned, right? Like,
yeah.
I think it's one of the few heroes that once it got introduced into Dota, and of course the new hero OPness got whittled away, it is in, like, that perfect spot. I don't think there's a single spell on this hero that I would want to see changed in like a 7.34 patch, for example. Like this hero I'd be happy if she stayed like this, like for the rest of time. Like she is in like the perfect spot as a hero in regards to how she plays and her spells, I feel.
Just in a nice space. And a lot of Dota heroes kind of don't want to be too good because, you know, if you're too good, the bang hammer, the nerf hammer is eventually coming. Gonna stay in the mainstream for as long as humanly possible. So
Dark Willow's pub win rate is actually 49.4%. So it's not a 50% hero, but it's still in the... No, not too bad.
What skill bracket is that?
This is a pro pubs.
Oh, pro pubs, okay.
Yeah. I only speak of the pro pubs.
Okay.
Never shall we include the divines and the ancients and the heralds into our statistics. For they build one too many Midases. Yeah. No.
It's never enough Midases in the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, so the reason why I think Willow's win rate is a little bit lower right now is because people are trying to force her into different roles. Because Nine played it on mid. A couple people are even trying to play it off lane. And, you know, with experimentation, you tank some L's. So I would probably say that Willow's meant to be on like a 50% win rate right now. But because of all these, you know, filthy core players trying to put her in places she's not meant to be, kind of hindering her look, but alas.
I kind of do want to see her more in the mid lane role. In specific, when they have games where there's a Beastmaster around, because that ag stuff is stupid nuts every single time that I've seen it. And I want to see basically how much damage can come, right? There was a game I saw where they had Beastmaster who got a Thunderhide. It was so funny. Like,
yeah,
her with Frenzy, just being this massive turret. I definitely want to see more of that in games.
Yeah, it's like the build, at least in... When you see the POS 4 Willow, so in high-ranked EU games, there's at least 2 or 3 Willow players, and they have like the same build, which is they play POS 4, they do well in lane, they buy like Mask of Madness, Axe, or like they go Axe first, Mask of Madness, and then Moonshard.
Yes.
And it's like the most greedy thing. But they obviously always find that kill potential at some point. They don't have a Force or a Glimmer. The POS 5 has to do it all. But they will always just kill. And the annoying thing is, these players, not only do they do this exact build of like Mask of Madness Ags, they do on ET as well. Like they have the same crossover of hero. Because it's like, if I can kill heroes with Willow, I can do the same with Elder Titan. And it's hysterical. Because every time they join the game, you're like, you know it's coming. You know they're going to do it.
Just a matter of time.
I don't expect it this game, of course, but...
I really hope one or both of those players get signed to like big teams. I want to see this every game, man. That sounds hilarious.
God, they play against each other, and it's like one team first picks Willow, one team like second picks ET plus something. Yeah. Like ET Rubik, so you can steal the Willow spells. God.
So you buy Aghanim Scepter, then on the Rubik you rush it, and then you become the better Dark Willow.
God. Did you see in chat what the reason of this pause was, by the way? Echo has spammed way too much stuff for me to see the reason.
Yeah. And there's also a non-zero chance that the reason was not communicated in English.
That's fair. I was ready to Google. Do you think Scriff's hinting at us that we should talk about the amount of branches that we're seeing in the inventories, or do you think he just forgot to close the...
Let's see, what is there? We do have a higher than average amount of blood grenades, but there are a lot of branches. I'll definitely give him that.
Okay, you count Radiant, I'll count Dire, all right? Go.
All right, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13.
13, 14, 15 for Dire. That's impressive.
It's a lot of branches.
And a wand, yeah.
And
17,
wands,
17,
God.
yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Griff. That's a lot of branch commitment there from both of these teams.
I mean, okay. So I know PGL developer is normally in chat for Western Europe. Maybe he's in bed for China. I wouldn't blame him. It is early morning in Romania, but I know he'll watch the VODs. He's a good lad. So if he is watching this VOD, or, someone at PGL wants to hint at him, could you please just do dumb stats for me? So basically, I want you to do for example, branches bought at the start of the game. Tally it up every game, and then just be at the end of the game, the team with more branches won, right? And then at the end of a season, you can then find out, did 19 branches average, was that the optimal for winning the game? It obviously has no meaning for Dota. It's like a bullshit stat, but it's just the dumb stuff. But they're smoked up into the high ground. Will they kill off Summer?
They're going to try. They throw in the blood grenade first. Summer triggers out the stun. Throwing it back, it connects onto multiple heroes, so they might get the first blood themselves. With the Scream of Pain, Gone will find the first blood, gets a double on top of it. The Wild Axes from Dolim is putting in some pressure, and Shining should probably end up dead as well. Right-click down by the Beastmaster. And the Holy Grail find themselves 3 heroes. They position on the high ground. They were waiting patiently, T. And they absorbed the pressure, got the kills, want to still get some bounties, and don't even lose anybody in the process.
Yeah, I think that was just a really bad move from the Dire side, because when you look at the heroes that they have, do you see innate kill combos and threat at level 1? Not really, but on Holy Grail, it's like Scream, you got Never Blast, Concoction, Bramble, Axes, like all 5 heroes have something to present. And yeah, for last arc, they don't at all. And it also was a very obvious path that they took. Like when it's the 5-man smoke into that high ground spot, how many times in all pro games do you see that steps area be the contest? So yeah, I wish last arc maybe took a different route, looked to try and find a single hero to supplement the fact that they didn't have perfect damage with their heroes, but they fall victim to their need for aggression. giving away 3 hero kills, plus the ward, 2k gold lead already at the 40-second mark. That
And 3
is
bounties.
incredible. Yeah, I mean...
All
Okay.
right, you want a dumb stats, right? Now, here's the one that I want
Alright,
to
go on.
actually investigate. How many games where a team was been behind 2K by this point in the game have there been
By the 1 minute
comebacks?
mark, yeah. That's... I think it also is very dependent on the draft that they have, the momentum they can present. And for Holy Grail, like, this is already this type of lead should present themselves quite a healthy win probability. Echo already struggling in the Cop v Pango matchup. And once again, I guess last game, the Pango got the advantage, and now Quap gets the advantage in a matchup which is already good for her.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if Echo can even consistently stay near this creep wave. He might be able to aggro, drag back a creep and get a CS or two, but it's going to be very much get what you're given in this mid lane.
Poor Echo, 2 games in the series that he's found himself on the back end of this Pango versus Quap matchup. Even when he was playing the favorable hero, things didn't necessarily shake out that way. So have to certainly see the best out of him to recover in this mid lane. On the side lanes, for Lost Dog, because things have gone south, they also need to make sure that this TB gets off to a phenomenal game. Because the worst thing in the world would be if Dolem ends up just completely dominating him in the lane. Then the game just feels effectively over.
Maybe killing off why. Had to make sure I said 4 of them.
Hey, my
But
man.
no, they're not. Oh,
Actually,
yeah, they
still
are.
might. He stepped
Yeah,
out
he's-
of the tree side. Oh, no. He thought maybe he could be protected by his magic stick. Why did he step out? He was actually safe. He would have lived.
And you asked about maybe threatening this Beastmaster TB having to have a good start. Meta has been used. Dom's about to get his helm. This is the window where you kill Beastmaster. It's the pre-helm where he has wand and branches, no major regen. You get a kill, maybe a second kill, and he's always like chasing the helm. And then at that point, he thinks about alternative options. Does he need to go for the ring? Does he need to just go for something just alternative? Because he can never get to that gold amount. But in this lane, with the 3 kills that happen bottom, he's 2-0-2. He kills the silencer. Yeah, this is already going to be a Beastmaster that should be taking tier 1. Okay, quick mini game. Let's predict
All right.
when the tier 1 tower falls.
Ooh, on top
I'm
lane,
going to
right?
say 9 minutes 21.
9:21, my friend. You
Yeah.
are very optimistic about Lost Dog's chances. I would say 8 minutes.
No, I mean, Beastmaster takes 8 minutes. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I just realized you went smaller. You actually think it's that quick? All right, fair play.
I think it's 8
I actually
minutes.
thought you said like 12 at the start, and I was like, all right, I'm going to go cool and say a smaller number, but you actually didn't predict. I just misheard you. All right, so you're saying 8. I'm saying 9:21. Let's tune back in a 5 minutes time to this lane.
Let's see. I will caveat this by saying that I expect SJ, who's putting in some work down bottom onto the techies, to make a small trip through the Twin Gate and
Sure.
use his Nether Blast spam on the tower. But
Yes.
I do expect it around that time.
I'd like to see that as well. Because this bot lane with Timbersaw, Out can push it out really nicely with this acid spray. Just Timber can never hug the wave and utilize it to his to the aggression.
Timber. I wonder what he's going to be building this game for Shining. The one thing
I
is
want to
that...
be him.
Yeah?
So I want to see him be very, like, core hungry. You know, like some Sanj Kaya, the BKB, the Hex, like the Amar starter play. Like, I don't want to see him go for yaws and cheap utility. I just want to see him kind of AFK in the bot side of the map, continue farming, continue thriving. Because then when Out gets big, Timbersaw will always be, if you mess up, I'm next to you, I'm here. So I hope he goes for a very greedy playstyle.
We'll see what he opts to do for Shining. As through this mid lane, Echo did get himself a kill onto SJ. But SJ is like, ha, you fool, you activated my trap card. I was just trying to refill the bottle.
Yeah, that's a very annoying thing. But as soon as you see the refill bottle mid, you need to go for that fight. Why? Oh, goddess. I don't know if I'm getting better at saying his name quickly, but anyway, the repercussion Summer in the bot lane, he is getting absolutely dived from this.
Yeah, SJ is going to get revenge by taking down the techies However, losing out on the Alchemist is a really big deal. Shining, just TP's
Echo's-
back to the tier 1 tower. He's fine.
What the hell's happened here? Echo's gone all the way top. Oh, but he doesn't get the bottle refill. Absolute
Oh, no.
calamities have occurred.
They might kill Dolem though. Swashbuckle, shield crash. They actually have enough damage. They killed the Beastmaster. What a time to be alive. You wanted them to kill him earlier on, just before the helm emerged. And it's a bit harder to do now. But not only do they kill him, why also finds a young D-Ward in the process.
God, it gets me every time. But no, for Echo, it's you rotate top, you don't get the bottle refill. You do kill off the Beastmaster, which is good. Techies, of course, TP's mid, so now none of the support deaths have helped enable Echo realistically. Sure, you've given a little bit of breathing room to this Terrorblade, but I think the trade-off is Beast is still, 400 gold away from his helm. TB now doesn't have meta, so there's going to be like a good 2-minute window of off-lane presence again from the Beastmaster. Ooh, again, whiffing the Sonic Wave.
He still gets the kill though. He still gets the kill. That actually makes it even more painful.
It does.
That he got the kill without having to use the Sonic Wave. Oh no. We do see DQQ unable to defend the Haste Rune, and Garn actually gets swashbuckled with Arcane Curse on him. Won't be able to step back in and defend DQQ then, who is in an awkward place. Try to survive with Shadow Realm, but dies thanks to the shield crash. Garn, you're gonna try and look for the kill onto Echo, relying on the Curse Crown thrown in by DQQ, and it's gonna be right about his assessment as he brings down this young Echo Pangolier. Cost his own life, which is a dominating streak ended. So why? A ton of experience and gold for basically solo killing the Quap there.
Yeah, Silencer went from having wand and a raindrop to suddenly, I got a boost now, so he's not complaining at all about these kills. But still, the trajectory of the game, all cores on Holy Grail are just farming up. Quap's even higher net worth than the Alk, having a stellar game. All right, this is the... Oh, Summer just... He is getting absolutely just non-stop spells getting thrown at him, the poor lad.
Yep. It's the right thing for them to do, though. God, not going to be able to find the kill onto normal end. But you want to make sure that you force SJ to stay down here. If SJ is staying down here, he can't be showing up top, can't be lending Nether Blast. Messing up my prediction, which is the worst thing, but
It's all good,
keeping the game going.
But alright, so Beastmaster just completed the helm, right? You've got 21 seconds for them to do 1,715 damage to this tower, which is, again, it is possible if we accelerate the items that they have in their inventory.
Yeah.
I mean,
make sure you have like... I actually don't think you can do it, right?
No.
In Beastmaster alone, 15 seconds?
No,
Yeah,
it's
it can't be
literally impossible. I think
Feels bad.
I think my prediction of 921, it's viable. I think it's dependent on where Echo goes on the map. If Echo TP's bottom, 100% this tower falls. If Echo holds his TP and the Terrorblade wants to posture with Metamorphosis, this is a defendable tower, and you can see the Beastmaster, he's hesitant right now, but because Echo's showing bottom, killing off SJ, instantly going for the tower.
And Terrorblade also takes the Twin Gates.
Oh, yeah,
they
she
do
dies
kill off
as
the
well?
Pangolier, though, the entire time, and Gone with the double damage rune also wants to silence his life, and we'll get it. Here inside the jungle on the Radiant side, they get themselves a bunch of kills on these heroes, and all this is happening. It opens up space for Dolem. Oh my goodness, it's actually happening, T. They got the tower.
There
Does
we
it still
go.
count? It's still at 8 minutes. All right, surely?
I mean, 8:46, so I said 9:21, so that was 35 seconds.
Let's split the difference.
Well,
We
I
both
mean,
win.
that sounds what a losing man would say, but no, we can split the difference. We were in between. We won't go for the semantics. It's all good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, towers though will fall on both sides of the map as the move was mirrored. Good rotation from Erica, using the meta to take the tier 1 on the other side. Now in the jungle though, Queen of Pain, she's been silenced up with the slow ball, and they're gonna try and kill her, and they'll succeed. Why? Turning into the bane of the existence of the Queen of Pain. She dies again and gives away more intel towards the silencer.
I think Echo, he's just trying to find his place on the map. We've seen him run top, get a kill, go bottom, feed away his life. Like it's a difficult game for this Pango, especially when you're playing into this co-op. You know you're going to be at net worth disadvantage, and your entire game boils down to let my opponent provide me an opportunity to hit that perfect swash, that rolling thunder. And yeah, Holy Grail aren't really doing that. So Echo just just kind of clawing his way around the map, hoping, and nothing's really hitting right now for him.
Yeah. Poor guy, man. He got handled in the laning phase pretty hard in the CS department. Net worth is also reflecting that. He's going to be struggling to have any kind of real legitimate progress. But it's going to be up to his team to try and connect with some rotations if they want to bring it back into this game.
Let's see. It's trying to see if Beastmaster was going to kind of showcase what type of build he was going for, but not really got anything in his quick buy, and he's currently farming up the ancient stacks. Haven't really seen Last Dark try and block these off or prevent the ease of stacking that we see from Beastmaster, and in doing so,
they
he
heard
is
you.
happily farming. I mean,
They
sure,
heard
he
you, bro.
smoked up,
They're
but
coming.
Bit late.
Yeah. Let's see if they can at least get a kill here. They find the blast off onto SJ, so the partner should at the least be a small kill for themselves. The Rolling Thunder, they don't connect with it. He actually gets out instead. Why? Dies to DQQ. Oh my goodness. Things go from bad to worse for the side of Last Dark. Dolem, Ada Chakram, they miss the Swashbuckler, and Shining also misses the Timber Chain. He's now on the high ground, but he's still fairly tanky on the Timber Soul, so they don't actually want to go onto him. We see that this Beastmaster, he's so unconcerned about what they're doing. He's not even stopping his farm while this fight is happening. He's like, I have more important things to do than to play around with y'all.
Oh. God, yeah, he doesn't care at all. Wait, I am assuming that this is Dire Watcher, right? It is correct for Spectator. I know that there was an issue with Spectator originally, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
They fixed that, all right. He didn't even deward the Watcher. What a lad.
Who needs it? He's like this.
Actually, it's a power statement. He's like, you know what? Watch me farm these ancients. You can't do anything.
I want you to see me.
Yeah, exactly. Look at me whilst I get everything I want in life.
It's like, watch, kids, maybe you'll learn something.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused, because on the mini-map, it's green. That's why I'm perplexed. I'm pretty sure it's bugged. Can we toggle the vision on Radiant Dire?
All right, let's see.
So it's not
It is
Dire,
a Radiant.
it's Radiant.
It's Radiant.
I was right, it is
It's
bugged.
Radiant. Wow, okay.
Thank
it
you,
is still
Griff,
bugged then.
my man.
They were supposed to have fixed it.
So this
didn't fix it.
red Dire Watcher is Radiance. Therefore, it's very perplexing for the viewer. Please, can we fix this? Thank you. Clip it or ship it, boys. Clip it or ship it.
Unfortunately for you here, T, this game is still in beta. Gonna take a little bit of time.
That is true. Once Counter-Strike 2
Before it
is
gets properly
released, we
fixed.
will have the resources to be able to fix our watches.
Right now, the game has sort of ground down a little bit, which is very good news for the side of the Lost Dark, given how things have been going for them. The fact that things are going to slow down, giving TB time to farm up. Pango is catching back up again. He's just finished the Diffusal Blade without losing his tier 1 tower. So the game state's not great overall, but I think they could probably still take a fight soon.
Where's the... Okay. Trying to kind of get the feeling of when that momentum shift is going to occur, because for Last Dark, the entire game is going to be farm what you can before the great reckoning of snowball aggression comes out, because it's always inevitable with the Beastmaster, with the out, and the timing is soon. Summer, he's going for that Blink Dagger. Echo's even rolling onto mid lane. They're trying to get something happening, but with the Realm and the Life Drain, I'm just not seeing that damage right now. They even having to bring the Terrorblade in.
Yeah, the Metamorphosis, that'll give them the damage they need. Shining scouted out the Dark Willow. And I think they mainly wanted to make sure they get this tower. Like, they have to get something more out of this. The life of the Dark Willow is insufficient. But they know this was at the same time from the Holy Grail, so they're positioned around this area, hoping to try and mount a defense. The push, however, is coming really, really quickly. And the tier 1 tower has already fallen. Sonic Wave will be there. There's a Primal Roar out onto Shining as well. And they should be able to kill off this Timber Soul. At the same time, there was a blast off in the middle of the fight onto the Queen of Pain. And she dies as well. Echo trying to get away. Swashbuckle here and why caught inside the Bramble and the Terrorize combo. Both of them should end up dead as they find themselves 4 heroes. Summer gets a double. They don't defend the tower, but they definitely get the fight and a tower of their own on the opposite side.
It just took them too long to make the move. When you think about Holy Grail, they were able to farm up the Helm of the Overlord. The Blink was coming out for Alchemist, and during that time, because they killed off this Willow, they were forcing themselves to hit the tier 1 with the meta. They were like, we have to take the tower. We need to progress the game state with every meta. Otherwise, this hero feels a little bit lost, a little bit punishable. And in doing so, it just perfectly aligned with this team timing that Holy Grail had itemized for.
Oh, wow. Alchemist, though, he's in a lot of trouble. Gonna die to Shining. That damage. Dude, why is such a god with this Observer Ward? Getting the vision on the high ground. Now the Holy Grail getting hard punished for their positioning. They lose 1, they lose 2. Shining gets a double. Now they're looking towards a third. SJ also removed from play here. And they're not done just yet because Gone blinked in. What was happening? Oh no. 4 heroes dead now on their side. The Holy Grail literally giving a Holy Grail of grace towards the last dark. They say, drink up, boys. Here is some gold down your throats. And they just give away so many heroes in a row.
I can kind of see what Holy Grail was trying to do. It was shift that aggression from mid to top. You have the Beastmaster, you have all these timings, but if you play as a unit, you should be able to muscle up, and we're going to see a replay here. It doesn't help that, look at the positioning. They're kind of just all waddling around the creep wave. There's no one holding the high ground. There's no one just positioning accordingly, but the last dark, they're the aggressors. They're the one thinking about how they want to get the kills, and in doing so, Echo is able to finally have some presence in the game and just kind of tear them apart.
Oh boy.
I don't even want to see the Quap die again. This was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah. This is when you just got a bit too greedy. Like, Normaland looked a bit too juicy there. The jump in from the Quap. If she had her full Aghanim Scepter, I can understand making that move. However, we are still quite a ways away from that point. Feels bad, man. That's game-changing.
Luckily
as well.
Luckily for Holy Grail, like, it's game-changing, but it's not like game-losing. Like, with their lineup, they will always have that ability to go again, to find the time to fight, because they don't really have cooldowns they're thinking about. All their heroes that do have cooldowns buy items to give themselves presence. And
oh, sweet. I got the Naked Terrorblade bug. Hey, we'll talk about it after this fight, though. This is a Rolling Thunder with a blast off onto this Dark Willow, and she's going to end up dead. Global Silence will ensure they can potentially siege Summer, but they kind of want to get out of here. They're playing the edges, though. One of the TPs does get cancelled from Dolem's Beastmaster. He's not going to be here for this fight. Inhibit going out onto SJ through the Diffusal Blade, standing his ground a little bit with the life drain, but will end up dead. A double for Echo. It is starting to get really scary.
They could go force for high ground, or they can go Roshan. They did all of this without using meta. I feel they could do something, but okay, they're not going to be too. That would have been a spicy high ground. I'll be clear. That would have been very potentially game losing, but I feel like there's something they could be achieving right now. Instead, they're kind of holding the enemy jungle. They got to be careful. Like, they're just, I don't want to say throwing away their lead, but they are misplaying themselves into a position where what could have been a 10k lead is now an awkwardly close game, and Alk's only 2,000 gold ahead of this Terrorblade. Think about the previous Alk game. We were talking about how he was like 6k up, 7k up, doubling in the Abad, and in this game he's barely building up a lead.
And to make matters worse, this is in a situation where he is not favored in the matchup. So he certainly can't afford to have a bad lead up against a TB. They will be forced to defend their tier 2 tower in the mid lane, though, as the last stock put a little bit of harass in this direction. That being said, it's not that hard for them to clear out these creep waves. Dolem is here with his army. So the last stock, I don't think they have to stick around for this either. It's not required for them to force the pace of the game right now.
Yeah, once this lineup gets into a good position, Terrorblade will be able to send out these conjure images, these illusions with ease to push out the waves. And then that need to find kills from Grail will just get a little bit harder, because now you're sending one hero back to constantly defend. And if you do push out the waves, you're going to try and run through the dire wards, and you have to start dewarding, and the game always gets difficult. That's why Terrorblade is so good as a hero. Once you get to that 25-30 minute mark, Terrorblade will dictate where the fights will occur because of the illusions. Same thing with Naga Siren. That's why these heroes, for at least the last, 3+ years, have been at at least the top 15 of carries. And now, finally, they go back for Roshan. Meta is back available. No Skadi complete yet, but this could be the fight that rebuilds the lead for Grail. Last night need to be careful. The last time they did this, they squandered their opportunity in the previous game with this awkward Abaddon.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find themselves the correct positioning here. They were inside the Roshan pit, but it was taking a bit too long. Beastmaster Hawk scouting out that the Terrorblade is here, but Shining is inside the smoke, so they don't know just yet. Echo looking for a target of the Rolling Thunder, going to win. Radiant normally is positioned, but not finding anybody there. So now that's a Rolling Thunder committed. And I think they've seen it now, so they're aware that one of these big spells is down. Shining will cop a spell from this Alchemist, gets stunned up. Global Silence will be utilized right now. And the Pango jumps into the fray, but there's a BKB from the Alch. Ready and willing to fight here. They haven't actually done anything much just yet. They get the Primal Roar out onto Silencer, but Silencer, he's still alive for now, will eventually die. But it took so much time that Dolam is now in a bad position, so he's right underneath the Timbersaw, who chops him down, gets a double by taking out the Pugna as well. Silencer, he himself brought back, he actually finds the Queen of Pain, but they don't even care about her. They're like, Quap, do what you want. You can escape away from the fray. Our priority is Roshan, as the big man now has no defenders on the Radiant side.
That felt a little bit illegal from the Beastmaster there. He was in such a aggressive position. He felt like he had to roar whoever he saw, but putting it on the position 5 Silencer. And yeah, Roshan for the last Dark. Wow, this is... Honestly thought that Holy Grail had the makings of just momentum on their side, but it all boils down to that top tier 2 engagement where Echo found that opportunity to jump the ward that you mentioned, and yeah, killing off the Alk that one time really just elevated their ability to make these cool moves on the map. And Aegis, soon Skadi complete on Terrorblade.
Oof. Well, good luck, Alchemists, in the rest of your game, in your endeavors in the future. Things not seeming easy at the moment for the Holy Grail. And to make matters even worse, in that fight, not only did they manage to win it out, that also officially allowed Echo to leap over this Queen of Pain. Like, the Quap is now behind him. She's the lowest of all the cores on the map. Pango has Basher, Blink Dagger, Diffusal Blade, can actually play Dota. And she only has Yule Scepter. This is not enough defensiveness for a game like this.
Yeah, a lot of Queens we see, it's all about this Axe Rush, right? It's about utilizing the Shadow Strike, causing it to also apply the Scream of Pain. Basically, it's a farming tool. But because she went the Yules and the Kaya, and then the Ags after, it has hurt her ability to keep, or at least scale with net worth after her early game performance. But also you can argue she kind of needs the Yules. She's against the Silencer. She's respecting that aspect. But maybe the Kaya, like, it feels like Yules Ags, I could see her having 2,000 more net worth right now, maybe 3,000. But because she went for this Kaya, it has stalled out her ability to really just get herself in.
She's trying to finish off this Ags, but they'll have to come very quickly because the last Dark not going to give you several opportunities to free farm the map. They're slowly but surely pushing you in, sieging the tier 2 tower up top. And there's almost no way to defend this right now. You just got to accept that it's gone.
I mean, last Dark, they have, as a team, all itemized to just propel Terrorblade right now. You got the Drum on the Silencer, you got the Greaves on the Techies. Yeah, both supports doing pretty well on that front. Of course, Pangolier is just going to be annoying with his Diffusal Basher that you've mentioned. So, yeah, excited to see how they approach the high ground. Crimson Guard on the Timber has been very useful in the last 14 or so minutes. A lot of small instances of damage come out.
Still playing with the Sages, so they'll just decide to commit it onto the high ground. But they went in with Rolling Thunder, didn't find anything. That is the one thing that is a bit of a problem for them overall. But they do struggle with these fights if Echo doesn't connect the Rolling Thunder and immediately leave. Dolam, what a player. Utilizing his army to push through the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane to make sure that Holy Grail behind, yes, but can still play the map.
Yeah, this Beastmaster is going to be very pivotal in Holy Grail's ability to take the perfect fight have all your summons in one lane, and then have that smoke going elsewhere. Once the Aegis is out, that's the moment where they'll be smoking to the top side of the map, kill off this techie for free whilst they see the heroes bottom reacting. But right now, yeah, they're too far behind to look for that play.
Holy Grail, at least pushing out the top side of the map so that the waves aren't on the
Out
base.
by himself.
Will he get caught though? He's a bit chunky. He's gonna back off a little bit. He's not that tanky though. 22 armor, 2k HP. They have the damage to kill him. So if he reveals himself here, he will surely die. But he's playing carefully at the moment.
If he shows here, then potentially some blink. Okay, no, they don't.
Gets back immediately. Still though, they just want the tower.
Why, he's still
that's their
going?
priority. They're actually gonna smoke again. They're coming back for him. They really want this. And he's farming here, Summer.
Are fortified.
He has Blink though, so it should be okay. It's fine.
Again, if you're last Dark, with the Aegis, with buying the small crystal, like not the small, just the Crystallis,
Middle tower.
you kind of want to poke your head at high ground just to force them back. If you don't, then Grail will happily just exist on the map and continue just farming whilst you're huddled up as 5.
They do need to be careful though. Queen of Pain
Another
has
tier
just
2
picked
lost.
up a Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
They lost a tier 2 top. Oh, okay.
He's doing very good work at least equally trading towers. At this point in the game, like the net worth is very even. Sure, Alk should in theory be much further ahead, but the fact that all the other cores on Grail have been able to keep their games going is good stuff. Aegis out in 2 seconds, so this is why you see Grail awkwardly smoked up as 3. Nice
Trying to
4
force
star
those
from the
fights.
techies.
Yeah. Normal End is gonna die, but he repositions them, forces them to take a little bit of time doing it. Even receives a Crimson Guard for his efforts, and his team is actually gonna try and take this fight. Echo comes in with the Rolling Thunder onto Summer. They want this Alchemist potentially. Primal Roar will be there to stall out this Pangolier. And unfortunately for them, Erica not in position with his Terrorblade, so Alchemist should end up being okay in that situation.
Yeah, I mean the techies provide so much control in these fights with his blast off that when he's dead, you kind of need to respect it. Like how many stuns do we have on Die? Let's count them on one hand. Okay, there's Rolling Thunder. And there's blast off. Okay, cool. So that exercise was finished very quickly. It's 2 stuns. It's nothing. So yeah, as soon as one of those heroes die, there's a basher. All right. Ooh, look at me. I can highlight the basher. But that is pivotal. That is honestly the 3rd best stun they have. It is impeccable itemization by Echo.
Ugly Basher. Game is hard.
I mean, I feel like Timbersaw, like if Hamar was playing this Timbersaw, he would have probably gone like the Sanjkaya BKB Hex by now. Like he would have identified the need for control. You get the Hex, and now Alk can't blink in with the confidence of this is my fight, I'm going here, because if BKB's down, he's going to get controlled, put to half HP by Timber alone. So I think that is the difference in mindsets from Timber players, because Shining's looking at this game as, I want to be tanky, I'll do my damage throughout the course of a minute-long fight, a 2-minute-long fight. Whilst Amar, one of Europe's best Timbersaw players, he likes to be a little bit more explosive. Again, each player to themselves. And in this game, it probably doesn't matter too much just because of how the game is going. Terrorblade's already doing so much work. Timber's items aren't going to be too much of an impact.
That is true. Terrorblade, so far we have seen that it's been Erica's game to lose. They were doing a lot better earlier on, but things have started to fall apart for the side of Holy Grail. There is going to be another Roshan potentially in 35 seconds. And we'll see if Holy Grail want to contest that or at least start getting vision around the area. As we see the Lost Dark, they're the ones already in waiting. They already have some mines inside the pit. They want to make sure that this is the Aegis that ends the game. It's not going to be a farming Aegis, I can tell you that much.
I'll look for Roshan. Oh, it may respawn in 11 seconds. Okay.
Let's see, is it long or short? Quick. Long, short.
Minute 11.
Minute 11. All right, I'll go 2 minutes. Let's see what we get. Wow, okay. The very opposite.
Should we
Well,
split the difference?
funnily enough, this is actually the difference between a minute 11 and 2 minutes. So yes, we should.
No, we chilling. No, we're good. So, all right, quick Roshan spawn. Of course, this is why Techie's additional value. Not only does he have information based on smoke movements, he can instantly scout out Roshan. Luckily for Grail, they also have the Hawk preemptively there. It is going to die the exact second Roshan spawns. So they need to be very visual on the minimap or on the pit to see this.
It might do that though, no. But you know, sometimes Roshan respawns a second after.
Yeah.
So I think they might not see this. Let's see.
Hold.
Let's trigger Radiant Vision. Let's see what they have. Will they see the big man? No, they won't. Oh, but here's another one. Here's another one. The new one comes. Okay.
There we go. Second Hawk comes in.
So both teams are now aware that Roshan is up. Holy Grail gathered up here on the bottom side of the map. So they're coming to mount a potential defense. It's not easy though. This Timbersaw might not be dealing as much damage, but he has a Heart of Tarask now, so he's super tanky.
Like he also didn't even go like Academics, for example, which makes him very tanky as well. Like this is very old school Timbersaw I'm seeing.
New tech. Oh no, Rolling Thunder, they found Summer. Summer needs to get the hell out of here on this Alchemist. He gets stunned up again. Does have BKB to try and pop. He's gonna need to use it sooner rather than later. Primal Roar thrown out onto this Pangolier, and that will enable them to kill him. There's a Terrorize onto Erica as well, but they just do not have the damage unless Summer is beating him down. Still though, it's a 4v5 affair. They do get a Soul Sonic Wave out onto the Terrorblade. They will be a global though with the Thunder. That'll enable TB to live. Jump back in. For Timbersaw, he's just trying to make sure there's as much space in this fight as possible. As we have a jump in from Summer, he fights 3 with the stun. But where's the follow-up, T? Dolem instead is the one that gets turned upon with the Metamorphosis. As he dies, Blast off ensures they can kill DQQ. And Erica just taking over this fight, rinsing through heroes. The Alchemist is gone. Queen of Pain might be joining him on the other side of the map, but she's taking a trip through the fountain. As they kill 4. The path to Roshan lies open yet again. And Lost Ark just seeming like the stronger team on the map right now, T. I don't think Holy Grail were prepared for that fight as much as they thought they would be.
Yeah, it was quite a weird engagement when you think about it. It was this large chase down from the Lost Ark. Pango instantly dies off the Roar and the right click. Terrorblade very easily put to half HP. And we're going to see the replay here. Like the fact that Echo, he pretty much by himself is on the far hand left hand side. Both supports take the most tree-based route to try and get there. I think Gan's doing a great job just zoning them away. And it kind of looks like a good start to the fight. You're going to see in a second how this Terrorblade Mantis walks himself into the route. And at this point, it's getting kind of dicey. BK being looking for that Sunder opportunity. But Echo with the buyback, Timbersaw doing well as well. It's just too drawn out. And the Summer, this is now the big L, I think, for Grail. Summer jumping back in, not thinking about his team being in the right position, and unable to take the fights. I think both teams doing a good job with their certain heroes to just drag heroes away. Cop at the very start of the fight with the supports, Timbersaw at the tail end of the fight with the cores, and in doing so, eventually, Terrorblade was able to reign supreme and get that Aegis as well.
There's a world somewhere out there where Summer goes in for that massive stun at the same time as we have access to the Sonic Wave from Gun.
Sure.
But sadly, it's not the world we have. And we're losing supports right now because we have seen Silencer die on the other side of the map, but DQQ will get taken out in dire jungle. So they do avenge some lives here, demonstrate they still have some kill threat no matter where they are on the map.
Dude, this Techies clicks on his Timbersaw and goes, all right, you bought 1 aura, fine, I'll buy the rest. And he's like, all right, I got Greaves and Pipe on the menu. So they are going to have all 3 auras available. And I think with Terrorblade as your carry, any source of like healing or magic resistance or anything makes this hero insane. Because then it's like that Sunder. How many times have you seen like the 10 HP Sunder, the 100 HP Sunder? 1 magic barrier from the Pipe, 1 heal from the Greaves, it enables that. So I think auras are super crucial with a Terrorblade on your team, and now they are about to complete all 3 of them, which is going to make it even harder for Grail to actually convert and kill him. Not once, but actually twice.
They might try to kill those Techies right now. Normal End gets a forced off to the low ground. They chase him with the Primal Roar, Abyssal Blade on him, and even with their active Taser, they will still be able to find the kill. It's a big deal because it also drops the gem down. So Not a small, insignificant pickup for the side of Holy Grail. It allows them to reclaim some map control now.
Yeah. It's always nice taking the gem, especially when you're behind. De-warding one ward is key, but I guess for Dark, most of their wards are kind of expended for the Roshan contest. They've already used, 2 wards for this big fight on the far south side of the map. Like, they're really bad wards now. They're not providing anything for this game. So they're going to need to reset a little bit, wait for their observers to come back online before they can play the wider map. And in doing so, they're kind of forced to run it down lanes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Playing as they can right now. Down bottom, this Terrorblade has picked up a new Blink Dagger, building in towards a Swift Blink. Then at that point, we have space for maybe one more slot. But then we should have a completely kitted out TB. He's so big, dude. 3k HP, 32 armor. And this is before any of the heals and auras come in.
Keeping up with the Alchemist pretty much the entire game.
But a player, Echo, jumped in. They found the stun onto God, but there's no follow-up in time. Terrorize will be there, sending back a couple of heroes. So they haven't been able to put damage down onto any of these heroes. Summer threw out the stun onto Erica. This Terrorblade is actually quite low. He's gonna die here.
He's just dead.
The Abyssal Blade will be there. They do commit the Global Silence, but this is while the Terrorblade's already dead. He blinks out though as he respawns. Sonic Wave only connected onto the Timber, but he barely tickled by this. He backs out. He's still Gucci. But without the Sages, perhaps they don't feel safe and comfortable remaining on the high ground. They don't have the Metamorphosis either. So Lost Dog should end up retreating from this area.
Yeah, that was probably not a play Erica wants to remember for too long. The walk behind enemy racks, tier 3 even still alive, go for the Sunder, can't get it off, feed die. So yeah, not the greatest of plays, but is it big enough of an issue for a comeback? Again, it's so deceptive with the Alchemist in the team because the net worth's kind of inflated. Alch will always have items. Does it translate to game impact right now? It's a bit awkward for this hero, I feel. I think the Abyssal Blade for sure could be the undoing. If Terrorblade steps up again, he knows that he can get 100 to 0 inside of this Abyssal Blade. So he does need to be mindful of that. It isn't these Terrorblades that can just walk up any high ground and A-click their way through the fight, Satanic up, etc. Like, this is a relatively fragile Terrorblade to some degree, even though he has 3k HP. Like, it's not like a Butterfly or the Satanic or any of this stuff to give him tankiness.
They do have on their lineup access to a Lincoln Sphere from this Pangolier that they can put onto the TB, but it's only the one.
That's going to help, yeah.
And they do have a lot of spells to get through Lincolns. And look at TB. Is he trying to go... What's he doing here, Erica? What's the plan here, boss?
The old wave skipper Rooney.
Yo, that
you can't force me back to base because we can fortify your one wave skip.
Dude, like, he knows that they have his team's gem. Holy smokes, this man has ice in his veins. You know how angry I'd be if I saw my Terrorblade doing that play? Be like, bro, be careful.
Yeah, that's the type of time in pubs where, as a POS 5, you're either screaming to your character, please don't die, and he's like, yo, shut up, bro. Shut up. And then it works. You're like, you're a god. It doesn't work. You're like, oh, yeah, I can never climb MMR. I'm a POS 5 and this is my course, you know? It's the duality of playing Dota.
Well, it worked out from this time because not only did he cut the wave, he managed to force them back. They smoked up on Radiant side and don't find anything. So what seemed like a madman play turns out to be this very genius next level.
Yeah.
Eternal Envy might have retired, but the spirit of EE 50/50 is being carried by Erica right now.
Yeah, that's maybe the start of the code. The E at the end of his name, maybe something to do with the 4 in the other letters. It can translate into another E or something. Yes, I see it. Tormentor number 2, please. This time Pangolier gets the shard. It's going to help a little bit, I think, especially because of the CC issues they have. If they are able to get on top of the Alch one time with the roll as a blink initiation, getting that second stun with the shard turnaround could honestly be enough to give TB time to kill off a hero. So not the worst hero to pick up the free shard.
Right now,
Hawk isn't actually ready for this engagement right now. She's still running around in base.
They need the Quap of Pain. Fortunately for them, I guess they can port her onto the outpost, but it has to happen sooner rather than later, because the last Dark also in the area.
Yeah, she's
Thinking about
TPing
a
now.
fight. And the Quap, she's coming in, but oh my goodness. Is she going to arrive just as the TB does? Indeed, that's what happens. She pops a Shiva's gone, trying to run deeper into the fray. Look at Summer though, triggering a stun. He jumps on the backline. He finds the silencer. Can they kill him in time? Yes, they can. No buyback for him. Sonic Wave pushing back this Triangolier, and they kill him with the Primal Roll. At the same time, Terrorblade able to take out the two supports with the help of the Timber, both of whom will buy back. Rolling Thunder coming in from Echo as he brought back with the Blast Off, also connecting onto Summer. He's been chain disabled, and now he's being right-clicked down by Erica. Last Dark have seemingly won the fight, but let's see what more they have. They have a lot of health lost on this Techies. Needs to be very careful. So does Terrorblade, needs to watch himself. Does end up sundering off of the Queen of Pain. Beastmaster throwing in axes, seeing this Techies as low. Wants to supply the damage from afar, but doesn't have enough of it. Shining, blinks back in with the chakrams being thrown everywhere. And the fight is sort of grinding to a halt. And Silencer, dead all that time ago, is actually respawning, and the fight's not over just yet. So they have Global online for the side of Last Dark. Holy Grail need to respect and be aware of this. But they're still chasing T. They still want somebody desperately. They come across normal end. They don't have the damage to kill him off quickly. They're using the Bedlam. They do finally eliminate him. And Summer blinking onto Shining right now. The Primal Roar is back online. They will actually kill the Timbersaw. Are you kidding me?
This fight lasted so long. Like the Silencer respawn, the meta obviously went down. As soon as Terrorblade meta's down, you're kind of missing the hero. His 33k net worth is kind of gone. So that's where Grail are able to just extend the fight, continue kiting back, and both teams trying to find a positional advantage. And somehow Holy Grail, they just found it.
Oh my goodness. It also turned out to, while all that was happening, we did have Roshan Timer come up and was max respawn, dude. Are you kidding me? Only this kind of game could produce that. Chakram going on to two heroes. Look at Shining, go on to Dolem and Summer. Really wants to chase them in. Echo comes with them with the Rolling Thunder, but doesn't connect onto anybody just yet. BKB from Summer to avoid the stuns. However, SJ not going to be as lucky. That's a dive back by the Pugna. Swashbuckle goes in onto Dolem, stalls him up. But look at Summer going onto Erica. They kill the Terrorblade. He's forced to buy back. Abyssal Blade stun onto Shining right now. Primal Roar back online again in this fight. As DQQ finishes him off with the Bedlam. Massive gains for the side of Holy Grail. Roshan still hasn't spawned, but they won a fight. But with this buyback on the TB, they might not feel strong enough to actually go kill off the Roche. Hasn't spawned yet either.
I mean, Alk's doing the damage now. In the previous fight, both Alk and Copper at the top for the Radiant side, and again for this one, both pumping out like 3,500 damage. Corp's finally overcome her issues of the early game with only having yours Kaya. She got the Shivas, the Ag Spam. Alk's easily able to lock onto heroes with his Abyssal Blade. Plenty of damage. And I think, the Pugna Willow, they're doing a very good job at just being bodies that look like good targets to go on. I feel like the Last Dark, they see this Pugna, they're throwing in the Rolling Thunder on top, and in doing so, now you're giving enough information to jump the Silencer or to Abyssal down the Terrorblade. And yeah, these long kited out fights, the Last Dark are just getting a little bit outplayed, and they were very excited to use their buybacks. The only two heroes with buybacks now are Quap and Beastmaster.
Oof.
Everyone else's, Techies and Silencer, is because they don't have God, but everyone else is on cooldown. Like, the fact that all of this happened, and then the Grail are the ones getting the Roshan at the start, it's like, phew, what an event.
I don't know how you feel about this, but when the last time I was casting with Lizard, I was telling him, I actually don't, if I'm playing Dota at a pro level right now, I don't even want to think about Roshan. You know how many times I've seen the entire game turn? In this exact area. Radiant side Roshan fighting around this twin gate, and something calamitous happens. The entire game turns, you lose, give up an Aegis cheese. It's really difficult.
I think it's specifically because of the daytime aspect, right? Like, if this was a nighttime Roshan, and it boils down to the same thing. Remember in the Abaddon game on Last Dark when they did the Roshan play, exact same thing. It was daytime, they were dire, Radiant brought back, used the outpost TP straight back into the fight, was able to convert on Roshan. Same thing happens here. So I think you just need to be careful which day-night cycle you're trying to do Roshan on based on your team. Because otherwise, at this point in the game, with no tier 1s, no tier 2s, it's going to be a grief. Big smoke wrap around though from Grail.
Why? About to get griefed? What?
Oh, let's follow the stun. Follow the stun.
What a player. Let's see.
It's currently passing the tier 2.
It's coming.
This fight's not important, Scriff. Come on.
It's coming. Boom!
Silence just got stunned. Right. Don't worry. We did miss it. It's fine. That's a cool ward. Don't know what to say. Just a bit upset I didn't see Silence get stunned.
T got 1 strike. I wanted to see a stun chasing across the entire map.
I will go quiet for 5 seconds. I'll see you in 5 seconds.
So now, the game feels very awkward. Queen of Pain has an absurd amount of net worth herself. So does the Beastmaster. So does the Alchemist. The entire lineup of Holy Grail feel like they are reaching the zenith of their powers. Even about to pick up his full Swift Blink on Summer. That's so much money that he has.
The fact that Terrorblade bought the Hex is a statement to the fact that they do need to have that control factor inside the kill. And I mentioned it about 20 minutes ago about the Timbersaws itemization and him going for the Hex. The fact that he's now indirectly forced the Terrorblade to go for it, you're missing out on the Satanic or the Butterfly, that big item that can save him. Like, potentially the Butterfly could be enough, but he can't really buy MKB right now. Butterfly would change that. If he has Satanic, sure, he gets Abyssal, but rather than having to look for a Sunder, he's going to press Meta, Satanic, and kill. So if the last arc do lose this game, I think we could potentially boil it down to, sure, game mechanics and choices, but itemization could be one of the undoings for them right now.
Could certainly see a Hex on... Hell, even if the Terrorblade was going to come back for a second Hex, I do agree with you that the first one should have been on the Timbersaw, 100%. The way that the game is going right now, though, doubt he'll have enough time to farm this up before the game is over. So he's going to just stay his current course. They need to be careful, though. Dolem has Blink Dagger and Primal Roar at the ready. Yeah, actually threatening Erica. Yeah. Oh, my God.
There's some heroes where they get like the perfect neutral item, right? And it's Ninja Gear for like Beastmaster. I don't know. I don't know what other tier 4 would you want on a Beastmaster. Sometimes it's like Trickster Cloak. It kind of does the same thing. There's arguments maybe for Martyr's Plate as well with the 25% magic resist, but Ninja Gear is just so clean on this hero.
Yeah.
That's a lot of spell prisms in this game. 4 spell prisms.
It's a lot of them. The only other one is maybe a Relic, if you're feeling like you don't have enough Disable overall, but
sure.
Yeah.
Counter status resist, get some more buff. Yeah, I can see it, but yeah, I just love when players feel Ninja Gear being like the right item, because sometimes you pick it up, it's useless, right? But in these games where it's quite close, it's dragged out, you already got the good vision yourself, like it can really help you. So will be a key thing to look out for Dome if he's able to actually find some of these pickoffs with the item. And he's going for a Hex himself. He's pretty much there. Of course, he needs to balance the idea of buyback. He currently has it. Of course, can't go buyback and Hex.
Another really good neutral item in this game, though, is the one that Echoes has. As it did pick up the Mindbreaker. Super good with Pangolier in general. And will also mean that Silencer can hopefully have a BK BO2 forced out before he has to activate the global in the fight. They're going into the smoke right now from the last stock. They are aware that the Aegis is about to expire. And they were hoping to try and catch Holy Grail with their pants down. But nope, they are playing very cleanly. Summer was a little bit alone, but he's very rapidly heading towards where his team is. And Holy Grail, aware of this move, nobody's going to get caught, and they maintain their advantage on the map.
Damn, and Terrorblade, he's going just for refresher. He doesn't see a route where, because of the Hex, he can then go for the Butterfly, the Satanics, and these kind of traditional items. So he's really leaning into the not the spell casting aspect, but more what's happening?
No, God, again! Oh my God, God is so unlucky. Dude, Gon actually blinked. Oh my god. All right. Okay, cool.
Gon is gone. Unlucky. Luckily for him, does have the buyback. Will he want to use it? Of course not. I think last start did a really good job just kind of ignoring the fact they had the Aegis, dodging the fights, constantly skipping.
Oh no. Gon immediately triggers or cues BKB after that happens though. I think he felt more comfortable, but now we'll see if they can find revenge for him as they jump Erica. And they might find this 100-0 when they do.
Jeez.
Oh my god, the Terrorblade just not tanky enough. And Erica has just gone dead to rights, removed from play by Holy Grail.
The death summary does look extremely hyped for Terrorblade, to be fair. It is just concoction, abyssal dead. Like, in the matter of 3 seconds, 3,500 HP, Terrorblade just got deleted. I'm very sorry that you can't... There we... Oh, it worked. No, it didn't work. What? It's bugged? Oh. I'm so sorry for teasing you, stream. But unfortunately, it isn't working for you. But I can see it, and it does look... There was actually a 0.4 second window where he could have pressed... There you go. See that little window post-abyssal? That was a BKB pressing window.
So you could have got more BKB and then died anyway, because Summer does like 300 right-click damage.
Yes, but technically, you could argue he could have BKB'd.
Okay.
But I mean, Terrorblade just needs to respect the fact that with this itemization, he's not the one at the forefront of the fight. He's the one playing on the fringe, blinking in with the Hex, metaing, and then taking the fight after the Timbersaw soaked it. So I would like to see Erica reposition himself and look to be kind of like emulating like an Axe style of play, where he hides in the tree line, he pushes with the like other things, and then takes the fight after.
Right now, they're trying to force out his buyback at the very least, as Holy Grail have managed to force out a glyph. They're just slowly but surely pushing in the mid and bottom waves. Tier 3 tower bottom's already at half HP, but with Terrorblade about to respawn, they're pinging Roche. They don't want to stick around, and unfortunately for them, Roche is not going to be here for another 90 seconds at least. It's a long time, but that's also a really long time, T. The amount of time before Terrorblade's courier is back. He had his recipe killed off.
Oof. Is there an argument where he just rebuys the refresher outright? Just sells the recipe? Or is that too game losing at this point of the game with his buyback cost being 3.3k gold? Yeah, probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, it's a lot of gold.
It's expensive.
All right,
not cheap.
Roshan up in 60 seconds. They've already placed their wards. They're positioned very aggressively at this tree line.
They're actually triggering the stun. Summer wants to go in. He finds the silencer. He does have buyback though, so he can utilize it. Spends it immediately. Echo though, going in with the Pangolier. Sonic Wave holds him in position, and now he's stuck, so he can't progress further in the engagement. So they have the silencer back online, but if he dies again, it's a dieback. And now we don't have Rolling Thunder, but we still don't have Roshan. This must be so frustrating if you're the Holy Grail at the moment.
It's death by 1,000 cuts, it feels.
Shining is on the forefront of the fight right now. He's eating in some damage. Global Silence will be committed as Erica is able to kill off DQQ, but he does have buyback. And they're on Radiant side, so he can come back quite quickly. Primal Roar goes out onto Erica. The big man's been caught. They get some damage out onto him. He's hexed right now. He's killed off. That's a death on the Terrorblade. He dies back, though, to come back into the fray. In the meantime, Terrorblade will get there as the Timbersaw is already mopping up house in this fight. Kills off the Alchemist, but the Alch will buy back. Pangolier now falling low. Gon able to kill him off, forcing a buyback from him as well. The silencer for why? He is gonna get killed off, and now it's Erica versus the world, but the world is stronger than he is. And the Terrorblade is dead. 2 minutes, no buyback. Primal Roar stores up this Pangolier yet again. Sonic Wave kills him off. Gon gets an ultra kill. And with Shining stalled up, you know what you gotta do, boys. Give it to him. He deserves it. He gets the Rampage. And that ends the game. GG, well played is called. The Holy Grail have done it. They will sup in heaven tonight as they get the 2-1 victory over the Dark.
I mean, this was Again, I honestly thought that the last Dark should be able to, they get it. But no, Holy Grail shows some tenacity. Losing game 1, coming back though in game 2 and 3 off the back of just Alchemist 2 games in a row, it feels like. Erica, he overplayed his hand in this third game. He put himself in positions where I don't think he respected the damage of Alk and Quap in conjunction on top of him. They always had vision. They always fought in the right place. So fair play to Holy Grail. This was, a nice bounce back in the series.
Yeah. Nice bounce back in the series, definitely. Very impressive fight execution, especially towards the latter end of this game. Crazy engagements like that do require a lot of communication to make work. But we do have to remember here, T, that it all started off perfectly. Like you were saying in game 1, how you couldn't have written a better set of circumstances for Gan in that situation, with the Queen of Pain being forced to go blink. It could not have gone better for the lineup here. Getting that triple kill early, the bounty runes, tons of gold for themselves. Just getting off to a very hot start. That being said, though, that point in the game when the Lost Dark almost seemed like they were actually in the pole position. They were beating out this Alchemist. They were fighting very well. Imagine if they hadn't suffered that calamity at the beginning of the game, if things started normally, and then they have that kind of advantage then. They could really have won this one out.
Yeah, they easily could have. It just goes back to the point where Beastmaster, because he enters the lane with so many kills and assists, he gets his helm so quickly. He takes the tower, what was it, like 8 minutes 40 or something? He just breaks open this game, and then the entire time it feels like Last Dark are looking for the pick of, and sure, Grail did make some mistakes. Like we're seeing it in the highlights here. They had this massive blunder at top, and I honestly, there have been so many fights. I'm trying to remember which way this one goes, because I know it starts with Terrorblade going very... this one's... Wait, which way does this one even go? I can't remember. I'm going to rewatch it like it's the first time.
Okay. I won't spoil for you.
All right. So Terrorblade does this. He does the awkward runaway. Yes. And then Summer then jumps in. So this is the good fight. All right. So Last Dark in this situation, this is them fighting quite poorly. It's very split. And this is where Terrorblade naturally does well against the Alchemist, because his meta lasts much longer. He's able to actually fight accordingly and just kite out this Alchemist. But I feel like after this engagement, we never got this type of Terrorblade. For some reason, Erica then just became like the tank. He decided to be at the front of every fight. He was always in a position where he was getting roared, and there wasn't the supporting cast to enable him. The Lotus Orb, the Glimmer, the Four Staffs, the Butterfly to survive the right clicks. I think itemization is so key in this game, and I think the overlap of Timbersaw and Terrorblade going for the Hex, the Timbersaw buying items for himself but not the team, really cost him this game. On top of course, much wider mistakes and positional errors. But yeah, I think Erica would look like to forget this game for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the reason why they weren't able to finish it off, even when things were going well, is because he's the one that died in their high ground push when he had the Aegis. If that doesn't happen, maybe they get the full lane, get out without suffering too much. But it does. The game ends up going sideways, and Gan ends things off with a rampage at the end. All right, you're going to rampage, dude. Let's give it to him. It's fine. You can take it, Gan. I would actually say that for me, the person I think most responsible for this victory is definitely Dolem. Not just for what we saw in the laning phase, with being able to prevent himself getting muscled out of the game, taking down the tier 1 tower super early. When the game was going south for them, right, he's microing units, taking down towers on both sides of the map, gets a tier 2 top, gets a tier 2 bottom, always forcing them to have to go back and defend. Incredible primal roars that came out of him, always directly on either Pangolier or the Terrorblade, pretty much nobody else. But he didn't get a rampage though, so we do have to give it to Gan at the end.
Yeah, it's fair play. He gets the rampage. Again, it's like itemization in the start and the play with it was an awkward start for the Quap. We talked about his net worth not really being able to keep up with the rest, but he found windows to get back into the game, utilized them nicely. It's always fun to watch Quap v Pango because it's so hard for Pango to keep rolling cleanly because you just get knocked back by this wave every time. So yeah, fair play to him. And also it's cool to see, the SEA players move into the China teams, because of course last tour he was playing in Division 2 for Horizon. Now this tour he's now entered China Division 2. So it's cool to see the cross-region players that we see now and again. And with this win, after 2 emphatic days The leaderboard is really shaping up. What do I need to say here? We played like one series each.
Yeah, not that much information to be gleaned so far, but we do know that these games will come back to make a difference. Not only, there's no DPC points to be awarding and giving away right here. However, seeding for the TI qualifiers, super, super important. And the fewer games you play, the easier your chances towards getting to the international. We don't know as well if there's last chance qualifiers or not, so that it increases the importance of the potentially solitary slot from the region. With that, unfortunately, it is for the side of Last Dog, but there were still some positives from them overall. We did get to see some really nice gameplay, especially in Game 1. And for me, I honestly think my big standout for this team is this normal end guy. I was talking to Fluke the other day when we started DPC Div 2, and I was saying to him we should probably treat this particular tour as a scouting exercise, see who the next up-and-comers were, because we have some guys in China like Shiro, Lu, Shangye, all of them made Div 2 their proving ground before elevating up. And so far, from what I see, I think Normal End is probably going to be the next name on that particular list of individuals because he's looking super, super solid, even if his team ended up losing the game.
Yeah, I think when you look at position 4 players, it's how smooth do they look playing? Are they clicking a lot and their hero's jittering, or is it just one smooth motion? And it does feel like he has that kind of smooth nature to him. And with that, you have more information, time to process things, and mechanically, pretty good. So yeah, even though he's lost, yeah, I'm excited to see where he lands in the future for sure.
Yeah, we'll see, of course, him and the Last Dog in action still throughout the DPC tour. The same is going to be true of the Holy Grail, who were victorious today. Unfortunately, though, that does mean that our time with this series is done. Time to move on to the next one, which will witness IG Vitality taking on Supernova. Inaugural games for both of those squads too, so you certainly don't want to miss how they perform in this DPC run. We'll check you out later, so don't go anywhere. More Dota to come in just a few minutes. This is the DPC in China, and we'll see you soon for some more action.
Welcome back to our second series of the night. We've got two brand new teams to battle it out. It's going to be IG Vitality taking on Supernova. Two teams, of course, we saw in the previous tour as well. IG Vitality, unfortunately for them, they were relegated. They had to go the long way back through the closed qualifiers. And for Supernova, they were very close to being promoted into Division 1. They played that three-way tiebreaker, which unfortunately they fell a little bit too short.
They did, and I think they're going to actually benefit from spending a little bit more time in Division 2. You know, they had a few shaky games, for sure, and I think they just need to iron those out a little bit. You know, you don't want to be remember last tour, Div 1, the outsiders from China, they just didn't seem like they were anywhere close to the level, and I honestly feel like Team Bright, they put up a lot more of a fight. I mean, they were able to take that series off of Azure, the team that's now going to the Bali Major, so clearly, even though Team Bright's coming back down, they were worthy of being up in Div 1, and hopefully for Supernova, they can continue this growing experience.
Yeah, hopefully they can. And one thing that we were happy to see is they had the backing of Astra as well. This is the third team that Astra have, and we were still unsure of how many resources were diverted over to Supernova, but you know, that's hopefully with time, like you said, they're able to continue to grow, continue to develop as a team, and this will be a nice test versus IG Vitality as well, because this is a new roster for them. I mean, you've brought Butterfly Effect back to pretty much his home. I mean, he's played on IG Vitality for like 4 years. The only key member that you had in the previous tour is Ukio as the carry, so everyone else kind of new to IG Vitality.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know you're a big Butterfly Effect fan, so we're going to see a little bit of bias coming through from Aries here. But, I mean, we have to say, for IG Vitality, they only scraped through into Division 2 because there was that third place that ended up being able to get in. You know, they weren't top 2, which is traditional for closed qualifiers. So, not filled with a ton of confidence for this roster. But if there's anyone that's going to be able to drag them across the line, it is that mid laner in Butterfly Effect. Yes,
that it is indeed. So... they also brought TZY over, who was on the Cactus team with Butterfly Effect. So at least he's got one other boy that he is familiar with. And for people that come from Southeast Asia, you know Ponyo as well. I mean, he's been through in Southeast Asia for quite some time, played on a lot of the Atlantis teams, even recently played on Horizon as well. That was with God King. So he's been around the block. He's making an attempt over in China. So we'll see how that shapes up. But we've got our first draft underway. Supernova going to be on the Radiant side with first pick, IG Vitality on Dire with second pick.
You haven't even mentioned Hara. You know, the all five, the one that's actually drafting for this team as well. And, I mean, he's taken a bit of time away from the game. You know, he was previously on that Shenzhen Esports roster that was pretty stable during, let's just call it the COVID era, you know, always towards the upper end of Division 2. So glad to see that we get a chance to have a look at him again and see what he's capable of doing. But I really like this start to the draft by Supernova, banning out the Timber Sword, just because you do have that flexibility on IG Vitality to play it in a multitude of different roles. And especially when you've got that potential, you are even happy taking it in this first phase with those back-to-back picks.
All right, what do you know? This is the classic, the staple. Nothing wrong with it. Just go to the techies.
There is nothing wrong with it. I mean, the thing that I like about both these POS 5s is that they are Veno enjoyers, so we might look to see that one come out. Not so much against the techies, though. You know, you're able to just keep so far at range that really you're not worried at all by any sort of right-click harass, and even then, like, as soon as you get into the reactive taser, just pop that onto yourself. If they try and Venomous Gale you and right-click you down, it'll dispel it, and you can just look to run away. So I don't really want to see a Venom this time around. Silencer feels okay, you know? Like, if you might look to put a few more points into the Glaives of Wisdom early on, just to be able to trade some right-click harass against the techies, and as the Bat Rider as well, you've got some decent kill threat for the techies too. Is there an LGD like academy team still? Like the last LGD International was back in like 2021, 2022 that they tried to make happen. But you know, you've got Extreme Gaming who are the ones funding Azure pretty much, and you know, Asta, like we've said, they've got their main roster. They've got Asta Ares. They've also got Supernova, who they're assisting a little bit as well. Don't think LGD has really any more, do they?
10 seconds remaining.
No, nor Vici Gaming. And
Well,
for that matter,
Vinci's kind of
yeah, that's true. Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking. I was just thinking of like your staple China orgs that had the academy team. So I was going to mention eHome next as well, and then you were probably going to say, well, that team's also kaput. We don't see them at the moment. So they also had a lot of academy teams too. But no, I think at the moment it is just Asta and Extreme.
And IG, of course. IG Vitality, IG.
Yep, true.
I mean,
So
I'm
just
always happy to see a Magnus, right? They've already got the Universal Heroes, tick. Big plus signs here for Supernova. Hopefully, they IG Vitality put some respect onto Han's name, because he is a Tinker spammer. He really loves playing the Tinker. And yeah, you've got the Batrider to be able to counter it, even the Silencer a little bit. But I mean, we've seen good Tinker players. Unless you have that really reliable way to be able to just get right in on top of him and disable him 100-0, he's going to be able to thrive.
So there is one thing I also want to bring up, is that IG Vitality are playing with a stand-in. There's no TZY today. They're going to be playing with Marblu, who we saw, I believe, on Media Gaming, if I remember correctly. I will double check now. Yes, it was on Media Gaming. Here's the position 4, though, or at least used to be 4. But if we remember,
Except for Visage, right?
Yes, except for Visage. They would very often put him on the off lane and give Molasses at that time, which was a 3. They'd give him like a Tusk. So I really wonder what heroes IG Vitality are going to draft for Marblu. I mean, this Batrider could be potentially be his. We may still not have his hero just yet, but yeah, got to keep that in mind. Like, he's a traditional 4 player, and when he was playing 3, like you said, it was really only the Visage. Well, in fact, it was only the Visage that we saw.
You'd have to assume that this Batrider is going to be in the offlane, though, just with the bans that they've got coming through. Oracle, Slark, 2 heroes that really like playing into the Batrider because of that Dispel mechanic. Of course, with the Slark as well, you know, the lane at the very beginning might be a little bit tough, but you could just back off into the jungle and look to re-engage onto the Batrider, because not really an early BKB buyer is the Batrider anymore. You're really wanting to scale into your own universal damage. You're wanting to enable your own farm as much as possible. I mean, of course, this could be a position for Batrider as well.
Radiant team pick. Queen.
All will reveal very shortly, and I guess that kind of does a little bit, at least, that the Batrider's not going to be played by Butterfly Effect, but he gets one of his more comfort heroes out of the Queen of Pain. They also kind of protected it with the puck as well, so you don't have that counter matchup for...
Counter. Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Does kind of, you know, is a Tinker possible? You know, they will never have the last overall pick here, but I mean, maybe banning out the Storm Spirit kind of leans into that sort of attitude. We've seen the Magnus go mid against the Queen of Pain, but the only reason that had as good a time as it did is because they got First Blood on the Magnus, and you just got a really early bottle. You could get into like a couple of braces, so you've got plenty of regeneration against the Shadow Strike spam coming out from the co-op.
Yeah, I still really wonder how that matchup goes regardless if you don't get bottle. Like, I feel like it would be 60-40 co-op favored, but I haven't really seen it lately with all the damage that Mag has and the potential just to go back into the jungle. So I would still say that is pretty Queen of Pain favored, but
it is.
So that's the one really nice thing about First Bloods and all the action we get across the map. They're going to go Ember. So this was something that they really like to flex as a 1. So we'll see if that's a route they want to go down for Supernova, because mid versus Quap is still very Queen of Pain favored as well. So I have to imagine they're thinking about putting the Ember in the safe lane.
It's a skill-based thing, though, right? Like, if you are absolutely perfect with your timing of the Sleight of Fist, it means that you're going to be able to dodge out that Shadow Strike, and the lane just becomes so much more viable. And of course, you're playing with a Magnus, so you're a good target for the Empower as well, just to ramp up your damage. You can go into that early-ish BKB and not have to worry as much about your scaling potential. Abaddon, though, not really seeing that hero all that often.
5 seconds.
I mean, I like it against the Batrider, but against the Silencer, it feels a little meh, you know? Like, you pop the Global Silence and there really isn't anything that an Abba can do against you, unless they're planning to run this as a 1. Then, you know, you get silenced and then you still right-click, you're fine.
It does kind of seem like a Chola hero, though, because in the previous two, I mean, they were just spamming Undying. Like, that was pretty much one of the few heroes that Cholo was playing. So I'd say the Abaddon fits a very similar role as well. If they do put as a 5, like you said, there's still a lot of flex.
For sure.
What are we looking for? Do you carry or do you keep the Batrider flex?
I mean, sorry, I'm just trying to think, like, what is going through their mind right now? Are they like, okay, it seems like they're very capable of farming with this lineup, even if you do want to go the Abaddon as a position 1. So is it going to be something that's just going to pick up the tempo? I feel like Terrorblade's pretty decent at that, right? Like, they're assuming that this Abaddon, they're calling their bluff. They're saying, you know what, if you want this to be a position 1, if you want it to be a Radiant Spire, then we're going to have a Terrorblade to be able to reflect that back onto you. All of your physical damage, not going to be too effective against a TB. So I quite like this pick.
Radiant team ban.
Who knows, could even be a Mag 1.
Or Mag Abba lane, then Techie, and then you're looking for your off lane? Is that what you're thinking?
If Darkseer is still available.
True, actually. I like that call. I like that call a lot. Darkseer, of course, very good versus the Terrorblade. A lot of wombo combo potential. A lot of melee heroes as well to get value out of the Shell and the Surge. I think IG Vitality have some issues with how they can control team fights right now. Like, as soon as you pop meta and as soon as Global Silence is used, the enemy team can just easily retreat. Like, the one big thing going for them is just there will always be a kill with Lasso and Global, unless Abaddon is able to somehow farm an item to dispel that. But I would really like to see them with their last pick, whether it's a 4 or 3, to at least someone that is able to offer some crowd control.
You don't think for IG or for Supernova?
IG.
Yeah, I agree. I think that consistent team fight is very important. I mean, again, if you're looking to go into the physical damage reduction route, Underlord's still in the pool, provides a little bit, the route against the Ember, not amazing, right? You are a BKB buyer. You've got an Abaddon that's going to be able to get the Aphotic Shield off onto you, so maybe a stun is going to be better served for this lineup. In terms of what that might be, I mean, China loves its Mars, so maybe that's something that they're looking to consider.
Team ban.
What's with these Dooms making it all the way through? Happened yesterday as well. I think one of the games Sukasa got like third phase banned. I just automatically think it's gone in the first phase and don't even think about it since then.
Yep. It's a pretty strong hero still.
Yes, it is without a doubt. So what do? Right, they do Darcy. Very good call.
I mean, it could still be the Ember 1, right? And the Mag mid. If you are feeling like you need to have this, if the Mag is better in the lane against the Quap, but again, you really don't have a way to be able to dodge out the Stifling Dagger. It's not the Stifling Dagger, the Shadow Strike. What do they still need? Like,
5 seconds remaining.
can you consider a Brewmaster against a Darkseer? Dispel off the Flame Guard, dispel off the Empower, just push Abba into the air, get rid of the Darkseer's effectiveness, give a lot of teamfight control to the TB, and run the Batrider as a 4? Okay.
Spirit Breaker.
It's some control.
I liked your suggestion and gave you everything you said. I don't think it fixed some of the issues I had with the stuns, though, with just the enemy team disengaging. I think the Spirit Breaker is able to do that. Marblu really likes his hero as well, so...
Is he going to be playing it in the 4, though? And is it going to be a Hara 3 Batrider? That's not we're 100% sure about.
Yes, so... Overall, looks like it's a carry Magnus as well by the looks of it.
Unless Han just plays it in the position 1, the Ember. Anything's possible. But you know me, I see 1, 2, 3 Universal Heroes coming out for Supernova, which I'm pretty happy about. Actually, is Abra a Universal Hero as well? It is. 4 Universal Heroes.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
You're not really a stats builder, though, Like... I guess the Manta provides a lot, but
brother, anyone is when they're universal. Don't you worry.
Even a 5 about him.
Oh well, yeah. So I meant more like as a 4 or like a core kind of. So no, I guess you are right now.
I like aspects of both of these drafts, right? Like you said, they do have the confirmation for kills with this Batrider Silencer. We're just a little bit worried that later on into the game, let's say that the Abaddon is able to, like he just says, look, let me go the Guardian Greaves. I need that Dispel for the Global Silence. Darkseer, you could look to go something different. You know, get into the pipe, look for ways to be able to respond to this Batrider, to this Queen of Pain in the earlier stages. And, you know, if they're able to get that, then that means that you're going to have a lot more sustain against that original pickoff that they're just looking to go for on IG Vitality. So I would say it's probably going to be a little easier for Supernova to be able to go into the later stages of this game, but it's all really around that Darkseer pick, right? If he's able to get his farm, then Terrorblade's life becomes so much more challenging.
See you later, nerds.
What do IG Vitality need to do then to shut off the Darkseer?
I mean, it's not the easiest lane that he has to play with, right? Like, it's a Darkseer with a Techies. Who is actually using the Ion Shell in that lane? It's going to need to be the Darkseer. So I think you just need to try and outplay them, basically. Like, he's got a lot of stats built up for himself. The +6 to all stats off of the Magic Wand and 3 Iron Branches, but no regen. So that means that if he could look to get a kill pretty early on before he ferries out some tangos and the like to himself, then... you know, you start to put this lane in the bin a little bit. Yes, he's going to have one of the best position for laners in the game, in the techies, to be able to help him out, but it's not like you're really lacking in that kill threat with a Batrider and a Spirit Breaker. Of course, even just the slows coming through from a TV and the Silencer feel pretty good too.
30 seconds to battle.
Okay, I was just thinking of, like, do you try and play the Abaddon with the Darkseer then potentially? But I think, like, there's a lot of value with him in both
He's got to
lanes,
be
right?
against the bat lane, yeah.
So, because as what I've seen from Batrider, it's like a 0-1-2 build early on, and then you go sticky at 4. Do you feel like there's still as much value with him being there compared to top? Because actually, Yukio, more than likely going to be our first blood. 5 heroes from Supernova swarming inside IG Vitality's jungle, and with a slight from Han.
Well,
he's
he's
able
got
to
his
secure
bottles.
it. What do you know?
So
Yeah,
this lane is
cool.
so much more viable now.
So cool. Like pretty much the identical thing that we saw yesterday. I guess one thing is that he completely missed out on the body blocks, but it will go back all the way under his tower.
He won't miss any last hits, it's fine. They also committed 2 Observer Wards in pretty much the exact same spot on IG Vitality, really looking to try and pick up that first blood, realizing that, you know what, an Abaddon, a Magnus, a Darkseer, they're not all that effective at level 1, and they had some pretty decent kill threat, but it was actually them that got caught with their pants down. You know, the wards are a little bit more spread out here by Supernova, both to cover that mid lane as well as that bounty rune, and it ends up paying off for them. I don't know what's going on here on this bottom lane between Hara and Marblu, because I mean, you're thinking the same thing as me, right? Like, from all intents and purposes, with what Marblu started with, I'm like, okay, he's playing the support. You know, Hara a little bit more into just the overall stats, leaning into the universal hero aspect with the bracer for both damage and sustainability. But now it looks like Marblu's taking a bit more of the stats and is building into some of that physical damage reduction. You know, again, we mentioned that it's very important to recognize that you are against a lot of physical, you know, coming from the Magnus, the Ember Spirit, even with the threat of the Abaddon potentially being a core. Not going to be the case, but still, Crimson Guard going to be pretty good this game, I would imagine.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the bracer getting worked on from Hara, I really wasn't sure who was the call.
Yeah.
But it looks like SP's last hitting, so that does answer our question. And how's top going? Like you said, really important for Chen to be off to a good time on the Darkseer. You know, it's not that melee pairing in the lane that we see very often with this hero, just to be able to get a lot of value out of the shellers. Meanwhile, she's a blast off defensively, so a lot of slows reapplying with the Arcane Curse. They should be able to continue to chase him down. Never mind. Sheep able to get out. That's pretty huge. Usually first meta is often a kill, so just able to survive on a slither of health.
I mean, that's one of the other reasons why the Techies is so busted, right? You've got this escape mechanism that also just doubles up as damage. Able to give himself over that healing salve and continue to harass in onto Ponyo. So the fact that they didn't connect onto that kill as well, we were talking about, you know, how do these position 5s look to trade against the Techies? It's why the Venomancer wouldn't have been a good pick, just because he can outrange you and apply that Dispel. But yeah, Ponyo as well, like, Arcade Curse Last Word, it's great to be able to pick up a kills with all the slow that you can get, but you can't just effectively trade in the lane against Sheep. It's more about being able to find the kill as opposed to consistent harass.
Nemo, we're also seeing Butterfly Effect start to really come out on top in this mid lane.
To be
26, yeah, to be expected. 26 compared to the 12 and 3, so... Lucy Han, I mean, he's trying to do whatever he can, spamming Slight to be able to CS. Also, it's a very low mana cost, and hopefully his supports help him out as the game goes on. Not really going to be required with the Water Rune, but you're potentially a sacrificial death in the lane to refill the bottle.
I have to imagine, though, like, do any of them really want to die? Like, it feels like these side lanes should go fairly okay for them, you know, in a bad, and I guess maybe if you're just spamming out that Aphotic Shield up against the Bat Rider, but speaking of that Water Rune.
Han's in a lot of trouble. Hara, once Raider over, Chola does a pretty good job as well, actually. Abaddon looking to put some emphasis on helping out the Ember. Of course, that Aphotic Shield's going to be very handy to keep him alive.
It's just more space for the Magnus, though, right? I'm a little surprised at how little he's getting out of this lane. Marblu is just outlasting him right now. 24 and 6 to the 19 and 4 that the Mag has to be able to play around with. And, you know, when you're up against a melee hero, especially one that doesn't have amazing armor to be able to start off with, he hasn't even started building into things like the phase boots just yet on Marblu. I would imagine that the Empower is just going to give you a little bit better trading than what an SB is able to do, but he's just missing some pretty easy last hits. Ukio has to be a bit careful up here. Getting spammed with sticky bombs.
Dire structures are fortified.
Again, Techie's is such an annoying hero to have to play around. When they're actually looking to go for a kill, maybe. Try to find the TB. Won't be on point, though.
We are starting to see this lane get a little bit more difficult, though, for Ukio to be able to play. Very fine line. Maybe with meta up, they could potentially posture for a kill, but there's always the potential for Sheep to jump in. Damage is really going to ramp up at that level 3 as well.
I like that he didn't just commit the meta there. You know, you're realizing that, you know what, Darkseer is hit up onto level 4, he might have that surge available. He did. Would have been a wasted meta usage. So at least now he has it to be able to more continuously deal with this siege creep wave. That's kind of what the Techies was going for with that pull previously. You know, he had the Ion Shell applied onto him, as Chen actually might be the one in trouble, although just has enough to be able to get that Ion Shell off. Yeah, he's a fast boy.
A very fast boy. All the lanes, though, seem to be going pretty well for IT Vitality in regards to the last hits. They will even get the power rune as well for Butterfly Effect, so a regen for the Queen of Pain to do whatever she likes with. Hopefully she gets it.
You would think so. I mean, well, okay. Enjoy your rune. She's like, man, I TP'd back here to give you a refill. He's like, you know what? I appreciate it. Not needed.
That's a pretty big rune for the Ember.
Yeah,
I don't think you're really going to be rotating.
Shortly. This creep wave. We'll give in it. I mean, with the Techies rotating back towards top, there's not really any sort of kill threat for Butterfly Effect. He's low-ish on mana, I suppose, but yeah, just looking to make some rotations around the map, it seems. Maybe just deal with this siege creep first, deal with the next creep wave, and then look to connect through onto one of these other lanes. You've, of course, got the Remnant still in that mid lane to be able to play around with.
Oh, Sheep's going to be too late. Oh, no. Yoink.
Matter of seconds. Have you had a look at these levels on these supports?
Yeah, I
Ponyo's
just saw.
5, Sheep is 2.
I just saw. How is he 5?
Yoinking XP? I don't know. You know, he stole that rune, but really this is just about making sure Chen had the good game, right? So it makes sense why Techies has relatively low...
Man, there's a lot of Nova heroes here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Nova heroes. Where'd they all come from? Yukio. It's like, boys, where are our numbers? Haru's going to try and help out, but that's where the Abaddon's able to come into play. Bye-bye any sticky charges and any turnaround potential is now Han. With the Iron Shell pumped on top of him, it's going to be an easy triple kill for the Ember. We don't want to look at the net worth. He is almost 1,000 ahead of Butterfly Effect. Got 730 gold off that fight. Man, dude.
All right, is he going to get a DD rune on this top side? Is he going to get a DD rune up here?
All right, it's okay. It's okay. But it's another game where the mid laner versus the Queen of Pain gets first blood and instantly starts with bottle.
Yep. Starts with bottle and gets a power rune that he probably shouldn't. I mean, that was Butterfly Effect's fault, to be fair. You know, there was a bit of a wave underneath his tower, but you could afford to, you know, have a bit of a squiz over when you've got this lane in such an advantageous matchup as it should be.
And they've really gotten out of, I feel like, the dangerous stage here for the Darks here, you'd say. He's level 6, Vanguard completed. These heroes can be very weak in the early levels, but... Oh, Sonic Wave. Not gonna be enough. Butterfly Effect will still jump over the top as Butterfly Effect just put himself in his own grave. Nice disengage from Han, and now with the Queen of Pain going down, they might go for Ponyo as well. She gonna brute force up the high ground. Still a difficult position for them to take a fight, and it's now Marbleau as well.
Oh, nice dodge.
A nice dodge with a slipe, but still the silence is there, so there's gonna be no reset. I mean, the Remnants, they were still on cooldown regardless, but a bit of a streak will go over to Marbleau. 5 times killing streak, so he's going to claim second in net worth now.
It's a big one for him. I mean, he was already having such a good time against the Magnus in the lane, but again, this is the risk playing against a Mag. If you make any sort of rotations away from him, he's just going to use that max down in power. He's going to continue to farm up like an absolute beast, and I'm really not expecting that to stop anytime soon. Like, it's just like, what sort of value are you going to be able to get out of a lot of these rotations on IG Vitality, right? We've mentioned you could commit with the Global and the Lasso, and they're going to be able to do that combination fairly soon. Ponyo is about 1 creep away from being able to do it. It looks like that is going to be the general strategy. Maybe just look to soak up a tiny bit of lane experience to be able to enable that to happen, but Hara just has the Tranquil Boots delivered, so that extra movement speed that he might need to be able to find this pickoff. Look at top.
Yep. Chen. I'm going to try and drop the wall, but really to no avail. Just proving to be a bit more of a nuisance than anything, so look at the Darks he killed. Tower does still go down. It's a lot of gold that Yukio was requiring. I think before that he was behind the mag, so now he's going to be able to continue to free farm at this side of the map, and didn't even need the global silence as well, so they still have this one available.
So I really love this coming out of Han. He's going straight into that Desolator after the Orb of Corrosion. You know, we know how effective an Ember Spirit is just with Magic Wand, Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion, but most of the time we see Maelstrom or BKB come after that. He doesn't need the Maelstrom. He's got a Magnus to be able to both enable his farm as well as his effectiveness in these team fights. So something like a Desolator is just going to absolutely slice through a lot of these IG Vitality heroes. And again, if you've got a Magnus who's looking to connect through at a similar sort of time to you picking up the Desolator, whether it's through Harpoon or Blink Dagger, then it means that you are going to be actually able to convert these pickoffs. You can see he's already completed the Echo Saber.
Often we see the Ember is a really nice response to the Terrorblade because of the Maelstrom with the magic damage and being able to deal with the illusions. Do you feel like because they have a Darkseid this game, that's like another reason why he doesn't have to go that route?
I think so, and I think they just realize how important these supports are going to be, right? The Global Silence is a really effective tool against an Abaddon, against a Darkseer. They, even the techies, right? They can do absolutely nothing if they're Global Silence, so you just got to make sure you take him out as quickly as possible. As a bit of a charge down bottom, Chola, he's getting picked out, and well, he's got the the borrowed time to be able to play around with. Seems like maybe the team's going to help him out a little bit.
Yeah, they're coming. Chen's here. That's the vital person to be able to springboard a fight off, but they won't be able to catch up to anyone. Marbleau's still a core. Vacuum skewer's a little bit awkward, but it looks like the chain's going to be able to set up. Even pump faking the RP just in case if it's required. But it is 5 heroes that's needed down bot to get the kill. Meanwhile, we do have Yukio really catching up on the Terrorblade. He's now put himself up in second position.
He's catching up for sure, but the thing is, like, it's a really valuable kill, right? That takes away so much more of their roaming ganking potential. Yeah, Spirit Breaker, Batrider, Silencer, Tail as Old as Time, and they protect their tier 1 tower. They haven't lost a single tower yet on Supernova, and of course, with a Magnus, position 1 especially, you want to just maintain as much of that space to be able to farm. We can see he's just farming right underneath this bottom tier 1 tower still. This is probably not an area that you should have freedom to be able to still get a lot of that little bit of extra farm, so he should continue to scale probably faster than this TB does. And Chola,
what are we hoping is
once again coming back to the lane, just saying, well, I'm probably going to get charged again, but at least I got borrowed time up in 5 seconds. Hopefully,
and at least
he's chainmail in.
He's just being an issue with defending, them taking the tower, right? Like, that's probably one of the biggest weaknesses. Honestly, both sides kind of have a lack of taking towers. I mean, Terrorblade can definitely get involved early if you take a fight around him with meta, but even Radiant as well. Top lane, Chen trying to solo kill Ukyo, but he's got the Sunder, and now Chen's maybe kicking himself a little bit. Bit ambitious with that attempt, and Hara and Ponyo once again playing together.
Looks like Ember did switch things up, so maybe with Chen having a little bit of a rougher time, he's actually got the Maelstrom coming out to him on the courier now. Hopefully it's not scouted out by any sort of IG Vitality vision, because that will allow them to be able to make that retreat. They'll at least get the Silencer off the back of this, and they'll see the Maelstrom revealed as well. So I'm just wondering, like, how this is going to change how IG Vitality look to play, considering they see the Maelstrom picked up on this. Are they saying, you know what, we're going to have a little bit more space to be able to pick up our farm, let's just go Ultra Greed. SB has still had a pretty good start to this game, so let's try and get him into... he's basically got an Octarine completed already. Close to it.
Damn, okay. Well, what's he got queued up after? Octarine...
Shadowblade, BKB, Ags, probably.
Okay. All right. See, Marblue's having a very good time, and it's continuing to be a bit
He's
more
even
of
using
the...
his courier to help him charge into neutral camps as well. Just max efficiency, hover him over the creep camp.
Those are the minor things that can, separate you from some of the players just a tier below. So very much like that, but it seems like now we're going to get a bit more of a rotation out of Nova. I mean, they've been farming across the map, but with the Maelstrom, with the Harpoon completed, they feel strong enough to be able to group up and take the tier 1. But do we go back to farming now? Because we haven't seen a lot of plays so far this game.
I mean, if I'm them, I probably still feel like a Blink Dagger on the Magnus would provide them a ton of utility, right? Like, he's going into the Manta style next, and of course, you're a position 1, you want to scale, but if you want to do that, then it's probably not the best choice to be able to go into this maxed out skewer, right? We see Magnus has put points into the all attributes and just the 1 value point into the skewer. So I feel like if you're wanting to join with the rest of the team, a Blink Dagger is going to be such a more effective tool at being able to find that quick pick off, because, if you're grouped up with an Abaddon, just the 1 point in the Curse of Avernus, he's getting close to a Solar Crest, all the right-click damage coming through from the Empower. You'll be able to take some towers just if you take a successful team fight.
So, with that being said, I've also been very impressed with how Magnus has just continued to spam Skewer to actually get across the map. So maybe with maxing it out, it actually kind of helps with your farming speed. Maybe it's adds up over time with not having all the stats.
Possibly. I mean, I'm not really seeing him spam it out too much here, as looking to try and find a quick pick off, and Marblue just gets a little bit of luck coming through.
Yep. Look at the combo. Ember just gets blown up. All the ultimates committed onto Han. Can Nova now take the fight, 4v5, but of course, still got abilities for them to work with.
Yeah, they have absolutely nothing on IG Vitality to be able to play around with. So I wonder if this just means that Supernova's like, all right, let's fix the lanes. You can see here Marblu, he's gone for a really deep dive just to keep the lane pressured at bottom, just so that any sort of rotation is going to be super obvious for them. You don't have Global, you don't have Lasso, you don't have Sonic Wave. The Nether Strike is coming up fairly shortly, but this is the sort of thing that they need to be playing around. And you can already see Chola, he realizes that he is going to be having a lot of difficulty going into this global silence. He's got the Lotus Orb queued up for himself already. So not going that Guardian Greaves that I was considering. That's going to be Chen picking it up for himself, but makes a lot of sense for the Abba to get this Lotus. It's just a matter of, like, are you going to be able to take the fights successfully? Are you going to be able to take the towers successfully? And that's really why I want this this Magnus. Speaking of Mag,
top lane. Yeah, tries to go for the RP with Sheep nearby. The stun lock, it's going to be enough. There was nothing he was able to do to protect him. Of course, they knew the Global wasn't there as well to maybe disrupt
They'll
some
find another.
spells. Meanwhile, Han, they're even going to run into the Batrider as well inside their own jungle. So 2 kills close towards a tower. They're going to be able to get a decent amount of damage now into this.
Yeah, they have the glyph still to be able to play around with, but with even just the Medallion of Courage, you could probably just pop that onto the Magnus, let him tank up this tower a little bit more easily. They have not glyphed this at all, and that's a really poor timing of it as well, because it's not going to be able to protect, to get rid of this creep wave. So you're still unable to push in. You still know that the global silence isn't going to be up for another 20 or so seconds. So you might be able to make the jump with a Batrider, but as long as the Abaddon's in a really good position, you're going to be able to cancel it out. So to me, that's a bit of a mistake from IG Vitality, right? They should realize that, yes, it's important to keep the lanes pushed out, but any sort of death that you're finding just with a quick pick-off means that you open up the map to be taken away by Supernova, and they just kind of handed it to them on a silver platter right there, not even needing the Blink Dagger on the Magnus. And there's one of those big global silence responses as well in the Guardian Greaves. Level 2 Wall of Replica as well for Chen.
I wonder when he's going to consider the Scepter, because we saw yesterday in, was it our Western Europe series? I don't remember.
Yep.
Maybe C, where it was a Vanguard Interceptor for the Darkseid. And I can't even... Who was he? What was the carry on the enemy team? Do you remember?
I think it might have been TB. He was against a Quab. I remember that for sure. And they were just lacking in a little bit of lockdown as well. So they just wanted to be able to get into that earlier Scepter to be able to provide that normal punch. Doing his best Saitama cosplay.
I was versus CK. CK Quab. So yeah, I really wonder when Chen's going to want to try and pick up the Scepter, but we will see. Winter has that second life now to play with on the Magnus, very close to having the Manta style completed as well.
Look at Hara. He's just doing his best to be able to try and cut these lanes as much as he can, hoping that he's not going to be able to get into range of the Harpoon. Oh, nice blink away. He's making a lot of space here. And this is why the Batrider is just seen as one of those busted position 4s right now, because you are able to keep up in farm. You still provide a ton of utility. You're not gimping yourself with the lane matchup as well. You know, you can even bait out some responses like the Abaddon, for example, to the Batrider and then just flex it to a 4. So I'd say Hara's been playing a pretty good game so far. Also, just with the techies, it's such a value Yules game, both for the global and up against a core Spirit Breaker, just to be able to get rid of that bulldoze. Such an effective tool.
Like to see Nova start to play around this bottom side of the map. You've got Tormentor up. You're going to have the Wisdom Room up in 21 minutes as well. There's still towers for you to take, so a successful team fight could be huge for them. Chola not able to steal away the rune. Someone help him. Oh, meanwhile, Winter looking for the double RP. Sheep's going to be able to commit, but the global silence, it'll enable Butterfly Effect to escape. Markler still wants to try and take the fight, though. It's a beautiful charge in, but IG Vitality, they're going to be lacking the follow-up. It's Han, he's not going to run into anyone, though. Upon your nice location out of his TP, they are all out. But
global being expanded, you're more than happy with that on Supernova. Now there is absolutely no reason for them to be playing back on their own side of the map. We can see IG Vitality, their warding game has basically been on the Supernova side of the map up until this point, so they don't have a ton of information to be able to play around with. They do have that glyph left remaining, and they might need to pop it just because you are going up against a siege creep right now, and you've got decent ways to be able to defend the high ground, so I don't think you necessarily need to wait for that, but they're going to hold on to it for now. Not going to be able to take away the Wisdom Rune at least, or the Tormentor, but again, they could just look to get really greedy in this next little bit of time. Maybe just the higher priority heroes like the Magnus is going to have the babysit coming through from Chola, making sure that that lasso plus the charge is never going to be able to pick him off.
Oh, almost got the use.
So, I mean... basically everyone, except for the Abaddon now, has a way to be able to get out of that global silence. You've got 2 Mantas, you've got Guardian Greaves, and you've got Yule's Scepter. So the effectiveness of this silencer really is diminished off the back of this. And, you know, that's not to discount, like, this sort of stuff is pretty good for dodging out things like the Nether Strike to be able to get rid of the Batrider sticky stuff that he's got going on. So, yeah, I feel like this this draft hasn't been punished enough, and Supernova have just been able to get away with murder. It's still even net worth, but I'm supremely confident with their ability to go into the later stages of this game. I mean, Darkseer is just going to continue to scale. He's almost got a Blink Dagger picked up, so even more initiation coming for them shortly.
Dire's
Yep.
bottom tower is under attack.
Our bottoms are ejected. T1 easily for them. Probably into the
Runaway?
T2 and potentially Tormentor,
Do they not want to
Ukio.
run away?
They
find
get
a
a
real
glimpse of
one.
him, they did. Is the chain control going to be perfect to prevent the Sunder? It looks like it is. And now why not? Straight on top of the Tormentor they go. A lot of objectives going the way of the boys on Supernova. Sheep, who actually, no, it was the Abaddon that got the shot, sorry. I thought it was Sheep.
It's okay. I mean, base slow, if you're able to just get a right click off onto someone, a single right click, feels kind of nice. Additional 5%. He's going to be playing a lot more on the backlines, and yeah, even with the Batrider, you don't really have too much damage, my guys. Like, they're even going to use this offensive glyph, realizing that, I mean, TB probably doesn't want to buy back for this, but without that buyback, you are freely capable of just pushing this one in solo. And they find that
And how do
quick
they...
pick off.
It's going to be up to Marblu to start the fight, maybe Har as well.
Still got the Aegis,
His
though.
target with the lasso has to be perfect because Chol is always going to be ready. He tries to get the jump in, but it's not going to be on the mark. Easy breach hit, it looks like, for Nova.
They're really wanting to commit here. Quick pick off.
And they will. They'll get Chola.
They got to keep going.
Can they run into Sheep in the trees? Nice location to keep. Oh, awkward. Ponyo smokes instantly broken. Won't catch up to anyone, so... I mean, that's huge. Meta popped. No lasso nor global, but maybe you can get a T1 mid.
I mean, that's scraps, you know? It's like saying, you know, can we
Yeah,
go
sure.
to... Can we get a bottle of Coke and then you get some RC Cola or something like that, you know? Not really something that you're wanting off the back of this. And, I mean, again, they'll know that they have a lot of these tools back up again. I mean, RP, it's up in 15 seconds. He's almost got the Lincolns fully completed as well for the Magnus. And I really don't think you're going to care about that global silence and all that if there's not the meta damage to be able to follow it up. So, to me, it's just about finishing up this next big item for yourself and then just go again. Just another ultimate orb picked up for Han as well, so not going to be able to finish his own Lincolns, but yep, they just go for the smoke after that free pickup. They've got the Blink Dagger as well on the Darkseer. Hasn't really started buying up any components of the Lotus, but I mean, they're just begging for someone to show in this lane. That's why Marblu is forced to stay inside of that Shadow Blade for as long as possible. They'll take any pick off that they can get. Actually,
Come
I think,
here!
I mean, there's only so much you can do, honestly. Like, he did that pretty perfectly to be able to get away, to use the Firefly for a little bit of that, like, running away in the trees, but you're up against a Magnus with just nerf the harpoon range. I think that's the biggest thing that needs to change to bring the Magnus back down to reasonable-ish rather than almost always a good first pick.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top
I do concur.
No glyph,
Quite.
no meta, no
And
Batrider.
no tower.
Yeah. No base, no racks. Butterfly Effects at least got the Ags, but I don't think you're all that confident.
Oh, no ages. Winter's gonna have to play this one a little bit more defensively, back or not, but you're happy with the building. Rebecca's now caught outside the base. Is that going to jump? Meanwhile, look at the backline. Global Silence stops the FOB inside the wall, but how do you pierce on through now? It's in such a great location that IG Fidelity, they're forced to retreat.
FLTB.
But the RP, it's going to keep him blocked inside Skewer as well to get another illusion. Ukyo, he'll still be able to activate the Sunder, repairing all the damage dealt prior. But Supernova, they lost no one. No one died on the boys on Radiant. You get a buyback out of Ponyo. And in the end, I mean, that's BKB Sunder used as well. So Supernova, man, their team fight execution is looking very crisp.
Yeah, and that was with Sheep just diving in, balls deep. You know, he went in with a blast off, got away with about 20% HP, and yeah, he was just getting healed up a lot by this Abaddon. You know, they just haven't been able to combine everything together quite effectively enough on IG Vitality, and well, they're going to start scaling into these other items as well. You could see Chola, if he wants to, he could start purchasing towards that Lotus. Might just go like a Perseverance, maybe the Plate Mail for himself, but I guess he wants to be a big surprise. Maybe he wants to buy the Aghanim Scepter all at once. I'm not so sure. Now they've even got the Blink Dagger as well to be able to play around with too on the mag. Just continuing to scale. It'll get even more difficult to play up into when he's got his level 20 for that increased skewer range. So, I mean, I'm just trying to think of a way for IG Vitality to get back into this. I mean, again, silver linings, but Ukyo, he had his meta coming up towards like the mid to late stages of that fight, but he didn't pop it. If he did, I think this game would probably be over, just because they wouldn't have had any sort of responses to be able to fight into this. I wonder if it's even going to be like, maybe Abaddon just avoids, yeah, he's got the active Septic up. Maybe he, what if he went Blink Dagger and then he just relied on Techies to Lotus him because Techies has the Yules for himself? So Global Silence happens with the lasso. Say Techies Lotus me, I'll blink in, I'll Aphotic, whoever gets lassoed, and we're all good.
I like that. I like that call. Come on, boys, let's see it. See.
I mean, they might just be waiting for ages up on this top side. If there's one thing that I wish Supernova would do, it's buy a gem. You know, they've already got such supreme control. They're actually standing underneath a ward, and, well, a lucky Sentry ward just clips it at the very tip of that range. They would love a quick pick-off on T'Challa, honestly. But again, Techies, the big smoke indicator. Good placement coming through there by Sheep.
All right, well, they're going to go again. Now coming on over. Only has half health, but I guess any HP regen. It's a call going to be from IG Vitality, even Supernova smoke as well.
They don't have the same tools
around
on IG Vitality to be able to understand that this smoke's going on. They're praying that Roche is up, but they're going to see with the Techie's mine detonating inside of the pit 10 seconds before it's set to spawn. It's just about now can they look to play around that high ground advantage on IG Vitality. They should know that it's here.
To the right side, little bit split. Ward blade down, going to see butterfly effect. They get a glimpse of Marblu as well. Prime target, that's a lot of the control inside the fight, but the BKB is going to protect him. Able to disengage over to the northern side. Ukyo now won't enter. Metamorphosis is committed. We're looking at Hara as well. They need the lasso with the Batrider to set up for Ukyo's damage. If they can retrieve from the wall, this is going to be okay for IG Vitality, but I guess rating, they could just trade it for meta as well.
Yep. They can trade it for meta. They can get Roshan for themselves. There's no BKB on the Spirit Breaker. He's coming back out, but you know, that's one of those times where the meta wasn't really used in combination with the rest of the team. You can see they're trying to push the lane out as quickly as possible to still get value out of this meta, but it's got, what, a third duration left, and Roshan's nearly dead. And they're going to see, like, again, a great placement of the proximity mine forces this really big wraparound, but it's just a little too late.
Very, very close spot. Now what's the call? Global Silence is there. Finds the last. It's going to be difficult for them to Ukyo. He'll try, but he'll lay it down, and he's already used the Sunder. There's no turnaround potential for IG Vitality, as 0 heroes will die. Supernova are uncontested, and they call it IG Vitality. Like you said, that is game, and they feel that to be the case as well.
I just pick universal heroes. You know, it's a very easy game, Dota, sometimes, and they had 4 this time around. I mean, there's no big smiles coming through from them, but this felt a little bit clinical. You know, they had a very clear game plan. As long as we know and respect the enemy cooldowns, make sure you're writing down exactly how long they've got on the Global Silence, exactly how long they've got on the lasso. It felt like IG Vitality just needed everything to go absolutely perfect at every stage to be able to come out on top. And, you know, from the very beginning, it didn't. Giving that first blood over to the Ember Spirit, making the Quap not able to dominate that lane, the kill being on the Terrorblade of all heroes as well, makes it just so much more challenging. And Supernova, they didn't really make a misstep.
Like you said, though, no real smiles because the job's not done just yet for the boys on Supernova. But this was very, very clean from them. And, you know, who knows how much assistance, of course, has gone into them with the backing on Astar. And also, you mentioned earlier that you kind of like that they're sticking around in Division for another tour. I mean, it just gives them, you're not playing in Division 1 competition where you just all games feel like super stompy. And for them, I mean, I've seen this game 1 already seems like there's drastic improvement from the little break we've had from the previous tour to this one. So I know it's just game 1, but that was a very goddamn convincing performance.
Yeah, this felt almost Div 1 quality, to be honest, right? With the performance that they put together. You know, the draft was solid, their execution was solid, maybe a little bit of their farming speed could look to increase, increase, and that's the sort of thing that that can be improved. You know, maybe they could just say, hey, Sumail, how do you get so farmed on a lot of these heroes with that Asta backing? But you never know. You never know, like, what sort of assistance is being provided.
So I'm just taking a look at the last fight and again how they were able to play flawlessly. And really one person that we didn't say too much in that game was Effect. Didn't feel the value too much out of his hero in particular. It's another game where we've spoken about it multiple times, but another game where the Queen of Pain's matchup where it had a bottle to start the lane, and it's definitely going to limit how you're able to perform early on as a lane dominator. But even since then, we weren't really able to see too many plays from her. So Supernova though, who gets our MVP? Because it was an incredible performance overall. Who do we feel like deserves it?
Probably Han, to be honest. I feel like he played really aggressively, enabled a lot of their kills. He was part of 19 out of the 20 of them. You know, 2 deaths, but you know what? You could take it when you're playing that ballsy away from the rest of the team. And in terms of damage, he basically doubled anyone else's in the game except for the Quap. Very impressive showing for Han and the boys on Supernova as well. So of course it's just game 1 and our final series of the night, but it was a very dominant game 1 performance from the boys on Supernova. So we'll see what the adaptations are going to be for IG Vitality. Like you said, just narrowly got into Division 2 off the back of kind of being lucky in a way with the 3rd place team was able to join. So for them, it is just first game, but hopefully they're able to mend some of their mistakes and come back with a clean performance and send us to a game 3. But all our questions will be answered very shortly after the break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our second game. Let's see what we have in store for us, because previously we just saw a very dominant performance from the boys on Supernova. We've got to keep in mind as well, this was a team that were playing for that second position promotional slot in a three-way tiebreaker. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough for them to take it in the end, but Danok feels like maybe it's better for them to stick down in Division 2 for another tour, and I also very much agree. Gives them some more practice, some more training as a unit, and we'll see what we have in store for us. Going to be the Silencer opener from Supernova, then the response with the Beastmaster and the Oracle.
Give me some illusion hero. Give me an illusion hero. Oracle, not that great at dealing with it. Yeah, Beastmaster kind of is, but I think you can get away with something like a Terrorblade and do just fine against this still. Like, probably not a PL. We've seen what Drums of Slum Beastmaster's able to do against that, but you just got to try and swarm this Oracle, basically. So, you know, you need to be essentially perfect, like understanding that a fight's coming, precast the Fortune's End on yourself so that you have that response to the global silence.
Yes. I still want to dive a little bit into this Oracle pick. What's going on? Like, is this? I know a lot of people.
Let's go.
Mid Oracle. Sorry, I didn't know we were casting tops, and we got a Magnus from Supernova. So, whoa,
what a surprise!
Whoa, Kyo, put that. Oh, was that a kitty? That was a kitty.
I need the kitty back.
It's just I saw something fluffy. At first, I thought it was a doggy, but I think
maybe it's a chinchilla.
I'm just
you know what a chinchilla is?
Yes. No, but I'm looking it up.
It's a cute little fluffy thing.
Chinchilla.
Man, imagine if it was just some disgusting thing that made you look up.
A rodent?
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah, okay. Next.
Well, just because your casting space is infested with rodents.
It's just not. Come on now. Come on. I do have, my spider count has gone up. I'm running out of names to name them.
Yeah.
But, you know, Bob and Bert.
There's more than two. Don't lie to
my
chat.
favorite. No, there are. There's more than two. There's definitely more than two.
You can charge for entry at this point. You know, the third zoo that Melbourne has maybe is your shed in the backyard there. You know, just real life.
I have an incredible collection of spiders out here. I do not know why I am not getting rid of them, but it's okay. They don't touch me and I don't touch them, and we live in perfect harmony together until one falls on me, and then I'll probably kill them all.
Yeah. What do you reckon about this Ursa and Monkey King being banned out by IG Vitality against a Magnus? I kind of feel like these are two of the heroes that you really want to like try and crush the Magnus in lane. Maybe they're just thinking they're going to go for some sort of ranged hero instead to be able to just stay out of that Empower range altogether. Like, I don't know, pick up the Terrorblade for themselves.
10 seconds.
Well, they are both heroes that play very well with the mag, but you're right. Like, it could also... Maybe they're a bit concerned on picking those heroes for themselves because Mag could just be played in another lane. So if we show the carry to dominate him early, they'll just look to avoid it. I'm not quite sure.
I'm not quite sure about these supports as well for IG Vitality. Bit of do nothing for me up against this. And, you know, maybe Supernova, they could say, well, you know what? They've banned out some of the heroes that really do benefit from the Empower early on. But if I'm Supernova, I could still see them just picking something like, I don't know, a Void Spirit and being able to flex it perfectly well. And then whatever their second support is that they want to be able to play against a Beastmaster, like CM Void Spirit feels fine. Oh, no, never mind. Their sides are picked up already. But what else? What else could be going on the front lines? Wouldn't hate a Clockwork, just for a little bit of extra information. What else could we really see here in terms of ranged? I mean, Hoodwink, perhaps. We haven't really seen too much of that, but again, these are two supports that are going to be playing on the back lines, and as of right now, Supernova don't really have ways to be able to get to that point. Maybe a Dark Willow, viable as well.
I vaguely remember the 4 on Supernova play at a decent amount. I could also just be thinking of someone else. I like your Void Spirit call though. I also like I want them to have some form of control on their support. So Dark Willow definitely fits that. I think it's just a bit more of a specialist hero. So whether that is for them or not. They're going to go Phoenix, though. So I think
China
a
loves the
very
Phoenix.
undervalued hero. Sunray is just still stupidly strong. I'm quite surprised we don't see it. I mean, it does have a lot of weaknesses, though. With that being said, your no stuns, your lane is pretty garbo.
But
That's really the big thing. But
universal
team fight's
hero.
pretty nice. Universal hero, okay. Oh well. I mean, there must be a reason why we're not seeing the Phoenix. I was just about to say Universal Hero. I feel like his lane should be a little bit stronger then, but I imagine teams have played a decent chunk and still feel like it's not viable. So maybe the Universal doesn't fix some of those weaknesses it has in the lane.
His right clicks never really were his weak point. You know, his right clicks are actually fairly strong. It's just that you've got such a long cooldown between, like, you know, when you are effective and when you're not. You know, Winter Wyvern kind of in the support role goes underneath the same sort of banner. I guess Terrorblade as well, as if you think Cause is one that goes back the other way as well. So I think they just need to pick a position 3, unless it's just going to be this Magnus that feels confident in just always being sustainable in this lane and not needing the support to be there at all times. So what could that be? Just Timbersaur's already banned out, so probably not going to be that. Would have been a great Timber game already. We'll think. I think it just needs to be in response to whatever IG Vitality pick up next.
Yeah.
It should probably
Which I
be
would
the
like.
mid, right? Ooh.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I'd like it to be the mid, but in an Abaddon. So there's, I think this is your carry.
One.
I mean, I haven't seen Butterfly Effect play the Beastmaster mid, nor the Oracle or Rubik. So
I mean, this feels like a godly silencer game already, right? Like Oracle or Rubik
Yeah.
Abaddon. I mean, Abaddon, if it's core, you could still right click, but like you take away the potential for that borrowed time. I guess you'll have banter, so that's okay. But, you know, Silencer against these two supports is amazing. You pick Silencer into Rubik because you want to be able to make the enemy's position 4 completely worthless. And, you know, you've got a lot of decent spells to be able to steal. Sunray, RP, Supernova, of course. So it feels a little odd to me, this IG Vitality draft, just from the first 4.
yeah. Let's see if they continue to go down the route of banning mid lanes for IG Vitality, because I'd really like a Terrorblade. We already spoken about it versus the Beastmaster, but the Abaddon's very similar as well. If you're going to go Radiance plus the Curse of Avernus, just goes back onto you. Another one issue with TB and Phoenix is that you can just avoid fights, and they only really have Mag and Void to hold people into place when team fights break out. So that is my one concern.
I guess, but that's just going to be enabled by the global, right? Like, you're not actually going to be able to get off a lot of your... Not that they have really many mobility spells on IG Vitality at this point in time, but I really don't think that's too much of a concern, personally.
True, like how did Beast, Oracle, Rubik, Abaddon, how do they retreat? Like
4
these are
stuff,
not
that's it.
mobile. Okay, so yeah, 4 staff, and so yeah, maybe the Terrorblade's not too much of a concern then in that regard. But let's see, because I really... Do you agree that this is going to be once again Mag? What are they actually doing? Void 1, Mag 3? Okay, they're banned Slark, so they're...
Could be Void mid and Mag 3. Mag's a very beefy boy, you know, with the Empower and all that. He's able to get into his Vanguard relatively soon. Oracle, not exactly like a ton of kill threat, but... You know, as long as you get into those early-ish levels, you make sure the camps are unblocked, which I feel like Sheep did a pretty good job last game to make sure that was the case. And I mean, Phoenix is another one of those heroes that's very capable of building up stacks. You know, you just use the Fiery Spirits, launch them into a few of the camps while you're still in the lane. And you could probably even get the other Ancient stack as well, that's closer towards the Tormentor. Not a bad user of the Empower either, is the old Pango. I'm still preferring Supernova's draft.
Yes, same, very much so. Very much so. So we're going to get the Ukyo Abaddon. But again, it's a Queen of Pain versus... she's going to have a great time, but it just depends, you know, Pango, does he get first blood? If Pango gets first blood, then all of a sudden this matchup is a little bit more bearable, but I definitely would say it's going to favor Butterfly Effect, so you need to be able to dominate that lane. I think overall the lanes are the big strength of IG Vitality. You're going to have Abaddon Oracle, which seems like it has a lot of kill threat versus the Mag Phoenix. I mean, until you get Vanguard, I think Mag should be fine. But until then, there might be some kill threat with like 2 points Purifying Flames and the Abaddon being up in your face. And the Beast Rubik should be able to farm fine. Like they can just both spam their spells, push the lane in, be able to pull. So I like IG Vitality's lanes, and that's, I think, one thing they need to play off the back of, but overall I like Supernova's draft.
Do you think that's where it ends, the lanes? Like, you know, IG Vitality, they got a good setup for that. Maybe they just feel like, I don't know, that game was slowish, right? But I feel like, once again, a slowish game is going to benefit Supernova. You know, you've got a Magnus, you've got a Phoenix, one of the better later game supports, even Silencer, you know, later on. It's not like Rubik wants to build into a Lotus Orb or Guardian Greaves. It's not like Oracle does either. So I feel like you're just not going to have a way to respond to this global silence on the supports. And yeah, once these team fights start to break out, it's really just going to be Supernova taking it on their terms with when Magnus is ready, basically.
And how do you even make plays for the boys on IG Vitality? Like, you got a Queen of Pain, which is a tempo hero, but how are you going to play with a Rubik or an Oracle? And your Beastmaster, we see maybe the item build could be the Helm of the Overlord with your group up around it, but I don't know. I'm a little concerned because you just said like Supernova, it favors them with playing a bit more of a slower paced game, but I don't know if the Cop's going to have many teammates to be able to, you know, penalize the slow pace that Nova want.
Maybe you can make a rotation to the Oracle's lane, just because, again, you're going to have that burst available off the back of the Quap. So maybe it's like Quap level 7, Oracle level 5, that you're looking to make that sort of play. 3 points Purifying Flames. It's a lot of burst, and you might be able to kill the Magnus and stop that snowball from happening. I mean, I'm sure the big thing that they're just talking about is do not give up First Blood. We did it last time around. I want to have a good lane because Butterfly Effect, he's still a star player of IG Vitality. You've got to give him a chance to be able to show why that is, and just giving the enemy mid lane a First Blood, so much gold off the back of that, really ruins that point.
So let's see. Let's see if he's going to be able to get a quote-unquote fair lane. Overall, doesn't look like anything crazy is going to happen. We might have a fight still with the Bounty Rune. We want to look to go for it, but Marblu's already backing on off. He's trying to set the blocks up, so it feels like that's required for his lane. Yeah, and we've got no team fight.
2 for 2. I'm not expecting much happening in this bottom lane. Let's just say that from the start, right? Magnus Phoenix versus Oracle Abaddon. Probably just going to be a little bit of a farm fest, trying to chip away at each other. Maybe if someone's like in a really poor position, they'll die, but shouldn't be the case. I would say top is probably where there's going to be a little bit more of that sustained damage coming through. And, you know, even mid lane, we could probably even just look to highlight some of the last hit potential of Han in particular, right? Is he able to... He's actually not even skilled anything up yet, so misses a few creeps there, including the range creep, just not getting denied, but making sure that he's not able to secure it in front of himself. He's on 0 last hits right now. There we go.
Okay, you got one. I see that's... And that is not a good feeling when you go the first wave and you don't get anything. And you get denied a couple times as well. So he's very much struggling versus the Queen of Pain. Butterfly Effect showcasing his true mechanical strength. So I thought there was going to be kill threat at bottom with level 3 on Ponyo. You just said before that you think this is going to be a little bit more of a passive lane.
I feel like Sheep's going to recognize that, right? Like, he knows that there's going to... It's an Oracle, right? You always have kill threat at level 3. I think he's smart enough to just not be in a poor position to get caught out, because this isn't the easiest lane, right? You've got level 1 Aphotic Shield despite being an Abaddon. You know, most of the time you're looking to put more points to the Curse of Avernus. You're looking to get the stats skilled up as quickly as possible, but, you know, with damage over time coming from the Fire Spirits, it really isn't all that impactful. Just going to Aphotic it off and not really care. It's that Ukio's already getting up in Sheep's face. We can try and bully him out of this lane.
Did he go Boots first? No, Embracer first. Okay. I guess
Abandon's
probably...
just a speedy boy as well. So he's going to be able to catch up to you a lot of the time.
And might need the stats versus the Magnus to be able to out-CS. I mean, they are both universal, but Mag gets 4.7 damage per level compared to the 3.3 skewered onto the tower. A little bit of harass, nothing too crazy. Top lane, Hara It's going to be first blood. Winter finds it. They might continue to put the pressure onto Marblue, but the Arcane Curse will expire. Regardless, are very happy with finding first blood, and looks like Winter likes his bit more unconventional carries. Again, he was a very, very big fan of the Ember Spirit in the previous tour. We just saw him playing the Magnus, and now he's on the Void Spirit.
I like that. You know, we don't want to see the same shit over and over and over again. That's why whenever there's a Techie's first phase ban, I'm like, good.
What'd you say?
You heard me.
Yeah. Capital D semicolon. That's what I did.
Mm-hmm. Come on. You talk like a sailor.
Huh?
They swear a lot.
What do you mean? Yeah.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
No, there's no lie. You get me off cam, I'll let it rip. When I hear someone on stream though, someone drops an F-bomb, instant capital D semicolon. That is my favorite emo. And our chat starts spamming it. Great. I'm one with chat. I am. A moment comes up. You got your poggers out, your pog champ. Someone says something crazy. Say, huh? Life is good as a Twitch chatter. That's fun.
It's a good career to be able to have.
A Twitch chatter? Yeah. Definitely, dude. That's living life, earning. What am I earning? Earning points. Yeah, exactly right. Living off my points. Is Cholo gonna get a solo kill? Cholo's gonna get a solo kill. Never mind, he's not.
That's why you're a Twitch chatter.
Huh?
Don't worry about it. We came to expect this, right? It was always going to be a bit of a passive start to the game. The thing that I would be a little bit less happy about is the fact that Marblue is bottom of the net worth right now in terms of the cores, right? Like, this is not what you are wanting up against the Void Spirit. He's 900 net worth behind. Yes, some of that comes down to the first blood, but it really shouldn't be the case. You know, Rubik, he's got some decent kill threat. He should be able to secure a lot of these last hits. You've got good trading potential, but they've been pretty on point. I mean, I've seen Chola feed Winter over like 4 different tangos just to make sure that he could be as efficient as possible, can build into those stats super early on. And Universal Hero, right? Make sure to maximize that as quickly as possible. No need to go boots early on for the Void Spirit. Just get the Belt of Strength first. Makes a lot of sense to me. Finally, let's get the treads.
Oh, Ponyo is actually going to come up top. Nice scan. Very nice scan. I don't know how they got that read. It's like Sheep is mirroring this though instead of TPing. There's a long walk up the top.
Marathon man,
brother. Marathon man. So I mean, we're seeing though with the Butterfly Effect not having to go up against someone with first blood, he's bodying this matchup. 33 and 13 compared to the 22 and 4. It's not too crazy of a net worth advantage, honestly, but it is still about 300 favoring the Queen of Pain. But yeah, this is what we truly expected out of him. He's gone for a 3-1-1 build, so very much into the lane dominating aspect. But both these heroes aren't going to be ready to potentially help out with this fight we're going to see up top.
No, far too low on mana to be able to do it. It would be a complete waste to TP. So it's just about making sure your status is there to be able to make the follow-up plays happen. You know, it's 5.5 minutes, and let's see what the first power rune goes to. Both of them have bottle. Yes, he is like beating the Pango in lane. It's expected, but Pango's keeping up in experience, right? Just about a quarter of a level behind. He's got not really a full creep wave to be able to play around with. Butterfly Effect should get his level 6 first, but I just don't think he has got that kill threat. It's really just going to be around that power rune. So I wonder if this is going to be Supernova really trying to make something happen in the next 20 seconds and then quickly look to rotate towards that top power rune.
O'Hara.
Seems like that'll be the case for Sheep. Might want to stick around, just get full usage out of the Fiery Spirits to bully Marblue a little bit further. You can see they're already starting to make the movements back. Again, whenever you're playing against a Magnus, you always got to be mindful that they're probably going to be building up some stacks, as Sheep actually avoids making a stack as I say that. Just wanted to get towards that top power rune as quickly as possible. It spawns bottom anyway, and it's going to be Butterfly Effect. Okay.
I thought he was going to swash on top of it, but it was on cooldown, so
they could potentially get a kill onto this guy. I mean, he doesn't have Rolling Thunder yet. Sure, you can have Shield Crash, but you're going up against an Oracle. He'll be able to purge that off with the Fortune's End. So I wouldn't be surprised if the supports just stick around this mid lane, play around the siege creep as much as possible before Han hits up onto his level 6. I mean, you've got an Arcane Rune to be able to play around with, and I don't really think Barblu needs supports up in this top lane. He's full HP. He's getting his farm finally when the Silencer moves away from the lane. So a bit of a missed opportunity for mine.
Yep, I agree. It would have been nice for them to continue to play with him. Looks like top lane, though, the attempt will continue. Winter needs a third of the way towards his level 6, so without that won't be able to continue in the chase. And meanwhile, we should just quickly keep tabs on bottom. Chen, along with Ukyo, both having a pretty good time. I mean, Abaddon does actually have quite a net worth lead. It's about 500, but we're going to see the Magnus easily catch up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just a matter of like, there's two mentalities behind it, right? It's like, what can you do before Abaddon reaches his timings? Because he is fairly useless until he gets Radiance and Manta. You probably don't even want to join after you get Radiance, right? It's a farming item for yourself. It just allows you to accelerate even further. Manta's really where you want to start to take a lot of these engagements. So if their mentality is, look, we'll just out-farm them on our other heroes and be totally fine, I'm cool with that. If they want to try and pick up the pace and, you know, this is an off-lane Magnus this time around, and, you know, maybe you get the Echo Saber, but you go the Blink Dagger after that, find some pickoffs, push the towers, prevent the farm for the Abaddon to be able to pick up. Cool with that too.
Does look like it's going to be another power in there for Butterfly Effect. See if this is the one for him to get out. What a rune. All right, double damage rune. So what's the call? Instant TP top. Is they're making the call onto Marblu. All of a sudden, there's going to be 3 extra heroes inside their lane. Chola with a TP up, but that stops short. Can they get up to Winter, though? The kill on Sansa took them a little bit longer than they were hoping for. Going to try for the TP out. Sonic Wave. Oh, they got him. Fortune's End from Ponyo just at the buzzer.
He used it onto Butterfly Effect as well, just for that little bit of extra cast range. So it landed onto the Quap, and it still had that AoE route. So very nicely done by him, realizing that every millisecond was going to count.
Yep, no Sonic Wave has to be used as well. So this one is still ready to go for a further fight. What value out of the DD?
And they're building up stacks as well for the Beastmaster. So he, even though he didn't have the greatest of laning stages, he's of course going to have this catch-up potential. And this time around, it was a 1-for-1 Wisdom Root trade. So Hara, he's already up to level 5, and off the back of Beastmaster just rotating back and taking all of these stacks for himself, should be a pretty quick level 6 on Hara. So wonder if they can maybe look to make a play around, I guess Han's Rolling Thunder would be the best thing to steal at this stage of the game.
Who's loving life with this stack. Even got pretty big ancient stack as well for the mag to be able to fall back. Maybe they give it to the Void Spirit with Empower, but it's going to get Han to a closer Diffuser Blade timing, so definitely will be able to catch up off the rougher lane that he did have, but looks like it's going to be the full wraparound. No way Sheep is going to be able to escape, as Hara should be able to help close the distance with the telekinesis. And this probably going to be tower going down as well with 3 points in the Curse of the Avernus.
Would imagine so. I mean, Han, of course, can make the rotation up top if he really wanted to. But this time around, Chol is actually going to come towards this mid lane just to be able to protect the power rune, but Butterfly Effect gets his 3rd in a row.
See if
At least they're trading this bot side.
Are they?
Yeah. Well, actually, maybe not. They're going through the twin gate potentially. Never mind. They're just all TP.
They're all coming. No level 6 yet on Chola.
They already got the tower though.
Not RP as well. Chen's got some mana with the wand. Even pops a Lotus as well. They're going to be cautious if they group up. A lot of damage onto Chen for the moment. Sonic Wave doesn't secure the kill. And now they're still going to be able to use their spells to potentially turn this one back around as Chen can reposition out to the right. Winter's had a free fight so far. Even Sheep wants to get involved as well. They're going to be lacking stuns to stop the Quap from escaping. But they can easily chase down Ukyo as the 8th Rem drags him back into his grave. Han with the triple kill. And now he's well and truly caught up. In fact, he's higher net worth than his counterpart mid laner.
And he's going to have Diffuser Blade after this creep wave as well. So we just see the power of the M-Power coming through there just to be able to get all of that AoE damage through in a lot of these team fights. And yeah, I think those TPs, if they were going to come, they had to come about 5 seconds earlier, still be able to play around that tier 1 tower. But I mean, we were saying before, Winter had just spent the last 2 minutes down towards that bottom side of the map. Of course, it means that you give up your own tier 1 tower, but it meant that he was able to get that additional damage needed into the IG Vitality one. So another fight going well for Supernova, and it's exactly the start that they're wanting.
Is Marblu going Octarine?
No, he's going Axe.
Okay, yes, sorry. Yeah, okay.
I mean, he's a universal hero, right? So even just the stats from Axe benefits you in that regard, in terms of being able to... Like, it's kind of like a pseudo Helm of the Overlord, right? You don't have a creep doing all of the damage for you and enabling you to farm elsewhere, but your right clicks are actually pretty impactful as well, plus the additional benefit that you give to the team fight off of the drums of Slom. Even just farming to some extent too, I guess.
I'm a big Slums fan, so I just, for some reason, silly brain, Hara. They're going to be able to catch out the Rubik. So both sides have some ridiculous stacks to be able to farm up. We'll see if anyone's going to be able to steal them, though.
Oh, I doubt it. I mean, you got to put a lot of protection in onto this mid lane if you're looking to try and protect these stacks, right? Or Marblu needs to take them immediately. He's still got this previous stack that he's looking to try and take, but I mean, is he going to be on the money to be able to protect it? Supernova able to shove out that creep wave. They've got Empower on all 3 cores, so this tower is getting beat down very, very quickly. Wonder if they have the sense that it might be going on. No scan to be able to potentially locate it, but maybe they just want to go for a smoke instead. As Chola looks to use it, but Sheep's not going to connect through. He's busy stacking. You've got Winter coming through, and actually they might be able to find it out. Although they... you can't just go for the Oracle.
Not enough. Unfortunately, that's the only one who they'll path into. Maybe Han's the only person that needs to show, but Chola will as well, so...
I mean, Marblu hasn't shown on the map for the past, like, 2 minutes straight, so I think they should know that this is going on, and you know, I'm sure their coach, if they had the time again, would be saying, like, I'm sure you realize the presence of this Beastmaster and what he's capable of, and, I mean, they're essentially just giving him a free Aghanim Scepter if they enable him to take this gigantic Ancient stack.
Do they even know this is stacked? I haven't seen anyone go there, but I, of course, could have missed it.
They haven't seen it, but again, like, you're against a Beastmaster. You're against a Rubik that didn't spend all of his time in lane. It's gonna be stacked.
Maybe you're looking... Oh, sheep. Stave gets the haste route. Han, that's a very aggressive swashbuckle. They feel strong with all their ultimates. They're going to continue to posture aggressively, get a second kill into Ponyo in a row. And that's all they'll find out of it, though.
So at least Beast has been able to take this giant stack. So he's just 800 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter. Really recovered a lot. I saw they instantly dropped the Global Silence after the Fortune's End was used aggressively onto the Pangolier to be able to dispel that shield crash buff for himself. And we talk about Ags, he's starting to work into his own. Another universal hero that's just going to make great usage out of it. And this is a much more worthwhile kill if they're able to land onto it. But Chola taking that that Watcher might actually be enough to be able to enable the Beastmaster to back off in time. Looks like that will be the case, unless he guesses right in the trees, but not wanting to commit onto a Beastmaster with that Primal Roar available. They'll be able to catch out that Observer Ward as well.
Yeah, very nice trade from Chola. So with all that going on, multiple stacks at Chen. Was able to get Winter as well. Was able to get some of the gold in the experience. So, I mean, you said this was going to be a farm fest. It looks like it's really favoring Dire.
Yep. Wisdom Rune's still up too. Hopefully they don't leave it as long as the other day. But, you know, Chen, you could see he's gearing himself to be much more of that fighter, that pick-off, that skirmish with the early Blink Dagger pickup. The fact that fights haven't happened is like, I'm sure he's going to be saying, man, I could have had an Echo Saber by now, would have gotten my farm a little bit sooner, but he's still just going to be able to get into it next. the order that you go for. It really just depends on like what does your team actually want to do. And you'd have to say with a 3-9 kill score, they're pretty happy with how things have been going on anyway. Just being able to pick up those kills despite not even needing the Magnus to be able to do it.
Should be ready to go pretty shortly though from Chen. Let's see what the call is going to be. I mean, really has been Nova as the more proactive team. We've seen multiple times they've been smoking. Maybe it might be Radiant's turn as well. Marblue Scepter now getting delivered. Butterfly Effect's actually going...
He wants his level 12, I think, on the Beastmaster before they're able to do anything. They might go for a smoke together, but again, this is the real thing. We don't see any any agency coming through from these supports.
I believe the scan went red for a second, so it looks like Sheep is trying to act as a blockade. They're going to get past and go for Winter, though, but this is not easy. Spunk's going to pop in a pretty good position where he's got the ward set up.
Oh.
Fortune's End, it's casted on him. Oh, and now no ultimate charges as well. Butterfly Effect is in the tree line, so he can't get any damage out, but the telekinesis back into the Sonic Wave. Very nice done from Haro to at least get his Queen of Pain still involved.
Doesn't really feel like enough though, does it? You know, yes, you kill the enemy's position 1, but it costs Primal Roar, it costs Sonic Wave, it needs basically perfect usage out of the Fortune's End, and all the while, you didn't really have any movements from Han or Chen to be able to assist. So they're still farming, the net worth lead has not changed at all, it's still sitting at that 3 to 4k mark.
Yeah, the kill wasn't in a good spot, right? Where it's deep inside your own territory. Maybe it was in Dai's jungle, then you could take away a little bit of their own farm. So once they're back alive, then you're going to have no camps to be able to get. So I feel like you're fine even in the end. But you're losing Sheep now as well. So starting to get a little bit more active on the map is IG Vitality. Net worth down to fluctuating from 2 to 3.
That one feels a little bit better just because you potentially have this tier 1 tower to be able to push into, but seems like IG Vitality just want to keep playing around the power runes. You've got Ukyo at least into his Radiance, so we haven't mentioned him for quite some time, just the 0-1-1 KDA at this point, and he's almost got the Yasha. So again, Universal Hero, going to benefit quite heavily from that. It was already such a good combination with the Abaddon prior to him becoming a Universal Hero. So once he gets that Manta style, that's really where IG Vitality want to start to get active. But, I mean, you've got just Chen, coming and getting active off the back of his Echo Saber, but they smoke underneath a Hawk. So they're going to need to back off in time for this.
They'd like a fight, I think, around the pit for Nova.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to be happy enough just to yoink it away, right?
Yeah.
They've reached their timings now. You don't want to wait for an Abaddon to get active enough. Might just look to push that lane in, which they do. They'll be able to do the next one as well. Anytime that you see the enemy, like especially when you've got this like farm-centric Pango Void Spirit with a Magnus cleave, if the Void Spirit and the Pango are together and they are not killing you, it's because they're going for a big objective. So the fact that they show, even for a second on that lane, is the reason for this Rainbow TP coming in towards the top side. So I'm not sure if they feel ready. And those TPs were all underneath the creep wave, so they should know this is coming, and they're just going to play underneath their high ground. So they've got one sentry dropped right now. I want to see another one drop down by Nova just to be able to scout out any sort of Beastmaster Hawk that might be coming in. The bait. Is this Quap Illusion going to be able to do the absolute most? Nice sentry drop though.
Okay.
A little bit anxious about Chola going into the lane, to be honest. Doesn't have the buyback available. A lot of the time you're more than happy to give your life up for giving up that
this Hawk is huge.
Enemy space. It is. They see it though. They go for a smoke as soon as it's getting rid of.
Oh, Ukyo's not the target. Someone else.
Oh, Roshan, he's out of here.
Chola might go down. Is it going to be the Radiance tick? It looks like it is. So forced to use the Global Silence before he dies. Again, Abaddon is not the one. Ukyo continuing to posture aggressively, allowing the boys to spellcast without any concerns. With a Borotine activated, Ukyo has to think twice, and Winter, he gets a glimpse of Ponyo out of position.
Nice
a defensive false promise along with the Raw to keep him alive, but what is that RP? Now with the Supernova as well, they're going to try and bring it down. They'll be successful at doing so, but Chen, he can clean up. They haven't tried to deal with the heroes. Now they'll turn back and try and fight, and it will be enough Butterfly Effect secures the kill, but Han, can he reign supreme? A little bit more damage required onto Marble, who's going to duck into the tree line, but it's all Butterfly Effect. It's his show. It's his time to party. Shola, that's going to be a dieback for him. Should take out to the dagger on the other side. He's going back through. No, wait, Chola, what a read. No,
he's
way,
gone
he's going back through. Okay. What is
Come on,
that?
if that's not voice line worthy, you gotta get it at some point. I don't think he actually bought back. He was just dead for long enough that he ended up coming back at the end of all of that. But yeah, look at the damage coming through from the Quap. And again, this is prior to getting into the Aghanim Scepter as well. So Butterfly Effect really putting on a showcase there.
Oh, that was... Yep, let's see it again. Thank you very much. Need to see that fight recap. Just a couple things didn't go right. Chola over positioned too far, forced to use the global silence. And then again, they posture aggressively on Ukyo. He's out of position now thanks to the skewer. So then we see the Oracle was vulnerable. Just 1 second. That's all you need.
Yeah, and there just wasn't that perfect usage out of the Supernova, right? It was after the RP. It was a fantastic RP, don't get me wrong, but they just didn't have that follow-up stun. They were able to juke their ways away. Even just a couple of, what was that? Just the Abaddon and Marblu hitting into it was enough. And I mean, that's the advantage of playing a Beastmaster into a Phoenix. You're always going to, have that attack speed to be able to take it down.
Woo! What a crazy fight. We might get it once again down bottom, but Roche, it's already gone. Ultimates are about to be back up for Dire. Let's see what the call's going to be. They're underneath the ward, though. A scout a cheap pawn up along with Winter. A lot of information for IG Vitality to work with.
Just using the Boars, and I guess the Abaddon as well, to be able to give him a little bit of that information. So to me, this is not necessarily a full farming Aegis, but you've got to use it to get into that Manta style and your level 15. You know, if you're able to do that, you can see they're just completely getting out of there off the back of the information that the Boars are providing to them. So if you can get those couple of objectives completed for yourself in terms of what Ukyo is able to get, then you feel supremely confident in being able to fight around this Aegis, because they're already having such a tough time killing him the once, let alone twice. Crimson Guard finished up in recent times as well by the Beastmaster, so just going to become a little bit easier for him off the back of that. Quap as well, just 700 or so gold away from the Ags. So this should be a real value Aegis if they're just able to split themselves up, not give up any creeps, not give up any lives for free. And it might just result in the supports dying, but Hara, he's just basically on tower defense duty right now. Don't let them take anything in exchange for that. Give them nothing, but take everything.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
At level 15 on the Abba, plus 65 damage. Not that he was lacking it prior.
Big time. Let's see what they're going to do with it, though. Still, the vision is proving to be a really big issue for Nova. These wards along the river scouting out a lot of their movements. Not only that, but of course you got the Beastmaster. They might look to try and jump higher. It's not going to be a clean kill, but they'll get it nonetheless.
It's a similar sort of situation there, right? It's a kill, but there's no creep wave right next to the tower. They're not going to be able to fight this one. And now you're a little bit worried of saying, like, man, they've actually had a couple of minutes where they haven't really been contested with their farm. Do they have these big items that are going to enable them to fight? Butterfly Effect has his. He's got the Aghanim Scepter completed now. Abaddon just about 600 gold away from his. So unless they were immediately looking to make a play around that that tier 2 tower, I feel like you've given IG Vitality the space that they need. Liking Ponyo's build as well, going into that Guardian Greaves. So, of course, you want a Dispel, reliable Dispel, against what the Silencer is able to throw at you with a Global Silence. Rubik as well, going into the Lotus Orb. So, very logical build up for him to be able to protect from safety. And you can just see, as soon as they get these items, they're just like, all right, go time. I really am not expecting IG Vitality to be playing on this side of the map at all for the remainder of this Aegis duration, and probably after, if they're able to take a successful team fight.
So they have to be scared, though, about these team fights from Supernova. They clump up once again. A little bit better spellcasting. Who knows what could happen. Could also just be the call to completely
Gotta
avoid.
be careful here.
They have the control, though.
Oh, he
to
goes in
simulate
front of
over
the
to
Beastmaster.
Marblu. Oh, very close.
Just that vision.
Brendan?
Oh,
Yike. So close. Now, Chola might get chased down, though. It goes pretty fast.
I mean, this is a win for Supernova, right? 2 cores farming, avoiding some of that Aegis timing. Lane's not in the perfect position to be able to convert into a tower. It is now, but you haven't lost a tier 2 tower yet, so you're going to have that glyph refresh up. At least they've got that little bit of vision remaining towards the top side so they can see exactly where Marblu is. And he's going to be feeling pretty confident under his own Hawk, so you might be able to catch him unawares, but hopefully they pop the glyph for this. Hopefully they pop the glyph for this. Okay. Guess we don't need a glyph refresh.
No whiff.
And that's the siege creep wave as well. Would have been supreme value.
Very unlucky.
Oh, unlucky for Sheep as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the free shot. He's going to Wind Waker. All right.
Would you like him to buy the shard? I kind of would.
Oh, of course. Always. One of the best shards in the game.
Yeah, okay. So what's a Wind Waker for this game for Sheep?
Raw target,
What is he feeling?
I guess. That's all I can really think of.
Yeah.
If Rubik steals RP, I don't know.
Okay.
He's thinking 10 steps ahead, all right? Man's playing 4D chess.
Speaking of the Rubik.
Okay, just expired.
Oh, Ponyo, can he get him ready for the Fortune's End? Well, the Remnant was stolen anyway. Really nicely done. Hara just able to stop him. His position with the Ukyo nearby. There was no escape thanks to the silence overwhelming him. So 40 seconds now, but they can look to walk it down bottom. It will have Wisdom Room up very shortly too.
No Tormentor to be able to claim at least, but yeah, you got to imagine like you're getting close to some of the bigger timings though on Supernova, right? Like they avoided the majority of this Aegis. They lost a tier 2 tower and they lost their mid laner, but their mid laner almost has Lincolns, so you're not really going to be as worried about that quick pick off at the start of fights. You also almost have the Harpoon on the Magnus, so even though you might be facing into a lineup that wants to push into you right now, you'll have Blink Harpoon Skewer back into the base, maybe even level 20 as well to be able to play around with. So I feel like they've avoided the big scary timing for IG Vitality, or sorry, that IG Vitality have. But it's not saying that they're completely out of the woods just yet. Even a TP coming back. The Wisdom Rune.
Oh,
Ooh, get it. It's right there.
Too late. Too late.
Is anyone going to get it? Hara's, he knows. Ooh. Actually, they're not just walking up. I guess people revealing off the map for too long. Wanting to be uber cautious, but not going to get punished at all.
That Tormentum might be nice to get. Either the Oracles or the Rubiks, definitely not the worst ones to be playing with. So, yeah, Ukyo is going to decide for that. The Arena Destiny. They've got a smoke, though, from Supernova. So, looking to try and swing across the map. Of course, they're going to know at least a roundabout direction where they are with the Tormentor getting claimed.
I mean, Arena
Destiny
Destiny
the one that's home. Oh, great use of the Hawk. Global Silence going to come out early. This is a pretty big target if they can bring him down to start the fight, but the false promise from Ponyo. It'll buy some valuable seconds so the Beastmaster is able to spellcast. Now Ukyo is going to jump in the middle. Have they even got the damage for Marblu? He's back to full. Now what's the call, Nova? How are you going to commit on forward? RP gets stolen. All commitment needed to get rid of the Magnus, and now they're looking for blood as well. This is going to be a difficult fight for Nova, 4v5, and with all their ultimate use prior. But Winter, he still feels strong enough. There's the stolen RP. It's a really good egg placement as well. They're going to turn to try and deal with it, and they'll be able to do so with ease. And Alhan, he's in some trouble. No Swashbuckle to get some distance away. Now Winter as well will escape, but back-to-back fights, IG Vitality come out on top.
I mean, they're going for these eggs, and I understand the need to do it, but it's just way too close to a lot of these heroes, especially if they're not killing Marblu first, right? You see the damage that this Beastmaster is outputting in these fights. A lot of it is purely off the back of the drums of Slom. He only used Wild Axes 4 times. It's just purely from right clicks, and he's got plenty of auras to be able to buff his team up as well. Pipe of Insight, Crimson Guard, and even just playing around that Reigns of Destiny, right? I was just saying before that fight broke out, tons of value. 20% heal amplification with Slom that heals, with AoE Shadow Strike that heals, with Abaddon that is potentially going to start to heal eventually when he starts putting points into the Mist Coil. But it's a really, really valuable Aghanim Shard this game.
I think a gem needs to be picked up for Dire. Like
They've been caught on the Hawks a couple of times.
Yep, and you cannot jump anyone else but the Oracle. I think this is back-to-back fights now where that one in particular, where you jump someone, False Promise gets out, Beastmaster was still able to use his spells, in fact, even live through it all. Oracle has to go. He has to go, Rubik has to go, but you need to take these fights where you have vision, and that's still going to be very difficult because the Beastmaster, but you need to at least take away the observers with the gem.
And it's another one of these things where maybe it was just a little bit too soon to be able to make that sort of play on the Magnus, right? He's 500 gold away from the Harpoon being completed. And, that's just going to enable you to find the Oracle. Even without the gem, maybe that little bit of extra cast range would have found him. You don't need to commit too much. A Blink, Harpoon, Skewer is nothing big committed for these team fights. And if it's able to take out that big save coming through from the False Promise, it's huge. You could see there with Ponyo as well. He already had the Guardian Greaves at that point. So even with the Global Silence being used, he's able to snap himself out of it. So hopefully for Supernova's sake, they're able to adjust the game plan a little bit. Say, look, that's priority number one. Take out the Oracle.
Winter? Well, Winter's probably dead. Committed both his charges, unable to get the kill. Team's starting to move down bottom. Let's see how fast they're going to be there to help protect him with Aurora out. Global Silence going to be used as well defensive. It'll buy some valuable seconds. But a defensive one from Shola, and it doesn't have that level 15 as well, so the cooldown's still going to be long. And meanwhile, Mag, go over the top. Ukyo, Blink's going to be up in a couple of seconds. Does he want to go for it? Butterfly Effect. Here's your Aura and ready to go, but Ukyo does not.
Butterfly Effect had the shield rune to be able to play around with, so he was confident in being able to go in, and it's a pretty quick Roche respawn as well. They're pinging it out on the bottom side, and by the time they get there, it will have spawns. So Roche number 2, looking to go the way of IG Vitality, and without that Global Silence, you really can't look to farm into this.
Wait, what is this new Abaddon 20 talent? Huh? Interesting, boy. Okay. That is new, yeah? I'm not just not losing my mind? Okay.
Man, they're going for a smoke, and it is way too late. They still don't have Global. They still don't have a Void Spirit to be able to play around with, so I think they need to back off.
And do it quick.
But Chen has to be very careful here. Gets the smoke popped, sees that the the Rubik is still playing on this bottom side. Speaking of the Rubik as well, we talked about how Silence are great against Oracle. Oracle got the Guardian Greaves. Rubik has the Lotus if he wants to buy it right now. Oh, even a Psychic Headband as well off top of everything.
Oh, wow. He's really farmed.
Yeah.
Aether, he has everything. With Aetherlands as well, his positioning is going to be so much easier. Yeah, upon you even got Either Vizier. So, wow. Some of the better items for these supports inside this game.
You got to say you love the Blink Dagger as well, right? On Ponyo, we stressed how important it's going to be at being able to find that Oracle, but if he's just able to stand that far back, you're also going to get the extra cast range for the Blink Dagger with the Eye of the Vizier. You could quickly join into team fights when you want. You make that choice as to, when it's necessary.
Let's see.
I think that's how I want to see them make. And they're going to smoke now. I can see why. Again, they've got the Aegis to play around with. Ukyo's not exactly with them just yet. So that's the one thing I'm a little bit more anxious about. But
sorry, just to bring it up, this could be Han. Can we get the ultimate off? Separation once again, defensive global. They are nearby, but they have to really be caught. Han, Well, he's not going to TP. The rest of the team's starting to come over, but Hunt used the global to protect him and didn't teleport out. He might still make it. Nope. The yours is there. Butterfly Effect. Waits to the last second, and at least they're cutting waves. Is there even a creep wave? No, there's not. So the cut bot, mid and top rolls pushed out, so it doesn't look like they're going to get any objectives off the back of that, but that's got to feel rough for the support. Your Silencer uses global, hoping his boy's going to escape, and he still gets caught.
Nova has to be a little
Winter?
bit careful here as well. On the bottom side. Ooh, not quick enough on the fingers.
Very nicely done. Instant from the Rubik.
Oh, double
Manta
astral.
destroying and is he out? Hara.
He's got Silver Edge, so yeah.
So that is what I wanted to bring up. That Silver's Edge with Global Silence gives you actually a lot of kill potential now with the Abaddon. So
Nah, he's
let's
got
see if
magic
it's
though,
even
right?
gonna. Okay, never mind. So no, it does not really. Unless you're able to catch him off guard. Maybe it could just be you could feel enabled to RP him and then get the edge off if you want to heavily commit. But we'll see if that's even going to matter, because at the moment IG Vitality is running rampant. These plays from them have been exceptional. They're scouting out Winter down bottom as well by the Tormentor, so he too is going to be pretty cautious.
Doesn't really feel like they've got any huge timings coming through from Supernova yet either, right? Like Harpoon on Winter feels nice, but it's not going to change anything in terms of the damage that it's able to output. You know, something like, I guess he's got crit coming through from the Silver Edge, which would feel kind of nice, but it really does feel like they're just holed up in their base right now, wanting to play around that fresh level 20 on the Magnus for the additional skewer range with the Harpoon. But no one is going to go them. Oh, okay.
Oh, they got
do
him.
find a pick, but it's...
He's got the Aegis.
Yeah, and borrowed time.
We use it early though. Can they kill him afterwards? Pretty nice
Nope,
blink
it
away
just
from
went.
Ukyo. I was starting looking, sorry, Chen's starting to look for another, but double Hawk setup. They see everything.
Thing is, though, they didn't really pop anything big. You know, this is what I'm talking about with the Magnus. You know, you can find that quick pick off in the lane. I'm sure they're just going to be looking at things like Purifying Flames being used from the tree line there to be able to kill the range script. So they know the Oracle's hanging just behind the Abaddon. It might just need to be waiting out this timing, 45 seconds of the Aegis, and then going for a clever smoke, full wraparound, and predicting where the Oracle is. And then it just comes down to how good is your guessing game. Ooh, see Shola. He's got buyback. And they don't have Raw now for 55 seconds. And, well, it's about the same time as his death timer. So kind of worth, you know. You got Winter on this bottom side, continuing to cut the lane. They haven't been able to breach the high ground just yet. He's got enough to be able to buy the Harpoon for himself as well. There we go. So good dodging being done by Supernova throughout all of this. Looking to build themselves into Lincoln spheres for each and every one of their cores as well. Not that they're lacking in single target though. Rubik having 3 sources, potentially more with whatever he looks to steal. Quap has the 1. I guess 2 with the Yules. Oracle having 3. Abaddon, just the 1. So plenty of stuff.
Yep. And this ward set up once again.
They got to
They
take this
won't see
Tormentor.
Winter though. First stun. They're going to have the damage between the two. Cheese gets eaten. Han actually feels like they can catch up to him with the Rolling Thunder. There are a couple of heroes nearby to protect him.
You're gonna run.
They're okay.
They're under a ward right now. The fact that they haven't bought this gem means that they're going to be caught.
And Raw's back up. They'll try with the Global Silence, but it's going to be too late. Mag's going to buy back. They're going to try and retreat to their high ground, but Butterfly Effect, he'll follow and pursue. First hit bash stops the TP short from Chola, and Butterfly Effect, he doesn't even want to let them get towards the gate. Sheet will fly
Is he
on
going to
over.
blink over?
It looks like he will. Knows no fear. Ukyo is going to follow as well. There's no stopping IG Vitality. They've got too big of a lead, and Supernova can't handle it.
And they actually have the mid lane pushed in this time, so they weren't able to deal with it entirely, so there's nothing stopping them. Full buybacks coming through. Pango, he just bought the Lincoln, so he doesn't have it. They got a glyph, please.
Harpoon on an illusion.
They just haven't glyphed twice now when it would have been refreshed. Like, this is just giving up that big tower defense for free, and you use 3 buybacks. Now they just know that they need to find one of those quick pickoffs. You probably want to wait for the Oracle, you know, in an absolute...
Oh, he went into the Remnant. And now again, the
Didn't see
Raw,
it was a
such a
Rubik one.
short cooldown. That's a dieback for him, and that's your high ground defense all gone right there. I'm not
Kara's
even going to
played a
let them
pretty
find
great
another
game this
angle.
game, hasn't he?
It feels like they all are. Winter's trying to do whatever he can, but once again, Remnant holds the Void Spirit into place. They're going to hunt him down. They get a glimpse of him underneath the ward. And the vision set up from the supports has been exceptional this game.
Oh, very clever footwork coming through here from Winter. Oh, he's got that same ward, the same ward that set everything up in the first place. But again, like, I much prefer this. Who cares about a Void Spirit? Just get the towers.
Oh, no way, dude. Are you serious?
Their avoidance game is solid, but like, you don't need to kill heroes. Just kill the base. Guaranteed 5v3.
Oh, Winter.
Trying to get a quick pick.
Nice, very nice. Now Han as well. Tries to move on him with the Thunder. It's going to make them get out of the base, at least buying some time for the respawns to come back up.
Someone's going to buy a gem here, surely, on Supernova. They have to. You're against a Beastmaster, and like 3 separate Observer wards have just been your complete undoing. You also need to take the Tormentor, because Phoenix still not having that Aghanim Shard, it's a bit of a concern for me. And even with the Fire Spirit's damage per second instead of the 500 HP, I'm not sure how I feel about that on Sheep. Really needs to value his own survivability, maybe take a little bit of attention away from this Pango and the Mag just from a couple of right clicks.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Might just potentially wait for this next rush. Looks like for IG Vitality.
Oh.
Up.
All right, well, Winter...
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Winter kind of knows what the game state's at. Rapier queued up for himself. Wouldn't be the worst nullifier game, though.
No, it wouldn't, but it definitely feels like you're at the stage where...
It'll need to be a play like he just made, you know, avoid 5 heroes, you know, cause a lot of attention to be put onto you for a good 20 seconds. All right. If Sheep gets this Aghanim Shard, they have a chance. All right. We'll give him a 2% chance, 2%. It was 1 before.
Okay. Does it go up with the Rapier to 3?
It becomes either like 20 or 0 off the back of the Rapier.
See if
it's almost level 25 as well.
Okay. How much experience is 1 away? 1 experience away for the Void Spirit.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it, but looks like they're going to probably have to give up Roche though for this Rapier. And I think you're fine with that. You again want to take a fight inside the base. We're yet to see the Mag really show his true strength with this skewer back inside the base. But it is going to be 3rd Roche, keep in mind.
I mean, he's able to just annihilate a creep wave off the back of Astral stepping through it, and he's actually making the TP there, so they instantly want to go for a smoke to be able to combat this. They really don't want to give up this Roche, but even just Sheep taking a really long time to be able to TP through is going to give it up for free, so how can they set themselves up? There's also a Wisdom Rune there. Don't want to give that one over to Hara, for example, would probably give him his level 20. Maybe they can use it to bait? No, doesn't seem like it. Still no gem on anyone on Supernova. Winter, can you 1v5?
Oh, this ward. Scouts them all out.
It's going to come down to literally like a Silver Edge into like, you know, right-click, Astral Step, bang, 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 dead.
Smoke's going to pop. Instant Abyssal Blade. Global Silence is going to be enough to keep the Magnus alive. BKB from 10. Turns with the RP onto 2, but no one's there to pump in the damage. Winter, he's going for the backlines. Already been able to deal with the Rubik. But still, we see the Mag now in some trouble without the cause to be able to protect him. Winter's going to try and do it all, but the Sonic Wave, not enough damage. He'll get enough distance. 2 supports are down from IG Vitality, but the Supernova's going to be addressed with, and now they'll go for the Pango as well. Chola will just live Quick Fingers with the TP out. And importantly, they were able to still hold the Rapier. Winter kind of, you know, did his job, but also then wasn't there to be able to get the damage inside the RP.
That's just another one of those instances. That's 3 times out of 3 that Beastmaster's been able to live, and because of that, they have the extra attack speed to be able to kill the egg. You know, that egg going off is the difference between you winning the fight and not. You know, Void Spirit was in a position to potentially rejoin that fight. Yes, he was on 20% HP, but with that Rapier, with the Astral Steps having such low cooldowns, you could potentially look to come in and just rip them apart when they'd used all of their tools.
The fact that he's just level 16. There's a gem dropped, but Supernova, they didn't see it. So things come out. IG Vitality well aware. They do see Marblue under the ward though. But they're respawning. IG Vitality supports it back alive, and now Ukya once again. It's going to run straight to
There's the
Winter,
break.
though. The break was there. Activates the ultimate, and now with the turn into the pain clear, nothing they can do to protect him. Winter
Dieback.
wants to lock onto the backline, but Ponyo, he can protect Tara, and now with all the ultimates expanded, they're going to have to global silence, but it will not matter. Bash at
didn't
the
matter.
last second, Rapier drop, and the Gs will instantly follow afterwards.
Well, we were very complimentary of Supernova in game number 1, but it felt like that time around they just really didn't identify the key linchpin to a lot of these team fights. You know, obviously Marblu, very important. We saw able to kill the eggs because he lives, able to get a lot of value out of the drums of Slom, but the one hero that really enabled all of that to happen was Ponyo on the Oracle, and he only died 6 times in a 45-minute game. So props need to be given to him, both for his itemization, realizing the value of the Guardian Greaves against the Global Silence. He made sure to maximize his cast range as well, went for that Blink Dagger, plus just a value Shadow Amulet. It took way too long for Winter to be able to kill him, even in that Divine Rapier engagement. He was just constantly putting himself in and out of the invis, making himself just that little bit more difficult to get the pick off onto.
Yeah, just incredible support performance from both Hara and Ponyo, and the cause as well from IG Vitality. I mean, we were speaking about it, like Butterfly Effect. This is a game where now he's going up against a mid laner who doesn't have first blood advantage, and
Finally.
he popped off. 8-0 and 17 for the Queen of Pain, so a great performance from him. Did the most damage dealt in
Easily.
that game.
Yeah.
And overall, like it's a great showing from IG Vitality, you know, showcasing that they definitely have what it takes. They're just not going to be an easy victory for teams.
No, definitely not. And it does feel like Supernova missed a big timing that they had. I mean, the win probability for them at like the 23 or so minute mark, around the time that, you know, you'd gotten into some of these big value items for your team. You know, you had the Manta Style completed on your Carry Void Spirit. You had the Blink Dagger on your Magnus to be able to make plays around it with the Echo Saber. You had Aghanim Scepter picked up by the Pangolier, and the fights just went disastrous. They just didn't find the right one. They didn't continue to snowball, and yeah, really solid play from IG Vitality to be able to make it happen. Some of it comes down to luck as well. Sheep maybe getting into that lucky Tormentor shard instead of it going over to the Silencer might have made them a little bit more strong in the early game, as we see the back and forth, the hide and seek coming through between Shola and Butterfly Effect. But, you know, it was a great quad performance, wasn't it?
Yes, that it was indeed. But
This is where it all came undone, really.
There or the 4-man RP that they didn't win.
Also
That's yes. So just incredible team fighting though from IG Vitality. Multiple fights in a row where they're able to pick up those big kills and do a lot of that, like you said, off the back of the Oracle. So do we feel like Ponyo is deserving of the MVP?
Oh, hard to say, you know? Like, I feel like a lot of people contributed towards this. It did feel like an overall great team performance. I'd have to say Hara was pretty solid as well. Like, he was part of a lot of the individual pickoffs that they were able to make. We saw in that previous fight on the highlights there that he was able to steal the RP, use that to be able to turn it around. But I really don't think that IG Vitality win this game, if not for Ponyo. So probably give it to him.
Okay, so definitely felt like overall though was a great team performance. It required every single member from them to be able to take this one in the end. But it means we're going to be going to another game 3 to close out our night, and hopefully we get a repeat of this game, because there was some crazy back and forth fights, and regardless it was very even compared to game 1 where Supernova just kind of obliterated IG Vitality. So we shall
It's just one of
see
those
what we
games where,
have.
like, the tiniest things make the difference, right? Like, not being able to follow up with a Rolling Thunderstun at that the top outpost outside of the Roche pit, right? Means that the Supernova egg dies, means that you don't win the team fight, means that Quap continues to snowball. Not being able to find the Oracle at the very start, not getting the Aghanim shard over to your Phoenix. There was one other thing that I was looking... just like the Reign of Destiny, being able to get that, luckily, for Ponyo. Well-deserved MVP for him, and he was even holding on to a bunch of healing Lotuses towards the end. So, of course, you could feed that over to someone else as well. That's why Beastmaster, after everything was all said and done, he was at full HP, despite being such a heavy focus in a lot of these engagements.
So Well done for the boys on IG Vitality to be able to tie up this series, but the job is not done just yet. So we need another victory. And if they can, of course, they're going to start off their debut here in 2-3, off to a solid run. But we also got to keep in mind what happened in game 1 as well. If Supernova are able to, continue with that recipe that worked for them and now apply it in game 3, then it could be theirs for the taking. We'll have to find out after the break. We're back with our final game of the night to close out day 2 here for the final tour as well. Denok, IG Vitality, very strong performance from them, showcasing that they have what it takes, and we'll see if they can replicate that though. They're going to be on the Radiant side, Supernova. They actually chose first pick. They're the ones with priority. So is there anything we kind of make of that?
I mean, I was assuming that they would be, wanting to pick up the Timbersaw for themselves, but they actually go ahead and ban that one out. So not quite sure. I mean, Silencer, it's a couple of games in a row now that hasn't really worked out to its fullest potential, for what the hero provides you in terms of mid to late game fights. There's so many responses to it these days, right? Like maybe you just pick a bunch of universal heroes into it that love building into Manta style. We saw that because they weren't able to get aggressive enough, Oracle was able to get into something like a Guardian Greaves to be able to compete against it. So I think if you're going to pick this Silencer, it's got to be around a draft that you want to end in 30 minutes tops.
Dire team pick.
Oracle again.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
It still felt like a very good Silencer game, though. Like you said, though, they just were able to get to the stage where they could itemize to deal with it. So
there were other things as well, right? Remember when they went for that smoke and they ended up killing the Oracle instead of taking away that 5 stack of ancient camps that Beastmaster used to get into that early-ish slum? Maybe that would have been a difference, little things like that. And maybe they've just had a chance to be able to have a chat afterwards, have a quick look. I'm sure they had someone watching the game for them and said, hey, you're against a Beastmaster. What are you thinking? Make sure that you're in a position to be able to steal away his stacks if you've got the possibility to do so. Didn't even try. Didn't even put down an observer watch,
Which hopefully they do this game. At least keeping tabs. Maybe they don't smoke to it. Maybe they're too late. But at least ward and potentially try and block it as well. I mean, that was a big reason why we saw a really good timing come out from Marblu with the Aghanim Scepter. So once again, though, looks like it's going to be the Ursa Ember and probably the Monkey King banned out. I'm liking a lot of the respect they're giving to the Ember. So again, we had a good performance with it in game 1, and we know it is very comfort. So often we see it banned second phase. Sometimes it gets slipped through, but I think especially against Supernova, you needs to be on your radar.
I think they could still just go for the Void Spirit again. I really didn't have an issue with it last game. Maybe you don't run it as a position 1 into a Beastmaster, but if it's a good enough matchup for mid. Although, is this the exact same Vans as last time? I think the only thing that we've been lacking is, I think there was a Monkey King in that second phase instead. So maybe that's just what they opt to go down. You can be a Silver Edge builder, you decent laning into a Beastmaster, feels pretty nice.
Hopefully he doesn't go his Radiance build though for Winter. I know he was going that a lot in the last tour.
On Monkey?
Yes, on Monkey.
Yeah, definitely not the game for it.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, you'd think so, but he very much likes it, so it was pretty much just any game didn't matter if good or bad. But
anytime that you're against an Abaddon or a Beastmaster or an Oracle, you don't want long fights. They thrive in those sort of situations. Just blow people up. It's as simple as that. So, something like a Desolator, if they do end up picking the Monkey King, is going to be so effective because then, you get a little bit of that vision. You've got the Tree Dance to be able to play around with for that. You've got the Empower for yourself. If you get a Deso, you can almost one-shot an Oracle.
Dire team pick.
I'm still fine with Void +1. Okay. Void Rubik or Rubik Monkey.
Seems fine to me. A little passive in terms of playing around the supports, but again, I really don't think they mind. I was talking about at the start of the previous game where you have two concepts, right? You either go before the Abaddon is ready or you feel like you can out-farm him. And clearly it was the latter. They thought they would be able to out-farm with these 3 melee heroes that are able to use the Empower to its fullest potential. But that was probably the one complaint that I even had after their very clean game 1 performance, that even though their team fighting was great, their farming potential wasn't. And that was still on the back of a Magnus that was providing the Empower through, of a Darkseer that was being, a little bit more farm-oriented. He was being pretty greedy with how everything was going through. So, maybe Supernova, their best strategy isn't actually to go for this later game scaling style, because some teams might be able to do it better than them. Their team fighting's really solid, but maybe their farming efficiency not so much. Which
I'm sure we'll definitely see this game though. Farm a little bit then with your advantage in items thanks to Empower, then you go. Don't look to potentially play the late game.
You reckon they're just going to quap again?
I think they will. Yeah. I just don't know if they do it Hero the 24th.
I think you do it now and then you just ban out
banned.
Beast Bloodseeker. Oh, okay. Wind Ranger, huh?
So I guess some flex, which is the nice thing about the Wind Ranger, but let's still see if the Queen of Pain gets banned out.
10 seconds remaining.
I would. I mean, Butterfly Effect played it so well.
Team ban.
Still got to get rid of his TA though, of course, considering they don't have the hardest carry in the Abaddon. No Butterfly Effect. Hasn't showcased it so far in this series, but
Pretty amazing against
previously
Void
with,
Spirit mid or Magnus.
yes, definitely.
10 seconds remaining.
And we saw in the previous tour that he really likes those win condition heroes, your TA, your Shadow Fiend. So, but I think Quap will also be the other one for Supernova. What are we feeling? Because they're not going to be able to see this last pick on IG Vitality. So, would you like the Void Spirit to go mid this time? They have a lot of flex themselves as well. So, what are you kind of thinking with their draft?
I'm just trying to think if there are any heroes that can still be like flexed around in terms of into multiple lanes that haven't been picked up just yet. Wind Ranger was probably number one. I'm also thinking like, is it a Viper sort of game where if you do go look to get active early-ish, excuse me, you dominate the lane, and then kind of similar to the Nether Toxin Static Storm combination, you just use that with the Silencer instead, and then if you can find the Abaddon, you can actually take him out as long as it's prior to him picking up the Manta style. Give me the Viper.
Hero we haven't seen in quite some time as well. A little bit surprised. I think it's... I don't remember what happened to him honestly in the patch notes, but...
He's an agile hero, but I wouldn't say he's very agile, you know?
Yeah. Maybe they need to change him to Universal, then it will be S tier, like all the others. That's what you need, just a universal treatment, you're back.
I mean, we have a few people over in Western Europe that would be very happy with that, you know, playing it with the Manta style previously, and, you know, if you just gave him a bunch of extra attack damage off the top of that, then, you know, really in line to be able to explode in popularity.
Do you ban the Monkey or another mid lane of IG Vitality? Is it going to be left in the pool? Terrorblade ban. Okay, I mean, that's what we spoke about in the previous game, right? With against the Beastmaster Abaddon. A lot of value.
Yep.
Silencer Terrorblade, very good lane as well.
I mean, the other hero that always comes to mind for me is Invoker. Whenever you're up against something that can be dispelled, like the Wind Run, mana drain as well feels very good with the EMP off the back of all of this. You can give him power over to a Magnus and just allow him to be that hyper carry. Wouldn't be the worst. It's not exactly like Han's top hero, though.
They don't have, like, if they didn't go down the Invoker route, IG Vitality very much have issues with getting on top of him early, which I think is always a big concern with that hero, is just having.
But then they've still got last pick, right?
You.
So you could go, I don't know, like Storm Spirit, the lane for Invoker is really good, but the late game is a lot more challenging. And then you're going to have the Hawk as well to be able to find him. You're going to have the Wind Ranger, who probably can go like Orchid Blink, for example, and then look to try and kill you. So, feels a little awkward. I think if they had last overall pick and they knew that they didn't have additional catch, you could probably even get away with a Tinker in that sort of situation, but not in this scenario. And they chose first pick for themselves, so they knew that this is what they were wanting to put themselves into, this sort of situation.
Come on. Reveal it. Reveal all. Where go?
Oh, fast. That's fast. All right. This feels pretty good, actually. Into the Abaddon lane. This feels like an off-lane bounty hunter to me, right? Against one of those heroes that just wants to be sitting super passively and farming. I just don't want bounty hunter to leave Abaddon's side ever. Like, just constantly be there yoinking his gold. You're not the most, like, you're fast, but you're not the most mobile hero on the Abaddon. And if you're able to, like, just halt his timings of getting into that Radiance Manta style, then it's going to be really positive. They end up going for the Storm Spirit anyway. So if they now relegated this Abaddon to being in position 4 or 5?
Oh, Wind Ranger should be support.
Okay, I'm just thinking, like, if they really don't like the Abaddon being countered by the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
They
Sorry,
still do it.
I didn't think of that, actually, no. I like that suggestion. I didn't think about, like, the Wind Ranger 1 and the Abaddon 5. But, like you said, they will still do it. So, let us see. How do we feel about this Storm Spirit pick for Butterfly Effect? Because there are some issues, I feel like, this game. There's a decent amount of control.
There is a decent amount of control, but you also at that point really didn't have the way to be able to get onto Chola and take him out of the fight. And, you know, it's still a pretty good silencer game. So if you're able to get that initiation off the back of a Beastmaster Hawk providing you the information, feels pretty solid, right? And it's really just about taking away Supernova's potential to be able to get a little bit more aggressive before Ukyo is able to hit onto those later timings, because we saw in that previous game, his farm really skyrocketed once they just got a few of those key items. I'm having a look over at the net worth graphs right now, and it's literally like like it's huge what an Abaddon is able to do just off of that level 15 Radiance, Manta Style, and then into the Blink Dagger. There was no chance for anyone on that team.
Well, let's see if it's going to be a similar performance out of Ukyo and the boys on IG Vitality. Or will be Supernova taking their first series victory of 2-3 as well. We got some similar heroes, not only from the previous game, but from game 1 as well. But where are both sides' fates? We're going to have to find out. Should be an exciting game, though. Like you said, Supernova are going to be able to play this one very fast, so with the Bounty Hunter getting picked up. And, oh, how could we forget? That's right. He's a Grandmaster Bounty Hunter. So, all right. This is, we got a lot of comfort here for Mr. Chen. And like you said, you've always actually praised his Bounty Hunter against self-sufficient melee heroes that just want to stay in the lane. You always mention Lifestealer, and Abaddon definitely is one of them.
Well, this is not an ideal start. They're able to scout out the smoke. They're going to get a D-ward as well off here. Just not wanting to reveal their positioning just yet. I don't think anyone has actually gone under the vision. Just the Oracle for now, but they're baiting them in.
This is so awkward. Oh.
Fortune's End onto anyone?
Yo?
It's a little late. So nothing happens. A D-ward. It felt like a really clever bait, to be honest. Like with Ponyo going out into the lane, just showing the only one showing at that point in time, forced them to come in. I just don't think the turnaround was fast enough from IG Vitality. See, I'm really expecting Chen to just ruin the Abaddon's game this time around. I'd be really surprised if that doesn't. Maybe it's just going to be a little bit of adjustment coming through from the IG Vitality supports to really put a lot more attention in onto him. Maybe Hara goes into a little bit more of like a damage-oriented build that's going to be able to deal with Bounty Hunter's high armor, like an early-ish Javelin, for example, just so that you can get that pick-off onto the Bounty off the back of your first focus fires.
We shall see, though, because I also agree. I think Chen's going to body this lane. So it was not a last pick I was expecting them to go for, at least around this realm of type of hero, but I do like it a lot now, seeing it a little bit more. And at least for mid lane, though, we get to see both heroes. Oh, sorry, Butterfly Effect, I should say, on a different hero for once this series, and Han back onto the Void Spirit. So it still should be Storm Spirit favored, but not as bad for Han as what the Queen of Pain was.
No, definitely not. Hopefully for IG Vitality as well, they had their eyes open. They would have been able to scout out Sheep placing the Observer Ward in the exact same spot as they had placed theirs prior. No yoinkage has gone on yet for Chen, but you can see every single opportunity that he has. Probably a range creep is the only thing that's going to stop him from just looking to try and run at this Abaddon.
Top lane doesn't seem too fun for Winter versus the constant right click from Hara along with the spam of the axes. Is there much Chola can really do to make this a little bit easier of a time for the mag?
Not really. Pretty weak laner is the silencer, unless you've got some like kill threat associated with the silence from the Arcane Curse. And I mean, Magnus doesn't really look to provide that unless someone's horribly out of position for a skewer back under the tower. So yeah, I think Hara's going to be able to do a great job of just keeping him zoned away. You can already see that Hara's got plenty of stats as well. 3 Iron Branches, Circlet, Universal Hero with the Blood Grenade. It's a lot of kill threat for this top side. And the yoinking begins.
And it does. As soon as he gets Vanguard, Chen's going to be chilling. And I'd love to see some solo experience given over to him at a pretty regular rate. One of those heroes where every odd level in the lane, very important to be able to get those Janatas up.
Denied.
Shall see. I don't think we're going to have too many kills at the early stage. It's going to be a lot of back and forth, just a lot of harass.
Yeah.
We will get to the stage where the kills are getting picked up.
Mm-hmm. Probably like level 3 onwards is where that starts to ramp up a little bit. Obviously, the Oracle, for obvious reasons, just so much burst capable. But even 2 points in the Fade Bolt and the Janata really does start to scale with that 100 bonus damage that you can get off the back of it. How's mid going in the meantime before we get to that stage? Pretty...
Storm's.
I was about to say pretty even. Yeah, Storm's bodying.
Yeah. Like you said, I went for Butterfly Effect for a very long time, starting China when I did casting, so doing a lot of the T3 tournaments. Butterfly Effect was there with IG Vitality, and he's always been incredibly gifted. Like, I think very mechanically sound, wins a lot of his lanes, a lot of lanes that he shouldn't win as well. So it's just any that's even a little bit favored for the Storm or 50-50, you kind of expect him to come out on top with how gifted he is, I think, mechanically.
I wonder if the Ring of Health is going to be enough just to enable Chen to start really running at this Abaddon. Like, you can take different viewpoints as how you want to approach this lane, right? Are you worried about their level 3 timing, or are you just wanting to go all-out aggression? Like, the fact that this pull's come off is... I was about to say it's not the greatest, but if it just means that Chen's able to... Like, you can orb click the Janata so you're not actually drawing any aggro from the tower if you go underneath onto the Abaddon. So you can look to go for those dives, but yeah, this lane is not going to get any easier up top. Very worthwhile giving the first blood over to Marblue.
They will find a trade, but of course, first blood, you're happy with that. You're going to be able to bring back some resources for Marblue. He's about to have Arcane Boots completed, actually, for the Beastmaster if he wants it. So the spam will definitely continue if he goes down that route.
No stacks built up for them, and they haven't even tried, but...
He's got to dive for it, it looks like. He's got Solve, actually. Power shot, though. He's from downtown, so very nicely done. They might even give the cell... No, sorry, Horror's only got a Tanker for Butterfly Effect. He at least was able to deny the Water Rune, so that is kind of something.
Makes the lane much easier for Han. What I was saying before is that Chola actually did place up that sentry ward for the ancient camp, so no stacks being able to be built up for this Beastmaster, as Butterfly Effect should be okay. They get a refill on the bottle suit. It lasts a while, the fountain buff, yeah.
Okay. I was gonna, dude, that's way too long then.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was like, Han, you're gonna miss your bottle refill.
Nah, he's Gucci.
Okay, wow.
Surprisingly little yoinkage going on in this bottom lane, to be honest.
It's the net worth difference. Oh, he's ahead. Oh.
Yep. He built up like a 200 advantage on the Abaddon before there was a single use of the Janata in the lane. Of course, it's going to get much more frequent as he starts to level up. Level 5, very important. And you can see that the Rubik is making that rotation away underneath Vision, I believe it was. So... Are they going to be able to get a kill here onto Butterfly Effect? He's not yet level 6, but Han almost up to his, but not quite. Means that they're not going to have that kill thread, and Butterfly Effect can now just play on the left-hand side of this lane, away from a lot of that potential aggression. How much aggression do you go for here? I mean, just
apparently a lot.
Last word on its own is not going to be enough.
It's not. Now, Han's used all his ultimates. Oh, he got a DD. Okay, one of the better runes he can play with.
No level 6.
Still level 5 on Butterfly Effect.
Can he
and then
juke
up in a
out
couple
the
of seconds, Arcane Curse as well. There should be another kill. There will be no juking going on. No concerns for them to dive under the tower. Might even go for Haro, but of course they're going to be lacking ways to hold him down. So really nice rotations out of the supports. And a big hero to be able to enable as well, especially in this kind of rougher lane that we're expecting out of the Void Spirit. But that now puts him well and truly on top of the Storm.
I'm just constantly watching Chen on this bottom side. Yoink him. All right, there we go, level 5.
I wonder if he should have gone boots out of the ring after the Ring of Health.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, right? The
Okay.
difference between being able to run, Wisdom Rune Battle.
That's a big battle too. Everyone's coming. Ukio's going to TP. Marblu as well. Han will get a double kill potentially.
And the
Actually
Wisdom Ring.
doesn't turn to Hara thanks to the roar. He's going to go for a TP. Yeah, can they make it? Oh, they both got away. Oh, just TP.
He got the Wisdom Rune too, so brings himself up to level 7, even further ahead of the Storm Spirit. At least Butterfly Effect's able to just sit in this mid lane, right? Not being part of that, realizing that, you know what, off the back of that bottle refill, I was falling a little bit behind, so he's going to get his levels too. Yeah, no, I'm in complete agreement. I think you probably should have gone the boots after the Ring of Health, just because if the Oracle's going to rotate away, Abaddon can't really do anything against you, right? You would much rather have the increased movement speed away from the Abaddon, who's pretty speedy himself, but also just to be able to catch and frequently layer out those Janatas. I don't know if I like Chen staying down here. Maybe he just wants to like clear out one more wave, get it pushing into the tower, force them to give up a lot of this XP and gold on the map. But certainly if the tower goes down, I need him to just constantly be following around Ukio.
Again, Sheep got another deny. This time onto the shield runes for Butterfly Effect. Doesn't get the refill. So you feel like as soon as Track is ready to go for Chen, he should leave? Because Bounty's not going to get this tower unless he gets more heroes. So do you feel like there needs to be more importance on him playing with the team to get Track kills instead of free farming?
No. I think he just needs to stick to the Abaddon. Like, that is the win condition. The fact that Ukio's come back to this lane through the Twin Gate means that he's still going to have the potential to be able to run away, so he needs to be very careful with the use of the Shadow Walk here on Chen. But I just want him to be following around the Abaddon. If they're able to take the tower, great. But if not, then just make the move happen. Your job is to slow down this Abaddon.
Solo RP, no hesitation. Sees a freebie. He's going to grab it. Our 4 heroes top should be able to put a decent chunk of damage into the tower. And Butterfly Effect will shove out mid, so someone's going to have to go back. Don't want to give away this gold nor experience. I do very much like your call with the bounty sticky on the Abaddon. It's a big reason why you pick it, and no hesitation from you to go to any other lane where he is. So yeah, I really like that.
We do see, like, again, this is a level 4 Oracle, so not lacking in damage. And, I mean, you could just put the Fate's Edict onto the Bounty Hunter as well for that offensive Dispel.
They've
Big
learned.
stack.
And it is a kill as well to add to the tally. So there you go. That was the big thing I don't know if gripe's too harsh of a word.
It was something that these guys are good enough to be able to know that that's going on. And it seems like there was a discussion that went on after that game just saying, hey, this really shouldn't have been able to happen. So they'll claim that big stack. Once again, all 3 lanes going really well for Supernova right now. The Abaddon, he's not having the greatest time. Like, he's got some okay stuff. Bracer, Magic Wand, but it's going to be a while.
Oh, he's the one that actually jumps before they're able to get set up, because with the Global Silence already from Chola, thanks to all the Wisdom Rooms, it's going to help them secure a double kill. But they will have some difficulty with killing off the Storm Spirit, especially with Marblu rotating on over. So the Beastmaster feels like he needs to get involved, and in the end, it's going to be a 2 for 2.
2 for 2's fine. I mean, they didn't need to use the Primal Roar, which is a pretty big deal. That's why Han made that big retreat back away from it. Butterfly Effect still had plenty of mana to be able to play around with to look to try and go for a kill. But here we go. So he makes his rotation up top on Ukio, and Bounty Hunter looks to join in onto him. This is I just want to see him be an absolute menace through this entire game. Yoinks him in the face. Of course, you're going to have the Aphotic Shield to be able to remove the track, but you can just apply it again. Gives you extra movement speed to be able to chase him down.
Come here,
this is
boy!
how it's going to be the same for like the next 15 minutes, I think.
And they're ready to play with him as well. Both sides scan goes red. They're well aware.
But where can you even play on Ukio? Like, he at least took the Twin Gate up towards top as opposed to the quick pick off. Never mind. You might just be able to yoink this one away as well. No mag nearby. Never mind. Winter's actually just taking the tower instead, but they're pointing out, hey, more stacks. But yeah, like, where do you even go on Ukio? Like, he's TPing into the bottom lane, but Bounty Hunter, I guess it's going to be a while until he can move there, right? He used his TP to be able to get up top instead of the Twin Gate, so you get a little bit of space here, but Chen just needs to continue playing active. Like, they've yoinked the stacks. You got to now take away the tier 1 tower and just constantly be carrying multiple TPs around on you if you're the Bounty. I think he's actually waiting to have enough gold to be able to buy up a second one. He's just got one in the stash right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's a second and there's a Corey getting delivered. So we'll even be able to run into Ukyo farming. Like you said, Chen's just wanting to lock onto him. So with all these movements across the map, though, he's kind of slowing down in farm, but hopefully that's where the Empower can potentially come into play. But they are continuing to play very aggressive. What's a call from IG Vitality? Still with their kills on Butterfly Effect. He's third in net worth, but without the Kaya, might be lacking some damage. Oh, no hesitation with the Global Silence. I love that. See him instantly, and they pounce. I mean, the Oracle was nowhere nearby to protect him. Of course, can't do anything versus the Silence as well. Now straight to top lane. He's already setting up on Marblu.
Of course, it's a track kill as well, so it's even better, and this is the power of the power runes. He's got the haste to be able to make this chase happen. Let's see how good he is at being able to avoid the Primal Roar. Oh, I mean, he's on point with the Remnant, doesn't even need to try for any sort of dissimulate plays. Don't even have it leveled up yet.
It's getting a bit too fast, it looks like now. Second tower down, they can just sweep across the map. In fact, third tower down, sorry. So it's just, what do you do from IG Vitality? Knowing that Supernova are going to continue to be all up in your face inside your own territory, what is the call for them to somehow get some farm on these cores?
It's rough, right? Because you typically
Butterfly Effect, yeah. This is a pretty tanky Chen, though. And Han, he's going to want to try and turn it around, aiming the Oracle. We saw Pry was a big issue in that game one. So want to try and take him out of the equation with a Shockwave drag back. Oh, Winter, awkward use of the RP. And now still Sheep with the wraparound. The damage onto Ukyo, but it's not enough. So IG Vitality, they will live. An RP along with... No, sorry, just RP was used.
So it's something, right? Oh, they smoke right in front of a tower. And tier 2 tower that gives plenty of vision. Maybe looking to try and yoink away the Wisdom Rune, but looks like Marblu will be able to secure it.
They see. Butterfly Effect. Not going to matter.
We'll see Chen as well, roaming around. But have a look at Ukyo. He's switched things up. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to have the space to potentially go for this Radiance. I mean, he's still not buying any of the components, but maybe he just feels like all you need is to stop on this bounty hunter doing the annoying thing for a little bit of time, and then he's going to be able to catch up. So it's really on Chen if this Abaddon is going to be able to get a lot of the farm or not. What I want to see... Oh.
He's got the boys playing around him. Butterfly Effect has to be perfect with his positioning. One stun might follow up for every more. And look at the skill back as well. Drag the Wind Ranger into the grave. They done just
lifted him into the Remnant too.
I wouldn't be able to go for Marblu. Leap on over the top. I'll be able to secure the kill, but more track gold for the boys on Supernova.
I've been very bounty hunter focused, but I love this hero when it's a great game for it. So I think the Solar Crest is a perfectly fine item. I want to see him get a Firelac tree after that. Just more stuff that's going to keep him out on the map, and that little bit of movement speed slow, just to constantly make sure that you're able to catch up to whatever target that you're looking to go towards. You've got multiple spells that you can look to use for it as well. Track, Shuriken Toss, they're going to find Ukyo as well up here. And this is why I wanted to see the Abaddon flex to a 5. You know, this is the exact situation that I was envisaging. Like, you've fallen 2k behind now, a bounty hunter. It's a 10k net worth lead just 15 minutes in, and it probably wouldn't have happened if you just had the potential to run this Wind Ranger as a 1 and the Aber as a 5.
Chen's not going to stop, man.
Nope.
Might
he shouldn't
go down this time, though.
He's tanky.
Oh, he's got Chola nearby. Is the Silencer really going to act enough of a deterrent?
Storm's almost out of mana.
He will indeed. And they might go for Ponyo though instead. So regardless, it's going to be a track kill. With all that going on, somehow there were 5. Yeah, you saw? All right, it just filled up the left-hand side of my screen. I could not see any fight that was breaking out. Hold that, because Winter trying to make the attempt. They'll drag Ukyo back. Do they want to RP? They will. And of course, with the ultimate, what is the damage from Han, man? So yeah, they just got 2 kills, and somehow there was also 5 bounties in Supernova's territory. So
they got a Veil as well. So they're just really looking to ramp up that damage. Even the Janata is going to get benefits from that as well. So, you know, 150 bonus damage. It's going to scale even further. See you later, Wind Ranger. Another person just explodes. This is just an outdraft for mine from Supernova, and they've played it correctly. There was avenues for them to potentially not get this big of an outdraft. They're going to use a pretty early use of that dire fortification, so I mean, I guess the range creep's surviving, and they're going to have another creep wave coming. I don't think they need to leave here. I mean, they've got the Blink Skewer.
Let's see, one
not
thing...
safe.
Beastmaster just finished Scepter, so let's see how much damage this is truly going to be able to
I don't think
provide
it'll
them
change
inside
anything.
the fights. They might try and blow up the Magnus, but once again with the Global Silence instantly to try and protect him. I thought his shield got stolen as well, so maybe any stun and any kill potential is instantly going to be dispelled off, and we just saw that be the case. As now there's another one. Winter drags back Hara one by one. Easy kills for Supernova, not sweating at all.
Bounty Hunter Gaming and Magnus Gaming as well, right? We see from Winter, he's just constantly the target of that Solar Crest coming through. It's easy. Let's use... Yeah, that's weird. When the Bounty Hunter is using it on his own teammate, it still has the negative debuff on him for whatever reason whenever I'm looking at it through Spectate. Or whatever.
Wait, say Bounty's using what on his teammate?
The Solar Crest. He's using Solar Crest on Magnus, and it's saying, like, reduces armor by blah, blah. And I'm like, huh?
I feel like we've gone over this multiple times. We
Games Invader?
do not question the game. Just is how it is. So it's...
Oh, poor Ukyo, he did buy up that Echo Saber just to be able to do anything in these fights,
And
but he's
he
still
might
getting
die.
isolated.
Look at the damage. 3 hits. Down to 300 health. They dropped the RP. It's a pretty decent amount of damage to start from Butterfly Effect, but he's stuck in the tree line. Looks like Ukyo is still going to die after the False Promise proc. And Ahan, it's going to clean up easily. One by one.
They've got another Harpoon.
They'll even get another, and they're going to call it. Pre-20-minute GG, like you said. Felt like an outdraft. They still had to execute, and Supernova did that without a doubt.
I mean, we have to give MVP to Chen, right? There's no real other person that you can. I mean, maybe Han. He was part of 17 out of the 21 kills, but I think this is just a direct ABBA counter. The Bounty did everything that he was supposed to. I really can't fault too much about it.
I don't know who to give it to, actually. I was going to say Han at first, but this game would not have gone the way it did without that Bounty pick. So I don't know. I'm pretty... I could even make... can I make an argument? I thought Chola had some very good global silences. It felt like every single global silence, not only 1 kill, but even 2 kills in a lot of fights and helped them stay alive as well. But he did die 3 times on Chola. So... You know, that's not good enough.
Gave
in a
him
game
half
where you
of the
win
kills.
8
You know,
half of them kills. It's not good enough.
No.
So,
one of the things that I do want to commend is just how they played around this silencer. You know, in the draft, I was talking about how with this silencer being picked up, there's so many heroes that make great usage out of the Manta style these days that are going to be able to counter out that global silence. So you need to try and end the game before they can get into that mark. That's part of the reason why the Bounty Hunter is so effective. Look at that lift, by the way, into the Remnant. It was really nice. Also, just being able to steal the Aphotic Shield meant that they never really had to stop. You know, they had plenty of auras. They had the Veil of Discord to be able to play around with. Of course, that has the Bassi aura component too. So you were just keeping people pretty healthy all throughout that game off the back of a bunch of auras and just consistently getting kills, pick off after pick off. This is exactly the way that Supernova needed to play the game. And I'm happy that they got the draft right this time. I'm happy they learned their lessons from the previous one, especially around the stacks for the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
And it felt like once they realized what they had done wrong in game number 2, it was another clinical performance like we saw in game 1.
Yeah, just a blip on the radar that game 2 really was for them. And game 2 honestly was competitive for a long portion of it. And if some fights go their way, who knows, they could have taken that as well. But like you said, impressive for them to be able to fix some of those mistakes. And honestly, that can be very difficult to do mid-series as well. Sometimes you don't have a lot of time. By the time you go toilet, get some water, maybe you can munch on something real quick. All of a sudden, 4-minute warning or anything like that. You come back, you're ready to go. But Supernova were able to fix some of their issues, and we saw those issues that they fixed. I mean, they just enabled them to completely obliterate IG Vitality. So
if you're IG Vitality, I think you either have to go away from this Abaddon strat, because we were talking about the Bounty Hunter, or I also mentioned the Viper as a potential just to crush you in lane, to make sure that you're never able to really get the value that you want out of this hero. Or you need to have the flex to be able to put the Wind Ranger into a position 1. You know, this is why you pick the hero. It's got flexibility potential, and they went with the last pick Storm Spirit. They forced the Abaddon to be a 1. I think this was just maybe it just comes down to Ukyo can't play the 1 Wind Ranger. And I think if that's not the case, if you don't have some layer of flex with it, then you can't just pick it, because there are plenty of counters that are available in the hero pool.
Production, I'll leave this to you. Han or Chen? It is your call. It is Han. Okay. The normal people has decided. The nerds believe that Han is well deserving. See, for them, they just see KDA. That's it. I see high KDA. I choose 908 person. So Han,
Big number,
very
big
good. Big number, very good. 81% kill participation, a great showing from him on Han. So for the boys on Supernova, like you said, just a blip on the radar. And man, what an overall series. Like game 1, game 3 looked very, very good. Game 2, promising signs for them as well. So this is going to be a team to keep our eyes out for when we continue now to head towards the later days. Of course, it is just day 2, and we've just finished day 2 now for the final tour as well. So let's take a look at the results. Of course, all games went the distance. Holy Grail were able to beat the last arc, which is a little bit surprising, I'd say, considering the players you have on there. You know, Erica, Echo, and some boys like Shining and why. So that's going to be a very big victory for them to be able to get a good team out of the way early on.
I think that means that everyone has played everyone up until this point, and we get to see the schedule for the next day. I mean, Team Zero, I think a lot of people are really looking at them as the big favorites overall. Of course, they've got a TI winner. Anytime you've got a TI winner in Div 2 in Ice, that's something that's very, very enjoyable to be able to watch. Let's see if they're able to continue their winning form, although it was a 2... No, they got a 2-0 victory. I thought it was a 2-1 for some reason, but they're the only ones to be able to get that clean sweep victory with their first series of the tour.
So still, of course, have more very exciting Dota in store for us, but that's going to be in a couple of days. So, of course, there's plenty other DPC action going on. But for us, for China, we are done for another night. But of course, when we come back, 2 more series to be able to try and finish out week 1. So keep in mind, of course, it is the final tour as well. So all these teams battling for that, 2 promotional slots to be able to play in Division 1 to start next year's DPC. But for us, we are done for tonight. We'll see you guys in a couple of days for more China DPC action.